Chapter 13 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Full in the midst the polished table shines, and the bright goblets, rich with generous wines. Now each partakes the feast. The wine prepares, portions the food, and each the portion shares. Nor till the rage of thirst and hunger ceased, to the high host approached the sagacious guest. Odyssey. The hospitable profusion of Magnus Troil's board, the number of guests who feasted in the hall, the much greater number of retainers, attendants, humble friends, and domestics of every possible description who revelled without, with the multitude of the still poorer and less honoured assistants who came from every hamlet or township within 20 miles round, to share the bounty of the munificent Eudollar, were such as altogether astonished Triptolemus yellowly, and made him internally doubt whether it would be prudent in him at this time, and amid the full glow of his hospitality, to propose to the host who provided over such a splendid banquet a radical change in the whole customs and usages of his country. True, the sagacious Triptolemus felt conscious that he possessed in his own person wisdom far superior to that of all the assembled feasters, to say nothing of the landlord, against whose prudence the very extent of his hospitality formed, in Yellowly's opinion, sufficient evidence. But yet the amphitryon with whom one dines holds, for the time at least, an influence over the minds of his most distinguished guests, and if the dinner be in good style, and the wines of the right quality, it is humbling to see that neither art nor wisdom, scarce external rank itself, can assume their natural and wonted superiority over the distributor of these good things, until coffee has been brought in. Triptolemus felt the full weight of this temporary superiority, yet he was desirous to do something that might vindicate the vaunts he had made to his sister and his fellow traveller, and he stole a look at them from time to time to mark whether he was not sinking in their esteem from postponing his promised lecture on the enormities of Shetland. But Mrs. Barbara was busily engaged in noting and registering the waste incurred in such an entertainment as she had probably never before looked upon, and in admiring the host's indifference to, and the guest's absolute negligence of, those rules of civility in which her youth had been brought up. The feasters desired to be helped from a dish which was unbroken, and might have figured at supper with as much freedom as if it had undergone the ravages of half a dozen guests, and no one seemed to care, the landlord himself least of all, whether those dishes only were consumed which from their nature were incapable of reappearance, or whether the assault was extended to the substantial rounds of beef, pasties, and so forth, which, by the rules of good housewifery, were destined to stand 2 attacks, and which, therefore, according to Mrs. Barbara's ideas of politeness, ought not to have been annihilated by the guests upon the first onset, but spared, like Audice in the cave of Polyphemus, to be devoured the last. Lost in the meditations to which these breaches of convivial discipline gave rise, and in the contemplation of an ideal larder of cold meat which she could have saved out of the wreck of roast, boiled, and baked, sufficient to have supplied her cupboard for at least a 12-month, Mrs. Barbara cared very little whether or not her brother supported in its extent the character which he had calculated upon assuming. Mordaunt Murtown was also conversant with far other thoughts than those which regarded the proposed reformer of Zetland enormities. His seat was betwixt two blithe maidens of Tewley, who, not taking scorn that he had upon other occasions given preference to the daughters of the Udollar, were glad of the chance which assigned to them the attentions of so distinguished a gallant, who, as being their squire at the feast, might in all probability become their partner in the subsequent dance. But whilst rendering to his fair neighbours all the usual attentions which society required, Mordaunt kept up a covert but accurate and close observation upon his estranged friends, Minna and Brenda. The Udollar himself had a share of his attention, but in him he could remark nothing, except the usual tone of hearty and somewhat boisterous hospitality with which he was accustomed to animate the banquet upon all such occasions of general festivity. But in the differing mien of the two maidens there was much more room for painful remark. Captain Cleveland sat betwixt the sisters, was sedulous in his attentions to both, and Mordaunt was so placed that he could observe all and hear a great deal of what passed between them. But Cleveland's peculiar regard seemed devoted to the elder sister. Of this the younger was perhaps conscious, for more than once her eye glanced towards Mordaunt, and, as he thought, with something in it which resembled regret for the interruption of their intercourse, and a sad remembrance of former and more friendly times, while Minna was exclusively engrossed by the attentions of her neighbour. And that it should be so filled Mordaunt with surprise and resentment. Minna, the serious, the prudent, the reserved, whose countenance and manners indicated so much elevation of character, Minna, the lover of solitude and of those paths of knowledge in which men walk best without company, the enemy of light mirth, the friend of musing melancholy, and the frequenter of fountainheads and pathless glens, she whose character seemed, in short, the very reverse of that which might be captivated by the bold, coarse, and daring gallantry of such a man as this Captain Cleveland, gave nevertheless her eye and ear to him, as he sat beside her at table, with an interest and a graciousness of attention which to Mordaunt, who well knew how to judge of her feelings by her manner, intimated a degree of the highest favour. He observed this, and his heart rose against the favourite by whom he had been thus superseded, as well as against Minna's indiscreet departure from her own character. "What is there about the man," he said within himself, "more than the bold and daring assumption of importance which is derived from success in petty enterprises, and the exercise of petty despotism over a ship's crew? His very language is more professional than is used by the superior officers of the British Navy, and the wit which has excited so many smiles seems to me such as Minna would not formerly have endured for an instant. Even Brenda seems less taken with his gallantry than Minna, whom it should have suited so little." Mordaunt was doubly mistaken in these his angry speculations. In the first place, with an eye which was, in some respects, that of a rival, he criticised far too severely the manners and behaviour of Captain Cleveland. They were unpolished, certainly, which was of the less consequence in a country inhabited by so plain and simple a race as the ancient Zetlanders. On the other hand, there was an open, naval frankness in Cleveland's bearing, much natural shrewdness, some appropriate humor, an undoubting confidence in himself, and that enterprising hardihood of disposition which, without any other recommendable quality, very often leads to success with the fair sex. But Mordaunt was farther mistaken in supposing that Cleveland was likely to be disagreeable to Minna Troyle, on account of the opposition of their characters in so many material particulars. Had his knowledge of the world been a little more extensive, he might have observed that as unions are often formed betwixt couples differing in complexion and stature, they take place still more frequently betwixt persons totally differing in feelings, in taste, in pursuits, and in understanding, and it would not be saying, perhaps, too much, to aver that 2/3 of the marriages around us have been contracted betwixt persons who, judging a priori, we should have thought had scarce any charms for each other. A moral and primary cause might be easily assigned for these anomalies in the wide dispensations of Providence, that the general balance of wit, wisdom, and amiable qualities of all kinds should be kept up through society at large. For what a world were it if the wise were to intermarry only with the wise, the learned with the learned, the amiable with the amiable, nay, even the handsome with the handsome? And is it not evident that the degraded castes of the foolish, the ignorant, the brutal, and the deformed, comprehending, by the way, far the greater portion of mankind, must, when condemned to exclusive intercourse with each other, become gradually as much brutalized in person and disposition as so many orang-outings. When, therefore, we see the gentle joined to the rude, we may lament the fate of the suffering individual, but we must not the less admire the mysterious disposition of that wise Providence, which thus balances the moral good and evil of life, which secures for a family, unhappy in the dispositions of one parent, a share of better and sweeter blood transmitted from the other, and preserves to the offspring the affectionate care and protection of at least one of those from whom it is naturally due. Without the frequent occurrence of such alliances and unions, missorted as they seem at first sight, the world would not be that for which eternal wisdom has designed it, a place of mixed good and evil, a place of trial at once and of suffering, where even the worst ills are checkered with something that renders them tolerable to humble and patient minds, and where the best blessings carry with them a necessary alloy of embittering depreciation. When, indeed, we look a little closer on the causes of those unexpected and ill-suited attachments, we have occasion to acknowledge that the means by which they are produced do not infer that complete departure from, or inconsistency with, the character of the parties, which we might expect when the result alone is contemplated. The wise purposes which Providence appears to have had in view, by permitting such intermixture of dispositions, tempers, and understandings in the married state, are not accomplished by any mysterious impulse, by which, in contradiction to the ordinary laws of nature, men or women are urged to an union with those whom the world see to be unsuitable to them. The freedom of will is permitted to us in the occurrences of ordinary life, as in our moral conduct, and in the former, as well as the latter case, is often the means of misguiding those who possess it. Thus it usually happens, more especially to the enthusiastic and imaginative, that having formed a picture of admiration in their own mind, they too often deceive themselves by some faint resemblance in some existing being, whom their fancy, as speedily as gratuitously, invests with all the attributes necessary to complete the beau ideal of mental perfection. No one, perhaps, even in the happiest marriage with an object really beloved, ever discovered by experience all the qualities he expected to possess, but in far too many cases he finds he has practiced a much higher degree of mental deception, and has erected his airy castle of felicity upon some rainbow, which owed its very existence only to the peculiar state of the atmosphere. Thus Mordaunt, if better acquainted with life and with the course of human things, would have been little surprised that such a man as Cleveland, handsome, bold, and animated, a man who had obviously lived in danger, and who spoke of it as sport, should have been invested by a girl of Minna's fanciful disposition with an extensive share of those qualities which in her active imagination were held to fill up the accomplishments of a heroic character. The plain bluntness of his manner, if remote from courtesy, appeared at least as widely different from deceit, and unfashioned as he seemed by forms, he had enough both of natural sense and natural good breeding to support the delusion he had created, at least as far as externals were concerned. It is scarce necessary to add that these observations apply exclusively to what are called love matches, for when either party fix their attachment upon the substantial comforts of a rental or a jointure, they cannot be disappointed in the acquisition, although they may be cruelly so in their overestimation of the happiness it was to afford, or in having too slightly anticipated the disadvantages with which it was to be attended. Having a certain partiality for the dark beauty whom we have described, we have willingly dedicated this digression in order to account for a line of conduct which we allow to seem absolutely unnatural in such a narrative as the present, though the most common event in ordinary life, namely, in Minna's appearing to have overestimated the taste, talent, and ability of a handsome young man, who was dedicating to her his whole time and attention, and whose homage rendered her the envy of almost all the other young women of that numerous party. Perhaps, if our fair readers will take the trouble to consult their own bosoms, they will be disposed to allow that the distinguished good taste exhibited by any individual, who, when his attentions would be agreeable to a whole circle of rivals, selects one as their individual object, entitles him, on the footing of reciprocity, if on no other, to a large share of that individual's favorable and even partial esteem. At any rate, if the character shall, after all, be deemed inconsistent and unnatural, it concerns not us, who record the facts as we find them, and pretend no privilege for bringing closer to nature those incidents which may seem to diverge from it, or for reducing to consistence that most inconsistent of all created things, the heart of a beautiful and admired female. Necessity, which teaches all the liberal arts, can render us also adepts in dissimulation, and Mordaunt, though a novice, failed not to profit in her school. It was manifest that, in order to observe the demeanor of those on whom his attention was fixed, he must needs put constraint on his own, and appear, at least, so much engaged with the damsels betwixt whom he sat, that Minna and Brenda should suppose him indifferent to what was passing around him. The ready cheerfulness of Mattie and Clara Groat-Setters, who were esteemed considerable fortunes in the island, and were at this moment too happy in feeling themselves seated somewhat beyond the sphere of vigilance influenced by their aunt, the good old lady Glororum, met and requited the attempts which Mordaunt made to be lively and entertaining, and they were soon engaged in a gay conversation, to which, as usual on such occasions, the gentlemen contributed wit, or what passes for such, and the ladies their prompt laughter and liberal applause. But amidst this seeming mirth, Mordaunt failed not, from time to time, as covertly as he might, to observe the conduct of the two daughters of Magnus, and still it appeared as if the elder, wrapped up in the conversation of Cleveland, did not cast away a thought on the rest of the company, and as if Brenda, more openly as she conceived his attention withdrawn from her, looked with an expression both anxious and melancholy towards the group of which he himself formed a part. He was much moved by the diffidence, as well as the trouble, which her look seemed to convey, and tacitly formed the resolution of seeking a more full explanation with her in the course of the evening. Norna, he remembered, had stated that these two amiable young women were in danger, the nature of which she left unexplained, but which he suspected to arise out of their mistaking the character of this daring and all-engrossing stranger, and he secretly resolved that, if possible, he would be the means of detecting Cleveland and of saving his early friends. As he revolved these thoughts, his attention to the Miss Groat-Setters gradually diminished, and perhaps he might altogether have forgotten the necessity of his appearing an uninterested spectator of what was passing, had not the signal been given for the ladies retiring from table. Minna, with a native grace and somewhat of stateliness in her manner, bent her head to the company in general with a kinder and more particular expression as her eye reached Cleveland. Brenda, with the blush which attended her slightest personal exertion when exposed to the eyes of others, hurried through the same departing salutation with an embarrassment which almost amounted to awkwardness, but which her youth and timidity rendered at once natural and interesting. Again, Mordaunt thought that her eye distinguished him amidst the numerous company. For the first time he ventured to encounter and to return the glance, and the consciousness that he had done so doubled the glow of Brenda's countenance, while something resembling displeasure was blended with her emotion. When the ladies had retired, the men betook themselves to the deep and serious drinking, which, according to the fashion of the times, preceded the evening exercise of the dance. Old Magnus himself, by precept and example, exhorted them to make the best use of their time, since the ladies would soon summon them to shake their feet, at the same time giving the signal to a grey-headed domestic, who stood behind him in the dress of a dance-sick skipper, and who added to many other occupations that of butler. "Eric Scambuster," he said, "has the good ship, the Jolly Mariner of Canton, got her cargo on board?" "Choke full loaded," answered the Ganymede of Berg-Westra, "with good Nance, Jamaica sugar, Portugal lemons, not to mention nutmeg and toast, and water taken in from the Shellycote spring." Loud and long laughed the guests at this stated and regular jest betwixt the U-Dollar and his butler, which always served as a preface to the introduction of a punch bowl of enormous size, the gift of the captain of one of the Honourable East India Company's vessels, which, bound from China homeward, had been driven north about by stress of weather into Lerwick Bay, and had there contrived to get rid of part of the cargo without very scrupulously reckoning for the king's duties. Magnus Troil, having been a large customer, besides otherwise obliging Captain Cooley, had been remunerated on the departure of the ship with this splendid vehicle of conviviality, at the very sight of which, as old Eric Scambuster bent under its weight, a murmur of applause ran through the company. The good old toasts dedicated to the prosperity of Zetland were then honoured with flowing bumpers. Death to the head that never wears hair was a sentiment quaffed to the success of the fishing, as proposed by the sonorous voice of the Udollar. Claude Halcrow proposed with general applause the health of their worthy landmaster, the sweet sister meat mistresses, health to man, death to fish, and growth to the produce of the ground. The same recurring sentiment was proposed more concisely by a white-headed compeer of Magnus Troil, in the words, God open the mouth of the grey fish, and keep his hand about the corn. Full opportunity was afforded to all to honour these interesting toasts. Those nearest the capacious Mediterranean of punch were accommodated by the Udollar with their portions, dispensed in huge rummer glasses by his own hospitable hand, whilst they who sat at a greater distance replenished their cups by means of a rich silver flagon, facetiously called the pinnace, which, filled occasionally at the bowl, served to dispense its liquid treasures to the more remote parts of the table, and occasioned many right merry jests on its frequent voyages. The commerce of the Zetlanders with foreign vessels and homeward bound West Indiamen had early served to introduce among them the general use of the generous beverage with which the jolly mariner of Canton was loaded, nor was there a man in the archipelago of Thule more skilled in combining its rich ingredients than old Eric Scambuster, who indeed was known far and wide through the isles by the name of the punch-maker, after the fashion of the ancient Norwegians, who conferred on Rollo the Walker and other heroes of their strain epithets expressive of the feats of strength or dexterity in which they excelled all other men. The good liquor was not slow in performing its office of exhilaration, and as the revel advanced, some ancient Norse drinking songs were sung with great effect by the guests, tending to show that if, from want of exercise, the martial virtues of their ancestors had decayed among the Zetlanders, they could still actively and intensely enjoy so much of the pleasures of Valhalla as consisted in quaffing the oceans of mead and brown ale, which were promised by Odin to those who should share his Scandinavian paradise. At length, excited by the cup and song, the diffident grew bold, and the modest loquacious. All became desirous of talking, and none were willing to listen. Each man mounted his own special hobby horse, and began eagerly to call on his neighbours to witness his agility. Amongst others, the little bard, who had now got next to our friend Mordaunt Murtown, evinced a positive determination to commence and conclude, in all its longitude and latitude, the story of his introduction to glorious John Dryden; and Triptolemus Yellowly, as his spirits arose, shaking off a feeling of involuntary awe with which he was impressed by the opulence indicated in all he saw around him, as well as by the respect paid to Magnus Troil by the assembled guests, began to broach, to the astonished and somewhat offended Udallar some of those projects for ameliorating the islands which he had boasted of to his fellow travellers upon their journey of the morning. But the innovations which he suggested, and the reception which they met with at the hand of Magnus Troil, must be told in the next chapter. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. We'll keep our customs. What is law itself but old established custom? What religion, I mean with one half of the men that use it, save the good use and want that carries them to worship how and where their fathers worshipped? All things resolve in custom. We'll keep ours. Old play. We left the company of Magnus Troil engaged in high wassail and revelry. Mordaunt, who like his father shunned the festive cup, did not partake in the cheerfulness which the ship diffused among the guests as they unloaded it, and the pinnace as it circumnavigated the table. But in low spirits, as he seemed, he was the more meet prey for the story-telling Holcrow, who had fixed upon him as in a favourable state to play the part of listener, with something of the same instinct that directs the hooded crow to the sick sheep among the flock, which will most patiently suffer itself to be made a prey of. Joyfully did the poet avail himself of the advantages afforded by Mordaunt's absence of mind, and unwillingness to exert himself in measures of active defence. With the unfailing dexterity peculiar to prosers, he contrived to dribble out his tale to double its usual length, by the exercise of the privilege of unlimited digressions, so that the story, like a horse on the grand pas, seemed to be advancing with rapidity, while in reality it scarce was progressive at the rate of a yard in the quarter of an hour. At length, however, he had discussed, in all its various hearings and relations, the history of his friendly landlord, the master fashioner in Russell Street, including a short sketch of 5 of his relations, and anecdotes of 3 of his principal rivals, together with some general observations upon the dress and fashion of the period. And having marched thus far through the environs and outworks of his story, he arrived at the body of the place, for so the wit's coffee-house might be termed. He paused on the threshold, however, to explain the nature of his landlord's right occasionally to intrude himself into this well-known temple of the Muses. It consisted, said Holcrow, in the 2 principal points of bearing and forbearing, for my friend Thimbleweight was a person of wit himself, and never quarrelled with any jest which the wags who frequented that house were flinging about, like squibs and crackers on a rejoicing night. And then, though some of the wits, and I dare say the greater number, might have had some dealings with him in the way of trade, he never was the person to put any man of genius in unpleasant remembrance of such trifles. And though, my dear young Master Mordaunt, you may think this is but ordinary civility, because in this country it happens seldom that there is either much borrowing or lending, and because, praised be heaven, there are neither bailiffs nor sheriff officers to take a poor fellow by the neck, and because there are no prisons to put him into when they have done so, yet let me tell you that such a lamb-like forbearance as that of my poor, dear, deceased landlord, thimbleweight is truly uncommon within the London bills of mortality. I could tell you of such things that have happened even to myself as well as others with these cursed London tradesmen, as would make your hair stand on end. But what the devil has put old Magnus into such note? He shouts as if he were trying his voice against a northwest gale of wind. Loud indeed was the roar of the old U-dollar, as, worn out of patience by the schemes of improvement which the factor was now undauntedly pressing upon his consideration, he answered him, to use an Ossianic phrase, like a wave upon a rock. "Trees, Sir Factor, talk not to me of trees. I care not though there never be one on the island tall enough to hang a coxcomb upon. We will have no trees but those that rise in our havens, the good trees that have yards for boughs and standing rigging for leaves. But touching the draining of the lake of Braybaster, whereof I spoke to you, Master Magnus Troil," said the persevering agriculturalist, "while I opine would be of so much consequence, there are two ways, down the Linklater glen or by the Scalmester burn. Now, having taken the level of both—" "There is a third way, Master Yellowly," answered the landlord. "I profess I can see none," replied Triptolemus, with as much good faith as a joker could desire in the subject of his wit, in respect that the hill called Braybaster on the south, and one high bank on the north, of whilk I cannot carry the name rightly in my head. Do not tell us of hills and banks, Master Yellowly. There is a third way of draining the loch, and it is the only way that shall be tried in my day. You say my Lord Chamberlain and I are the joint proprietors. So be it. Let each of us start an equal proportion of brandy, lime juice, and sugar into the loch. A ship's cargo or two will do the job. Let us assemble all the jolly U-dollars of the country, and in 24 hours you shall see dry ground where the loch of Braybaster now is." A loud laugh of applause, which for a time actually silenced Triptolemus, attended a jest so very well suited to time and place. A jolly toast was given, a merry song was sung, the ship unloaded her sweets, the pinnace made its genial rounds. The duet betwixt Magnus and Triptolemus, which had attracted the attention of the whole company from its superior vehemence, now once more sunk, and merged into the general hum of the convivial table, and the poet Halcrow again resumed his usurped possession of the ear of Mordaunt Mertown. "Whereabouts was I?" he said, with a tone which expressed to his weary listener, more plainly than words could, how much of his desultory tale yet remained to be told. "Oh, I remember. We were just at the door of the Wit's coffee house. It was set up by one—" "Nay, but, my dear Master Halcrow," said his hearer, somewhat impatiently, "I am desirous to hear of your meeting with Dryden." "What, with glorious John? True. Ay, where was I? At the Wit's coffee house. Well, in at the door we got, the waiters and so forth staring at me, for as to Thimbleweight, honest fellow, his was a well-known face. I can tell you a story about that." "Nay, but John Dryden," said Mordaunt, in a tone which deprecated further digression. "Ay, ay, glorious John, where was I? Well, as we stood close by the bar, where one fellow sat grinding of coffee and another putting up tobacco into penny parcels, a pipe and a fish cost just a penny, then and there it was that I had the first peep of him. One Dennis sat near him, who— Nay, but John Dryden, what like was he demanded Mordaunt. "Like a little fat old man with his own grey hair, and in a full trimmed black suit that sat close as a glove. Honest Thimbleweight let no one but himself shape for glorious John, and he had a slashing hand at a sleeve, I promise you. But there is no getting a mouthful of common sense spoken here. Damn that Scotchman, he and old Magnus are at it again." It was very true, and although the interruption did not resemble a thunderclap, to which the former stentorian exclamation of the U-dollar might have been likened, it was a close and clamorous dispute maintained by question, answer, retort, and repartee, as closely huddled upon each other as the sounds which announce from a distance a close and sustained fire of musketry. "Hear reason, sir," said the U-dollar. "We will hear reason, and speak reason too, and if reason fall short, you shall have rhyme to boot. Ha, my little friend Holcrow." Though cut off in the middle of his best story, if that could be said to have a middle which had neither beginning nor end, the bard bristled up at the summons like a corps of light infantry when ordered up to the support of the grenadiers, looked smart, slapped the table with his hand, and denoted his becoming readiness to back his hospitable landlord, as becomes a well-entertained guest. Triptolemus was a little daunted at this reinforcement of his adversary. He paused, like a cautious general, in the sweeping attack which he had commenced on the peculiar usages of Zetland, and spoke not again until the U-dollar poked him with the insulting query, "Where is your reason now, Master Yellowly, that you were deafening me with a moment since?" "But be patient, worthy sir," replied the agriculturalist. "What on earth can you or any other man say in defence of that thing you call a plough in this blinded country? Why, even the savage Highlandmen in Caithness and Sutherland can make more work, and better, with their gaschrome, or whatever they call it." "But what ails you at it, sir?" said the U-dollar. "Let me hear your objections to it. It tills our land, and what would ye more?" "It hath but one handle or stilt," replied Triptolemus. "And who the devil," said the poet, aiming at something smart, "would wish to need a pair of stilts, if he can manage to walk with a single one?" "Or tell me," said Magnus Troil, "how it were possible for Neil of Lupness, that lost his arm by his fall from the crag of Neckbrecken, to manage a plough with two handles?" "The harness is of raw sealskin," said Triptolemus. "It will save dressed leather," answered Magnus Troil. "It is drawn by 4 wretched bullocks," said the agriculturalist, "that are yoked breast fashion, and 2 women must follow this unhappy instrument, and complete the furrows with a couple of shovels." "Drink about, Master Yellowly," said the U-dollar, "and, as you say in Scotland, never fash your thumb. Our cattle are too high-spirited to let one go before the other. Our men are too gentle and well-nurtured to take the working field without the women's company. Our ploughs till our land bears us barley, we brew our ale, eat our bread, and make strangers welcome to their share of it. Here's to you, Master Yellowly." This was said in a tone meant to be decisive of the question, and accordingly Holcrow whispered to Mordaunt, "That has settled the matter, and now we will get on with glorious John." There he sat in his suit of full trimmed black. 2 years due was the bill, as mine honest landlord afterwards told me, and such an eye in his head, none of your burning, blighting, falcon eyes, which we poets are apt to make a rout about, but a soft, full, thoughtful, yet penetrating glance. Never saw the like of it in my life, unless it were little Stephen Clingcogs, the fiddler at Papistow, who—" "Nay, but John Dryden," said Mordaunt, who, for want of better amusement, had begun to take a sort of pleasure in keeping the old gentleman to his narrative, as men herd in a restive sheep when they wish to catch him. He returned to his theme with his usual phrase of "Ay, true, glorious John. Well, sir, he cast his eye, such as I have described it, on mine landlord, and honest Tim, he said, what hast thou got here? And all the wits and lords and gentlemen that used to crowd round him, like the wenches round a pedlar at a fair, they made way for us, and up we came to the fireside, where he had his own established chair. I have heard it was carried to the balcony in summer, but it was by the fireside when I saw it. So up came Tom Thimbleweight through the midst of them, as bold as a lion, and I followed with a small parcel under my arm, which I had taken up partly to oblige my landlord, as the shop porter was not in the way, and partly that I might be thought to have something to do there, for you are to think there was no admittance at the Wits for strangers who had no business there. I have heard that Sir Charles Sedley said a good thing about that." "Nay, but you forget glorious John," said Mordaunt. "Ay, glorious you may well call him. They talk of their Blackmore and Shadwell and such like, not fit to tie the latchets of John's shoes. Well, he said to my landlord, 'What have you got there?' And he, bowing, I warrant, lower than he would to a duke, said he had made bold to come and show him the stuff which Lady Elizabeth had chose for her nightgown. And which of your geese is that, Tim, who has got it tucked under his wing?" "He is an Orkney goose, if it please you, Mr. Dryden," said Tim, who had wit at will, "and he hath brought you a copy of verses for your honour to look at." "Is he amphibious?" said glorious John, taking the paper, and methought I could rather have faced a battery of cannon than the crackle it gave as it opened, though he did not speak in a way to dash one neither. And then he looked at the verses, and he was pleased to say, in a very encouraging way indeed, with a sort of good-humoured smile on his face, and certainly for a fat elderly gentleman, for I would not compare it to Minna's smile or Brenda's. He had the pleasantest smile I ever saw. "Why, Tim," he said, "this goose of yours will prove a swan on your hands." With that he smiled a little, and they all laughed, and none louder than those who stood too far off to hear the jest, for every one knew when he smiled there was something worth laughing at, and so took it upon trust. And the word passed through among the young Templars and the wits and the smarts, and there was nothing but question on question who we were, and one French fellow was trying to tell them it was only Monsieur Tim Thimbleweight, but he made such work with his Dumbletate and Timbletate that I thought his explanation would have lasted as long as your own story, thought Mordaunt. But the narrative was at length finally cut short by the strong and decided voice of the Udollar. "I will hear no more on it, Mr. Factor," he exclaimed. "At least let me say something about the breed of horses," said Yellowly, in rather a cry-mercy tone of voice. "Your horses, my dear sir, resemble cats in size, and tigers in devilry." "For their size," said Magnus, "they are the easier for us to get off and on them, as Triptolemus experienced this morning," thought Mordaunt to himself. "And as for their devilry, let no one mount them that cannot manage them." A twinge of self-conviction on the part of the agriculturalist prevented him from reply. He darted a deprecatory glance at Mordaunt, as if for the purpose of imploring secrecy respecting his tumble, and the U-dollar, who saw his advantage, although he was not aware of the cause, pursued it with the high and stern tone proper to one who had all his life been unaccustomed to meet with, and unapt to endure opposition. "By the blood of St. Magnus the Martyr," he said, "but you are a fine fellow, Master Factor Yellowly. You come to us from a strange land, and understanding neither our laws, nor our manners, nor our language, and you propose to become governor of the country, and that we should all be your slaves." "My pupils, worthy sir, my pupils," said Yellowly, "and that only for your own proper advantage." "We are too old to go to school," said the Zetlander. "I tell you once more, we will sow and reap our grain as our fathers did. We will eat what God sends us, with our doors open to the stranger, even as theirs were open. If there is aught imperfect in our practice, we will amend it in time and season. But the blessed Baptist's holy day was made for light hearts and quick heels. He that speaks a word more of reason, as you call it, or anything that looks like it, shall swallow a pint of sea-water, he shall by this hand, and so fill up the good ship, the Jolly Mariner of Canton, once more, for the benefit of those who will stick by her, and let the rest have a fling with the fiddlers, who have been summoning us this hour. I will warrant every wench is on tiptoe by this time. Come, Mr. Yellowly, no unkindness, man. Why, man, thou feelest the rolling of the Jolly Mariner still." For in truth honest Triptolemus showed a little unsteadiness of motion as he rose to attend his host. "But never mind, we shall have thee find thy land legs to reel it with yonder bonny bells. Come along, Triptolemus, let me grapple thee fast, lest thou trip, old Triptolemus. Ha, ha, ha." So saying, the portly, though weather-beaten hulk of the U-dollar sailed off like a man of war that had braved 100 gales, having his guest in tow like a recent prize. The greater part of the revellers followed their leader with loud jubilee, although there were several staunch topers who, taking the option left them by the U-dollar, remained behind to relieve the Jolly Mariner of a fresh cargo, amidst many a pledge to the health of their absent landlord, and to the prosperity of his roof-tree, with whatsoever other wishes of kindness could be devised, as an apology for another pint-bumper of noble punch. The rest soon thronged the dancing-room, an apartment which partook of the simplicity of the time and of the country. Drawing-rooms and saloons were then unknown in Scotland, save in the houses of the nobility, and of course absolutely so in Zetland. But a long, low, anomalous storeroom, sometimes used for the depositation of merchandise, sometimes for putting aside lumber, and 1,000 other purposes, was well known to all the youth of Dunrossness, and of many a district besides, as the scene of the merry dance, which was sustained with so much glee when Magnus Troil gave his frequent feasts. The first appearance of this ballroom might have shocked a fashionable party assembled for the quadrille or the waltz. Low as we have stated the apartment to be, it was but imperfectly illuminated by lamps, candles, ship-lanterns, and a variety of other candelabra, which served to throw a dusky light upon the floor and upon the heaps of merchandise and miscellaneous articles which were piled around, some of them stores for the winter, some goods destined for exportation, some the tribute of Neptune, paid at the expense of shipwrecked vessels, whose owners were unknown, some articles of barter received by the proprietor, who, like most others at the period, was somewhat of a merchant as well as a landholder, in exchange for the fish and other articles, the produce of his estate. All these, with the chests, boxes, casks, etc., which contained them, had been drawn aside and piled one above the other in order to give room for the dancers, who, light and lively, as if they had occupied the most splendid saloon in the parish of St. James, executed their national dances with equal grace and activity. The group of old men who looked on bore no inconsiderable resemblance to a party of aged Tritons engaged in beholding the sport of the sea nymphs. So hard a look had most of them acquired by contending with the elements, and so much did the shaggy hair and beards, which many of them cultivated after the ancient Norwegian fashion, gave their heads the character of these supposed natives of the deep. The young people, on the other hand, were uncommonly handsome, tall, well-made, and shapely, the men with long fair hair, and, until broken by the weather, a fresh ruddy complexion, which in the females was softened into a bloom of infinite delicacy. Their natural good ear for music qualified them to second to the utmost the exertions of a band, whose strains were by no means contemptible, while the elders, who stood around or sat quiet upon the old sea-chests, which served for chairs, criticized the dancers, as they compared their execution with their own exertions in former days, or, warmed by the cup and flagon which continued to circulate among them, snapped their fingers and beat time with their feet to the music. Mordaunt looked upon this scene of universal mirth with the painful recollection that he, thrust aside from his preeminence, no longer exercised the important duties of chief of the dancers, or office of leader of the revels, which had been assigned to the stranger Cleveland. Anxious, however, to suppress the feelings of his own disappointment, which he felt it was neither wise to entertain nor manly to display, he approached his fair neighbors, to whom he had been so acceptable at table, with the purpose of inviting one of them to become his partner in the dance. But the awfully ancient old lady, even the Lady Glororum, who had only tolerated the exuberance of her niece's mirth during the time of dinner, because her situation rendered it then impossible for her to interfere, was not disposed to permit the apprehended renewal of the intimacy implied in Murtown's invitation. She therefore took upon herself, in the name of her two nieces, who sat pouting beside her in displeased silence, to inform Mordaunt, after thanking him for his civility, that the hands of her nieces were engaged for that evening, and as he continued to watch the party at a little distance, he had an opportunity of being convinced that the alleged engagement was a mere apology to get rid of him, when he saw the two good-humoured sisters join the dance under the auspices of the next young men who asked their hands. Incensed at so marked a slight, and unwilling to expose himself to another, Mordaunt Murtown drew back from the circle of dancers, shrouded himself amongst the mass of inferior persons who crowded into the bottom of the room as spectators, and there, concealed from the observation of others, digested his own mortification as well as he could, that is to say, very ill, and with all the philosophy of his age, that is to say, with none at all. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. A torch for me, let wantons light of heart tickle the useless rushes with their heels, for I am proverbed with a grandsire phrase, I'll be a candle holder and look on. Romeo and Juliet. The youth, says the moralist Johnson, cares not for the boy's hobby horse, nor the man for the youth's mistress, and therefore the distress of Mordaunt Mertown, when excluded from the merry dance, may seem trifling to many of my readers, who would nevertheless think they did well to be angry if deposed from their usual place in an assembly of a different kind. There lacked not amusement, however, for those whom the dance did not suit, or who were not happy enough to find partners to their liking. Halcrow, now completely in his element, had assembled round him an audience to whom he was declaiming his poetry with all the enthusiasm of glorious John himself, and receiving in return the usual degree of applause allowed to minstrels who recite their own rhymes, so long, at least, as the author is within hearing of the criticism. Halcrow's poetry might indeed have interested the antiquary as well as the admirer of the Muses, for several of his pieces were translations or imitations from the skaldic sagas, which continued to be sung by the fishermen of those islands even until a very late period, insomuch that when Gray's poems first found their way to Orkney, the old people recognized at once, in the ode of the Fatal Sisters, the runic rhymes which had amused or terrified their infancy under the title of the Magicians, and which the fishers of North Ronaldshaw and other remote isles used still to sing when asked for a Norse ditty. Half listening, half lost in his own reflections, Mordaunt Mertown stood near the door of the apartment, and in the outer ring of the little circle formed round old Halcrow, while the bard chanted to a low, wild, monotonous air, varied only by the efforts of the singer to give interest and emphasis to particular passages. The following imitation of a northern war song. The Song of Harold Harfager. The sun is rising dimly red, the wind is wailing low and dread, from his cliff the eagle sallies, leaves the wolf his darksome valleys. In the mists the ravens hover, peep the wild dogs from the cover, screaming, croaking, baying, yelling, each in his wild accents telling, soon we feast on dead and dying, fair-haired Harold's flag is flying. Many a crest in air is streaming, many a helmet darkly gleaming, many an arm the axe uprears, doomed to hew the wood of spears. All along the crowded ranks horses neigh, and armour clanks. Chiefs are shouting, clarions ringing, louder still the bard is singing. Gather, footmen, gather, horsemen, to the field, ye valiant Norsemen. Halt ye not for food or slumber, view not vantage, count not number. Jolly reapers forward still, grow the crop on vale or hill. Thick or scattered, stiff or lithe, it shall down before the scythe. Forward with your sickles bright, reap the harvest of the fight. Onward, footmen, onward, horsemen, to the charge, ye gallant Norsemen. Fatal choosers of the slaughter, over you hovers Odin's daughter. Hear the voice she spreads before ye, victory and wealth and glory, o'er old Valhalla's roaring hail, her ever-circling mead and ale, where for eternity unite the joys of wassail and of fight. Headlong forward, foot and horsemen, charge and fight, and die like Norsemen. The poor unhappy blinded heathens, said Triptolemus, with a sigh deep enough for a groan. They speak of their eternal cups of ale, and I question if they kenned how to manage a croft land of grain. The cleverer fellows they, neighbour Yellowly, answered the poet, if they made ale without barley. Barley, alack a day, replied the more accurate agriculturalist. Who ever heard of barley in these parts? Bear, my dearest friend, bear is all they have, and wonderment it is to me that they ever see an on of it. Ye scart the land with a bit thing ye call a plough. Ye might as well give it a writ with the teeth of a redding came. Oh, to see the sock and the heel and the sole clout of a real steady Scottish plough, with a shield like a Samson between the stilts, laying a weight on them would keep down a mountain. 'Twas stately Owson, and as many broad-breasted horse in the traces, going through soil and till, and leaving a fur in the ground, would carry off water like a cause-eyed siver. They that have seen a sight like that have seen something to crack about in another sort than those unhappy old world stories of war and slaughter, of which the land has seen even but too mickle, for all your singing and soughing away in praise of such bloodthirsty doings, Master Claude Halcrow. It is a heresy, said the animated little poet, bridling and drawing himself up, as if the whole defence of the Orcadian archipelago rested on his single arm. It is a heresy so much as to name one's native country, if a man is not prepared when and how to defend himself, ay, and to annoy another. The time has been that if we made not good ale and aqua vita, we knew well enough where to find that which was ready-made to our hand. But now the descendants of sea-kings and champions and berserkers are become as incapable of using their swords as if they were so many women. Ye may praise them for a strong pull on an oar, or a sure foot on a skerry. But what else could glorious John himself say of ye, my good Hatlanders, that any man would listen to? Spoken like an angel, most noble poet, said Cleveland, who during an interval of the dance stood near the party in which this conversation was held. The old champions you talked to us about yesternight were the men to make a harp ring, gallant fellows, that were friends to the sea and enemies to all that sailed on it. Their ships, I suppose, were clumsy enough, but if it is true that they went upon the account as far as the Levant, I scarce believe that ever better fellows unloosed a topsail. Ay, replied Halcrow, there you spoke them right. In those days none could call their life and means of living their own, unless they dwelt 20 miles out of sight of the blue sea. Why, they had public prayers put up in every church in Europe for deliverance from the ire of the Northmen. In France and England, ay, and in Scotland too, for as high as they hold their head nowadays, there was not a bay or a haven, but it was freer to our forefathers than to the poor devils of natives. And now we cannot, forsooth, so much as grow our own barley without Scottish help. Here he darted a sarcastic glance at the factor. I would I saw the time we were to measure arms with them again. Spoken like a hero once more, said Cleveland. Ah, continued the little bard, I would it were possible to see our barks, once the water dragons of the world, swimming with the black raven standard waving at the topmast, and their decks glimmering with arms, instead of being heaped up with stockfish. winning with our fearless hands what the niggard soil denies, paying back all old scorn and modern injury, reaping where we never sowed, and felling what we never planted, living and laughing through the world, and smiling when we were summoned to quit it. So spoke Claude Halcrow in no serious, or at least most certainly in no sober mood, his brain, never the most stable, whizzing under the influence of 50 well-remembered sagas, besides 5 bumpers of usba and brandy, and Cleveland, between jest and earnest, clapped him on the shoulder and again repeated, "Spoken like a hero." "Spoken like a fool, I think," said Magnus Troil, whose attention had been also attracted by the vehemence of the little bard. "Where would you cruise upon, or against whom? We are all subjects of one realm, I trow, and I would have you to remember that your voyage may bring up at execution dock. I like not the Scots. No offence, Mr. Yellowly. That is, I would like them well enough if they would stay quiet in their own land, and leave us at peace with our own people and manners and fashions, and if they would but abide there till I went to harry them like a mad old berserker, I would leave them in peace till the day of judgment. With what the sea sends us, and the land lends us, as the proverb says, and a set of honest neighbourly folks to help us to consume it, so help me, Saint Magnus, as I think we are even but too happy." "I know what war is," said an old man, "and I would as soon sail through Sumburg Roost in a cockle shell or in a worse loom, as I would venture there again." "And pray what wars knew your valour?" said Halcrow, who, though forbearing to contradict his landlord from a sense of respect, was not a whit inclined to abandon his argument to any meaner authority. "I was pressed," answered the old Triton, "to serve under Montrose, when he came here about the 1651, and carried a sort of us off, will ye nill ye, to get our throats cut in the wilds of Strathnavern. I shall never forget it. We had been hard put to it for victuals. What would I have given for a luncheon of Bergwestra beef, ay, or a mess of sour sillocks, when our Highland men brought in a dainty drove of kylos? Much ceremony there was not, for we shot and felled and flayed and roasted and broiled as it came to every man's hand, till just as our beards were at the greasiest, we heard, God preserve us, a tramp of horse, then 2 or 3 dropping shots, then came a full salvo, and then, when the officers were crying on us to stand, and most of us looking which way we might run away, down they broke, horse and foot, with old John Urry, or Hurry, or whatever they called him. He hurried us that day, and worried us to boot, and we began to fall as thick as the stots that we were felling 5 minutes before. And Montrose, said the soft voice of the graceful Minna, what became of Montrose, or how looked he? Like a lion with the hunters before him, answered the old gentleman, but I looked not twice his way, for my own lay right over the hill. And so you left him? said Minna, in a tone of the deepest contempt. It was no fault of mine, Mistress Minna, answered the old man, somewhat out of countenance, but I was there with no choice of my own, and besides, what good could I have done? All the rest were running like sheep, and why should I have stayed? You might have died with him, said Minna, and lived with him to all eternity in immortal verse, added Claude Halcrow. I thank you, Mistress Minna, replied the plain-dealing Zetlander, and I thank you, my old friend Claude, but I would rather drink both your healths. in this good bicker of ale, like a living man as I am, than that you should be making songs in my honour for having died 40 or 50 years agone. But what signified it? Run or fight, 'twas all one. They took Montrose, poor fellow, for all his doughty deeds, and they took me that did no doughty deeds at all, and they hanged him, poor man, and as for me— I trust in heaven they flogged and pickled you, said Cleveland, worn out of patience with the dull narrative of the peaceful Zetlander's poltroonery, of which he seemed so wondrous little ashamed. Flog horses and pickle beef, said Magnus. Why, you have not the vanity to think that with all your quarter-deck airs you will make poor old neighbour Hagen ashamed that he was not killed some scores of years since. You have looked on death yourself, my doughty young friend, but it was with the eyes of a young man who wishes to be thought of. But we are a peaceful people, peaceful, that is, as long as any one should be peaceful, and that is till some one has the impudence to wrong us or our neighbours, and then perhaps they may not find our northern blood much cooler in our veins than was that of the old Scandinavians that gave us our names and lineage. Get ye along to the sword dance, that the strangers that are amongst us may see that our hands and our weapons are not altogether unacquainted even yet. A dozen cutlasses, selected hastily from an old arm-chest, and whose rusted hue bespoke how seldom they left the sheath, armed the same number of young Zetlanders, with whom mingled 6 maidens, led by Minitroil, and the minstrelsy instantly commenced a tune appropriate to the ancient Norwegian war dance, the evolutions of which are perhaps still practised in those remote islands. The first movement was graceful and majestic, the youths holding their swords erect and without much gesture, but the tune and the corresponding motions of the dancers became gradually more and more rapid. They clashed their swords together in measured time with a spirit which gave the exercise a dangerous appearance in the eye of the spectator, though the firmness, justice, and accuracy with which the dancers kept time with the stroke of their weapons did in truth ensure its safety. The most singular part of the exhibition was the courage exhibited by the female performers, who now, surrounded by the swordsmen, seemed like the Sabine maidens in the hands of their Roman lovers. Now, moving under the arch of steel which the young men had formed, by crossing their weapons over the heads of their fair partners, resembled the band of Amazons when they first joined in the Pyrrhic dance with the followers of Theseus. But by far the most striking and appropriate figure was that of Minitroil, whom Halcrow had long since entitled the Queen of Swords, and who, indeed, moved amidst the swordsmen with an air which seemed to hold all the drawn blades as the proper accompaniments of her person, and the implements of her pleasure. And when the mazes of the dance became more intricate, when the close and continuous clash of the weapons made some of her companions shrink and show signs of fear, her cheek, her lip, and her eye seemed rather to announce that at the moment when the weapons flashed fastest and rung sharpest around her, she was most completely self-possessed and in her own element. Last of all, when the music had ceased, and she remained for an instant upon the floor by herself, as the rule of the dance required, the swordsmen and maidens who departed from around her seemed the guards and the train of some princess, who, dismissed by her signal, were leaving her for a time to solitude. Her own look and attitude, wrapped, as she probably was, in some vision of the imagination, corresponded admirably with the ideal dignity which the spectators ascribed to her. But almost immediately recollecting herself, she blushed, as if conscious she had been, though but for an instant, the object of undivided attention, and gave her hand gracefully to Cleveland, who, though he had not joined in the dance, assumed the duty of conducting her to her seat. As they passed, Mordaunt Murtown might observe that Cleveland whispered into Minna's ear, and that her brief reply was accompanied with even more discomposure of countenance than she had manifested when encountering the gaze of the whole assembly. Mordaunt's suspicions were strongly awakened by what he observed, for he knew Minna's character well, and with what equanimity and indifference she was in the custom of receiving the usual compliments and gallantries with which her beauty and her situation rendered her sufficiently familiar. Can it be possible she really loves this stranger? Was the unpleasant thought that instantly shot across Mordaunt's mind. And if she does, what is my interest in the matter? Was the second, and which was quickly followed by the reflection that though he claimed no interest at any time but as a friend, and though that interest was now withdrawn, he was still, in consideration of their former intimacy, entitled both to be sorry and angry at her for throwing away her affections on one he judged unworthy of her. In this process of reasoning, it is probable that a little mortified vanity, or some indescribable shade of selfish regret, might be endeavoring to assume the disguise of disinterested generosity. But there is so much of base alloy in our very best, unassisted thoughts, that it is melancholy work to criticize too closely the motives of our most worthy actions. At least we would recommend to everyone to let one of his neighbors pass current, however narrowly he may examine the purity of his own. The sword dance was succeeded by various other specimens of the same exercise, and by songs, to which the singers lent their whole soul, while the audience were sure, as occasion offered, to unite in some favorite chorus. It is upon such occasions that music, though of a simple and even rude character, finds its natural empire over the generous bosom, and produces that strong excitement which cannot be attained by the most learned compositions of the first masters, which are caviar to the common ear, although doubtless they afford a delight, exquisite in its kind, to those whose natural capacity and education have enabled them to comprehend and relish those difficult and complicated combinations of harmony. It was about midnight when a knocking at the door of the mansion, with the sound of the goo and the langspiel, announced by their tinkling chime the arrival of fresh revellers, to whom, according to the hospitable custom of the country, the apartments were instantly thrown open. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. My mind misgives some consequence, yet hanging in the stars shall bitterly begin his fearful date with this night's revels. Romeo and Juliet. The newcomers were, according to the frequent custom of such frolickers all over the world, disguised in a sort of masking habits, and designed to represent the Tritons and mermaids, with whom ancient tradition and popular belief have peopled the northern seas. The former, called by Zetlanders of that time Schuppeltens, were represented by young men grotesquely habited, with false hair and beards made of flax, and chaplets composed of sea ware interwoven with shells, and other marine productions, with which also were decorated their light blue or greenish mantles of wadmal, repeatedly before mentioned. They had fish spears and other emblems of their assumed quality, amongst which the classical taste of Claude Halcrow, by whom the mask was arranged, had not forgotten the conch shells, which were stoutly and hoarsely winded from time to time by one of the aquatic deities, to the great annoyance of all who stood near them. The Nereids and water nymphs who attended on this occasion displayed, as usual, a little more taste and ornament than was to be seen amongst their male attendants. Fantastic garments of green silk, and other materials of superior cost and fashion, had been contrived so as to imitate their idea of the inhabitants of the waters, and at the same time to show the shape and features of the fair wearers to the best advantage. The bracelets and shells which adorned the neck, arms, and ankles of the pretty mermaidens were in some cases intermixed with real pearls, and the appearance upon the whole was such as might have done no discredit to the court of Amphitrite, especially when the long bright locks, blue eyes, fair complexions, and pleasing features of the maidens of Thule were taken into consideration. We do not indeed pretend to aver that any of these seeming mermaids had so accurately imitated the real siren as commentators have supposed those attendant on Cleopatra did, who, adopting the fish's train of their original, were able nevertheless to make their bends or ends, said commentators cannot tell which, adornings. Indeed, had they not left their extremities in their natural state, it would have been impossible for the Zetland sirens to have executed the very pretty dance with which they rewarded the company for the ready admission which had been granted to them. It was soon discovered that these maskers were no strangers, but a part of the guests, who, stealing out a little time before, had thus disguised themselves in order to give variety to the mirth of the evening. The muse of Claude Halcrow, always active on such occasions, had supplied them with an appropriate song, of which we may give the following specimen. The song was alternate betwixt a Nereid, or mermaid, and a merman, or triton, the males and females on either part forming a semi-chorus, which accompanied and bore burden to the principal singer. 1. Mermaid. Fathoms deep beneath the wave, stringing beads of glistering pearl, singing the achievements brave of many an old Norwegian earl, dwelling where the tempest's raving falls as light upon our ear as the sigh of lover craving pity from his lady dear. Children of wild Thule, we, from the deep caves of the sea, as the lark springs from the lea, hither come to share your glee. 2. Merman. From reining of the water horse that bounded till the waves were foaming, watching the infant tempest's course, chasing the sea snake in his roaming, from winding charge notes on the shell when the huge whale and swordfish duel, or tolling shroudless seaman's knell when the winds and waves are cruel. Children of wild Thule, we have ploughed such furrows on the sea as the steer draws on the lee, and hither we come to share your glee. 3. mermaids and mermen. We heard you in our twilight caves, 100 fathom deep below, for notes of joy can pierce the waves that drown each sound of war and woe. Those who dwell beneath the sea love the sons of Thule well. Thus to aid your mirth bring we dance and song and sounding shell. Children of dark Thule know those who dwell by Half and Voe, where your daring shallops row, come to share the festal show. The final chorus was borne by the whole voices, excepting those carrying the conch shells, who had been trained to blow them in a sort of rude accompaniment, which had a good effect. The poetry, as well as the performance of the maskers, received great applause from all who pretended to be judges of such matters, but above all from Triptolemus Yellowly, who, his ear having caught the agricultural sounds of plough and furrow, and his brain being so well drenched that it could only construe the words in their most literal acceptation, declared roundly, and called Mordaunt to bear witness, that though it was a shame to waste so much good lint as went to form the Tritons' beards and periwigs, the song contained the only words of common sense which he had heard all that long day. But Mordaunt had no time to answer the appeal, being engaged in attending with the utmost vigilance to the motions of one of the female maskers, who had given him a private signal as they entered, which induced him, though uncertain who she might prove to be, to expect some communication from her of importance. The siren, who had so boldly touched his arm, and had accompanied the gesture with an expression of eye which bespoke his attention, was disguised with a good deal more care than her sister maskers, her mantle being loose and wide enough to conceal her shape completely, and her face hidden beneath a silk mask. He observed that she gradually detached herself from the rest of the maskers, and at length placed herself, as if for the advantage of the air, near the door of a chamber which remained open, looked earnestly at him again, and then, taking an opportunity, when the attention of the company was fixed upon the rest of her party, she left the apartment. Mordaunt did not hesitate instantly to follow his mysterious guide, for such we may term the masker, as she paused to let him see the direction she was about to take, and then walked swiftly towards the shore of the Voe, or saltwater lake, now lying full before them, its small summer waves glistening and rippling under the influence of a broad moonlight, which, added to the strong twilight of those regions during the summer solstice, left no reason to regret the absence of the sun, the path of whose setting was still visible on the waves of the west, while the horizon on the east side was already beginning to glimmer with the lights of dawn. Mordaunt had therefore no difficulty in keeping sight of his disguised guide, as she tripped it over height and hollow to the seaside, and winding among the rocks, led the way to the spot where his own labours, during the time of his former intimacy at Bergwestra, had constructed a sheltered and solitary seat, where the daughters of Magnus were accustomed to spend, when the weather was suitable, a good deal of their time. Here then was to be the place of explanation, for the masker stopped, and after a moment's hesitation sat down on the rustic settle. But from the lips of whom was he to receive it? Norna had first occurred to him, but her tall figure and slow majestic step were entirely different from the size and gait of the more fairy-formed siren, who had preceded him with as light a trip as if she had been a real Nereid, who, having remained too late upon the shore, was under the dread of Amphitrite's displeasure. hastening to regain her native element. Since it was not Norna, it could be only, he thought, Brenda, who thus singled him out, and when she had seated herself upon the bench and taken the mask from her face, Brenda it accordingly proved to be. Mordaunt had certainly done nothing to make him dread her presence, and yet such is the influence of bashfulness over the ingenuous youth of both sexes, that he experienced all the embarrassment of one who finds himself unexpectedly placed before a person who is justly offended with him. Brenda felt no less embarrassment, but as she had sought this interview, and was sensible it must be a brief one, she was compelled, in spite of herself, to begin the conversation. "Mordaunt," she said, with a hesitating voice, then correcting herself, she proceeded, "you must be surprised, Mr. Murtown, that I should have taken this uncommon freedom." "It was not till this morning, Brenda," replied Mordaunt, "that any mark of friendship or intimacy from you or from your sister could have surprised me. I am far more astonished that you should shun me without reason for so many hours, than that you should now allow me an interview. In the name of Heaven, Brenda, in what have I offended you? Or why are we on these unusual terms?" "May it not be enough to say," replied Brenda, looking downward, "that it is my father's pleasure?" "No, it is not enough," returned Murtown. "Your father cannot have so suddenly altered his whole thoughts of me and his whole actions towards me, without acting under the influence of some strong delusion. I ask you but to explain of what nature it is, for I will be contented to be lower in your esteem than the meanest hind in these islands, if I cannot show that his change of opinion is only grounded upon some infamous deception, or some extraordinary mistake." "It may be so," said Brenda. "I hope it is so. That I do hope it is so, my desire to see you thus in private may well prove to you. But it is difficult. In short, it is impossible for me to explain to you the cause of my father's resentment. Norna has spoken with him concerning it boldly, and I fear they parted in displeasure, and you well know no light matter could cause that." "I have observed," said Mordaunt, "that your father is most attentive to Norna's counsel, and more complaisant to her peculiarities than to those of others. This I have observed, though he is no willing believer in the supernatural qualities to which she lays claim." "They are related distantly," answered Brenda, "and were friends in youth. Nay, as I have heard, it was once supposed they would have married. But Norna's peculiarities showed themselves immediately on her father's death, and there was an end of that matter, if ever there was anything in it. But it is certain my father regards her with much interest, and it is, I fear, a sign how deeply his prejudices respecting you must be rooted, since they have in some degree quarrelled on your account." "Now, blessings upon you, Brenda, that you have called them prejudices," said Murtown, warmly and hastily. "A thousand blessings on you. You were ever gentle-hearted. You could not have maintained even the show of unkindness long." "It was indeed but a show," said Brenda, softening gradually into the familiar tone in which they had conversed from infancy. "I could never think, Mordaunt, never, that is, seriously believe, that you could say aught unkind of Minna or of me." "And who dares to say I have?" said Mordaunt, giving way to the natural impetuosity of his disposition. "Who dares to say that I have, and ventures at the same time to hope that I will suffer his tongue to remain in safety betwixt his jaws? By Saint Magnus the Martyr, I will feed the hawks with it." "Nay, now," said Brenda, "your anger only terrifies me, and will force me to leave you." "Leave me," said he, "without telling me either the calumny or the name of the villainous calumniator?" "Oh, there are more than one," answered Brenda, "that have possessed my father with an opinion, which I cannot myself tell you, but there are more than one who say— were they hundreds, Brenda, I will do no less to them than I have said, sacred martyr, to accuse me of speaking unkindly of those whom I most respected and valued under heaven. I will back to the apartment this instant, and your father shall do me right before all the world." "Do not go, for the love of heaven," said Brenda, "do not go, as you would not render me the most unhappy wretch in existence." "Tell me then, at least, if I guess aright," said Mordaunt, "when I name this Cleveland for one of those who have slandered me." "No, no," said Brenda vehemently, "you run from one error into another more dangerous. You say you are my friend, I am willing to be yours, but be still for a moment, and hear what I have to say. Our interview has lasted but too long already, and every additional moment brings additional danger with it." "Tell me then," said Murtown, much softened by the poor girl's extreme apprehension and distress, "what is it that you require of me? And believe me, it is impossible for you to ask aught that I will not do my very uttermost to comply with." "Well, then, this captain," said Brenda, "this Cleveland—" "I knew it, by heaven!" said Mordaunt. "My mind assured me that the fellow was in one way or other at the bottom of all this mischief and misunderstanding." "If you cannot be silent and patient for an instant," replied Brenda, "I must instantly quit you. What I meant to say had no relation to you, but to another, in one word, to my sister Minna. I have nothing to say concerning her dislike to you, but an anxious tale to tell concerning his attention to her." "It is obvious, striking, and marked," said Mordaunt, "and unless my eyes deceive me, it is received as welcome, if indeed it is not returned." "That is the very cause of my fear," said Brenda. "I too was struck with the external appearance, frank manners, and romantic conversation of this man." "His appearance!" said Mordaunt. "He is stout and well featured enough, to be sure, but as old Sinclair of Quendale said to the Spanish admiral, farcy on his face. I have seen many a fairer hang on the Borough Moor. From his manners he might be captain of a privateer, and by his conversation the trumpeter to his own puppet show, for he speaks of little else than his own exploits." "You are mistaken," answered Brenda. "He speaks but too well on all that he has seen and learned. Besides, he has really been in many distant countries, and in many gallant actions, and he can tell them with as much spirit as modesty. You would think you saw the flash and heard the report of the guns. And he has other tones of talking too, about the delightful trees and fruits of distant climates, and how the people wear no dress through the whole year, half so warm as our summer gowns, and indeed put on little except cambric and muslin." "Upon my word, Brenda, he does seem to understand the business of amusing young ladies," replied Mordaunt. "He does indeed," said Brenda, with great simplicity. "I assure you that, at first, I liked him better than Minna did. And yet, though she is so much cleverer than I am, I know more of the world than she does, for I have seen more of cities, having been once at Kirkwall. Besides that, I was thrice at Lerwick, when the Dutch ships were there, so I should not be very easily deceived in people." "And pray, Brenda," said Murtown, "what was it that made you think less favourably of this young fellow, who seems to be so captivating?" "Why," said Brenda, after a moment's reflection, "at first he was much livelier, and the stories he told were not quite so melancholy or so terrible, and he laughed and danced more, and perhaps at that time danced oftener with Brenda than with her sister," added Mordaunt. "No, I am not sure of that," said Brenda, "and yet, to speak plain, I could have no suspicion of him at all while he was attending quite equally to us both. For you know that then he could have been no more to us than yourself, Mordaunt Mertoun, or young Swarester, or any other young man in the islands. But why then," said Mordaunt, "should you not see him with patience, become acquainted with your sister? He is wealthy, or seems to be so at least. You say he is accomplished and pleasant. What else would you desire in a lover for Minna?" "Mordaunt, you forget who we are," said the maiden, assuming an air of consequence, which sat as gracefully upon her simplicity as did the different tone in which she had spoken hitherto. "This is a little world of ours, this Shetland, inferior, perhaps, in soil and climate to other parts of the earth, at least so strangers say, but it is our own little world, and we, the daughters of Magnus Troil, hold a first rank in it. It would, I think, little become us, who are descended from sea-kings and jarls, to throw ourselves away upon a stranger who comes to our coast, like the eider-duck in spring, from we know not whence, and may leave it in autumn, to go we know not where. And who may yet entice a Zetland golden-eye to accompany his migration?" said Mertoun. "I will hear nothing light on such a subject," replied Brenda indignantly. "Minna, like myself, is the daughter of Magnus Troil, the friend of strangers, but the father of Shetland. He gives them the hospitality they need, but let not the proudest of them think that they can, at their pleasure, ally with his house." She said this in a tone of considerable warmth, which she instantly softened as she added, "No, Mordaunt, do not suppose that Minna Troil is capable of so far forgetting what she owes to her father and her father's blood as to think of marrying this Cleveland. But she may lend an ear to him so long as to destroy her future happiness. She has that sort of mind into which some feelings sink deeply. You remember how Ulla Strolson used to go day by day to the top of Vosdale Head to look for her lover's ship that was never to return. When I think of her slow step, her pale cheek, her eye that grew dimmer and dimmer like the lamp that is half extinguished for lack of oil, when I remember the fluttered look of something like hope with which she ascended the cliff at morning, and the deep dead despair which sat on her forehead when she returned, when I think on all this, can you wonder that I fear for Minna, whose heart is formed to entertain, with such deep-rooted fidelity, any affection that may be implanted in it?" "I do not wonder," said Mordaunt, eagerly sympathizing with the poor girl, for besides the tremulous expression of her voice, the light could almost show him the tear which trembled in her eye as she drew the picture to which her fancy had assimilated her sister. "I do not wonder that you should feel and fear whatever the purest affection can dictate. And if you can but point out to me in what I can serve your sisterly love, you shall find me as ready to venture my life, if necessary, as I have been to go out on the crag to get you the eggs of the guillemot. And believe me, that whatever has been told to your father or yourself of my entertaining the slightest thoughts of disrespect or unkindness is as false as a fiend could devise." "I believe it," said Brenda, giving him her hand. "I believe it, and my bosom is lighter now I have renewed my confidence in so old a friend. How can you aid us? I know not, but it was by the advice, I may say by the commands, of Norna, that I have ventured to make this communication, and I almost wonder," she added, as she looked around her, "that I have had courage to carry me through it. At present you know all I can tell you of the risk in which my sister stands. Look after this Cleveland. Beware how you quarrel with him, since you must so surely come by the worst with an experienced soldier." "I do not exactly understand," said the youth, "how that should so surely be. This I know, that with the good limbs and good heart that God hath given me, ay, and with a good cause to boot, I am little afraid of any quarrel which Cleveland can fix upon me." "Then, if not for your own sake, for Minna's sake," said Brenda, "for my father's, for mine, for all our sakes, avoid any strife with him, but be contented to watch him, and, if possible, to discover who he is, and what are his intentions towards us. He has talked of going to Orkney to inquire after the consort with whom he sailed. But day after day and week after week passes, and he goes not, and while he keeps my father company over the bottle, and tells Minna romantic stories of foreign people and distant wars in wild and unknown regions, the time glides on, and the stranger, of whom we know nothing except that he is one, becomes gradually closer and more inseparably intimate in our society. And now farewell. Norna hopes to make your peace with my father, and entreats you not to leave Bergwestra to-morrow, however cold he and my sister may appear towards you. I too," she said, stretching her hand towards him, "must wear a face of cold friendship, as towards an unwelcome visitor, but at heart we are still Brenda and Mordaunt. And now separate quickly, for we must not be seen together." She stretched her hand to him, but withdrew it in some slight confusion, laughing and blushing, when by a natural impulse he was about to press it to his lips. He endeavoured for a moment to detain her, for the interview had for him a degree of fascination, which as often as he had before been alone with Brenda he had never experienced. But she extricated herself from him, and again signing an adieu, and pointing out to him a path different from that which she was herself about to take, tripped towards the house, and was soon hidden from his view by the acclivity. Mordaunt stood gazing after her in a state of mind to which, as yet, he had been a stranger. The dubious neutral ground between love and friendship may be long and safely trodden, until he who stands upon it is suddenly called upon to recognize the authority of the one or the other power. And then it most frequently happens that the party who for years supposed himself only a friend finds himself at once transformed into a lover. That such a change in Mordaunt's feelings should take place from this date, although he himself was unable exactly to distinguish its nature, was to be expected. He found himself at once received, with the most unsuspicious frankness, into the confidence of a beautiful and fascinating young woman, by whom he had, so short a time before, imagined himself despised and disliked. And if anything could make a change, in itself so surprising and so pleasing, yet more intoxicating, it was the guileless and open-hearted simplicity of Brenda, that cast an enchantment over everything which she did or said. The scene, too, might have had its effect, though there was little occasion for its aid. But a fair face looks yet fairer under the light of the moon, and a sweet voice sounds yet sweeter among the whispering sounds of a summer night. Mordaunt, therefore, who had by this time returned to the house, was disposed to listen with unusual patience and complacency to the enthusiastic declamation pronounced upon Moonlight by Claude Halcrow, whose ecstasies had been awakened on the subject by a short turn in the open air, undertaken to qualify the vapours of the good liquor which he had not spared during the festival. "The sun, my boy," he said, "is every wretched labourer's day-lantern. It comes glaring yonder out of the east, to summon up a whole world to labour and to misery, whereas the merry moon lights all of us to mirth and to love." "And to madness, or she is much belied," said Mordaunt, by way of saying something. "Let it be so," answered Halcrow, "so she does not turn us melancholy mad. My dear young friend, the folks of this painstaking world are far too anxious about possessing all their wits, or having them, as they say, about them. At least, I know I have often been called half-witted, and I am sure I have gone through the world as well as if I had double the quantity. But stop, where was I? Oh, touching and concerning the moon. Why, man, she is the very soul of love and poetry. I question if there was ever a true lover in existence who had not got at least as far as "O thou" in a sonnet in her praise. The moon, said the factor, who was now beginning to speak very thick, ripens corn, at least the old folk said so, and she fills nuts also. Whilk is of less matter. Sparge nuces pueri. "A fine, said the Udollar, who was now in his altitudes. "The factor speaks Greek. By the bones of my holy namesake, Saint Magnus, he shall drink off the Jarl full of punch, unless he gives us a song on the spot." "Too much water drowned the miller," answered Triptolemus. "My brain has more need of draining than of being drenched with more liquor." "Sing then," said the despotic landlord, "for no one shall speak any other language here save honest Norse, jolly Dutch, or Dansk, or broad Scots, at the least of it. So, Eric Scambester, produce the yawl, and fill it to the brim as a charge for demurrage." Ere the vessel could reach the agriculturalists, he, seeing it under way and steering towards him by short tacks, for Scambester himself was by this time not over steady in his course, made a desperate effort, and began to sing, or rather to croak forth, a Yorkshire harvest home ballad, which his father used to sing when he was a little mellow, and which went to the tune of "Hey Dobbin, away with the waggon." The rueful aspect of the singer, and the desperate discordant tones of his voice, formed so delightful a contrast with the jollity of the words and tune, that honest Triptolemus afforded the same sort of amusement which a reveller might give by appearing on a festival day in the holy day coat of his grandfather. The jest concluded the evening, for even the mighty and strong-headed Magnus himself had confessed the influence of the sleepy god. The guests went off as they best might, each to his separate crib and resting place, and in a short time the mansion, which was of late so noisy, was hushed into perfect silence. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. They man their boats, and all the young men arm with whatsoever might the monsters harm, pikes, halberds, spits, and darts that wound afar, the tools of peace and implements of war. Now was the time for vigorous lads to show what love or honour could incite them to, a goodly theatre, where rocks are round with reverend age, and lovely lasses crowned. Battle of the Summer Islands. The morning which succeeds such a feast as that of Magnus Troil usually lacks a little of the zest which seasoned the revels of the preceding day, as the fashionable reader may have observed at a public breakfast during the race week in a country town. For what is called the best society, these lingering moments are usually spent by the company, each apart in their own dressing-rooms. At Berg-Westra, it will readily be believed, no such space for retirement was afforded, and the lasses, with their paler cheeks, the elder dames, with many a wink and yawn, were compelled to meet with their male companions, headaches and all, just 3 hours after they had parted from each other. Eric Scambester had done all that man could do to supply the full means of diverting the ennui of the morning meal. The board groaned with rounds of hung beef, made after the fashion of Shetland, with pasties, with baked meats, with fish, dressed and cured in every possible manner, nay, with the foreign delicacies of tea, coffee, and chocolate. For, as we have already had occasion to remark, the situation of these islands made them early acquainted with various articles of foreign luxury, which were as yet but little known in Scotland, where at a much later period than that we write of, 1 pound of green tea was dressed like cabbage, and another converted into a vegetable sauce for salt beef, by the ignorance of the good housewives, to whom they had been sent as rare presents. Besides these preparations, the table exhibited whatever mighty potions are resorted to by bon vivants, under the facetious name of a hair of the dog that bit you. There was the potent Irish usquebaugh, right Nance, genuine Schiedam, aquavita from Caithness, and golden Wasser from Hamburg. There was rum of formidable antiquity, and cordials from the Leeward Islands. After these details, it were needless to mention the stout home-brewed ale, the German Mumm and Schwarzbier, and still more would it be beneath our dignity to dwell upon the innumerable sorts of pottage and flummery, together with the bland and various preparations of milk, for those who preferred thinner potations. No wonder that the sight of so much good cheer awakened the appetite and raised the spirits of the fatigued revellers. The young men began immediately to seek out their partners of the preceding evening, and to renew the small talk which had driven the night so merrily away, while Magnus, with his stout old Norse kindred, encouraged by precept and example, those of elder days and graver mood, to a substantial flirtation with the good things before them. Still, however, there was a long period to be filled up before dinner, for the most protracted breakfast cannot well last above an hour, and it was to be feared that Claude Halcrow meditated the occupation of this vacant morning with a formidable recitation of his own verses, besides telling, at its full length, the whole history of his introduction to glorious John Dryden. But fortune relieved the guests of Berg-Westra from this threatened infliction by sending them means of amusement peculiarly related to their taste and habits. Most of the guests were using their toothpicks. Some were beginning to talk of what was to be done next, when, with haste in his step, fire in his eye, and a harpoon in his hand, Eric Scambester came to announce to the company that there was a whale on shore, or nearly so, at the throat of the Vaud, then you might have seen such a joyous, boisterous, and universal bustle as only the love of sport, so deeply implanted in our nature, can possibly inspire. A set of country squires, about to beat for the first woodcocks of the season, were a comparison as petty in respect to the glee and in regard to the importance of the object. The battue upon a strong cover in Ettrick Forest for the destruction of the foxes. The insurrection of the sportsmen of the Lennox when one of the Duke's deer gets out from Inch Meron. Nay, the joyous rally of the fox chase itself, with all its blithe accompaniments of hound and horn, fall infinitely short of the animation with which the gallant sons of Thule set off to encounter the monster whom the sea had sent for their amusement at so opportune a conjuncture. The multifarious stories of Bergwestre were rummaged hastily for all sorts of arms which could be used on such an occasion. Harpoons, swords, pikes, and halberds fell to the lot of some. Others contented themselves with hay-forks, spits, and whatever else could be found that was at once long and sharp. Thus hastily equipped, one division, under the command of Captain Cleveland, hastened to man the boats which lay in the little haven, while the rest of the party hurried by land to the scene of action. Poor Triptolemus was interrupted in a plan which he too had formed against the patience of the Zetlanders, and which was to have consisted in a lecture upon the agriculture and the capabilities of the country, by this sudden hubbub, which put an end at once to Halcro's poetry and to his no less formidable prose. It may be easily imagined that he took very little interest in the sport which was so suddenly substituted for his lucubrations, and he would not even have deigned to have looked upon the active scene which was about to take place, had he not been stimulated thereunto by the exhortations of Mistress Babby. "Pit yourself forward, man," said that provident person, "pit yourself forward. What kens where a blessing may light? They say that all men share and share equals in the creature's ulzie, and a pint of it would be worth siller to light the cruise in the long dark nights that they speak of. Pit yourself forward, man, there's a grep to ye. Faint heart never won fair lady. What kens but what, when it's fresh, it may eat well enough and spare butter?" What zeal was added to Triptolemus's motions by the prospect of eating fresh train oil instead of butter, we know not. But as better might not be, he brandished the rural implement, a stable fork, with which he was armed, and went down to wage battle with the whale. The situation in which the enemy's ill fate had placed him was particularly favourable to the enterprise of the islanders. A tide of unusual height had carried the animal over a large bar of sand into the Vaud, or creek, in which he was now lying. So soon as he found the water ebbing, he became sensible of his danger, and had made desperate efforts to get over the shallow water where the waves broke on the bar. But hitherto he had rather injured than mended his condition, having got himself partly aground, and lying therefore particularly exposed to the meditated attack. At this moment the enemy came down upon him. The front ranks consisted of the young and hardy, armed in the miscellaneous manner we have described, while to witness and animate their efforts, the young women and the elderly persons of both sexes took their place among the rocks which overhung the scene of action. As the boats had to double a little headland ere they opened the mouth of the Vaud, Those who came by land to the shores of the inlet had time to make the necessary reconnaissances upon the force and situation of the enemy, on whom they were about to commence a simultaneous attack by land and sea. This duty the stout-hearted and experienced general, for so the U-dollar might be termed, would entrust to no eyes but his own, and indeed his external appearance and his sage conduct rendered him alike qualified for the command which he enjoyed. His gold-laced hat was exchanged for a bearskin cap, his suit of blue broadcloth, with its scarlet lining, and loops and frogs of bullion, had given place to a red flannel jacket with buttons of black horn, over which he wore a sealskin shirt curiously seamed and plaited on the bosom, such as are used by the Eskimos, and sometimes by the Greenland whale fishers. Sea boots of a formidable size completed his dress, and in his hand he held a large whaling knife, which he brandished, as if impatient to employ it in the operation of flinching the huge animal which lay before them, that is, the act of separating its flesh from its bones. Upon closer examination, however, he was obliged to confess that the sport to which he had conducted his friends, however much it corresponded with the magnificent scale of his hospitality, was likely to be attended with its own peculiar dangers and difficulties. The animal, upwards of 60 feet in length, was lying perfectly still in a deep part of the Vaud into which it had weltered, and where it seemed to await the return of tide, of which it was probably assured by instinct. A council of experienced harpooners was instantly called, and it was agreed that an effort should be made to noose the tail of this torpid leviathan by casting a cable around it, to be made fast by anchors to the shore, and thus to secure against his escape, in case the tide should make before they were able to dispatch him. 3 boats were destined to this delicate piece of service, one of which the U-dollar himself proposed to command, while Cleveland and Mertown were to direct the 2 others. This being decided, they sat down on the strand, waiting with impatience until the naval part of the force should arrive in the Vaud. It was during this interval that Triptolemus Yellowly, after measuring with his eyes the extraordinary size of the whale, observed that in his poor mind a wain with 6 ousen, or with 60 ousen either, if they were the ousen of the country, could not drag sicken a huge creature from the water, where it was now lying, to the sea beach. Trifling as this remark may seem to the reader, it was connected with a subject which always fired the blood of the old U-dollar, who, glancing upon Triptolemus a quick and stern look, asked him what the devil it signified, supposing 100 oxen could not drag the whale upon the beach. Mr. Yellowly, though not much liking the tone with which the question was put, felt that his dignity and his profit compelled him to answer as follows: "Nay, sir, you know yourself, Master Magnus Troil, and every one knows that knows anything, that whales of sicken size as may not be masterfully dragged on shore by the instrumentality of one wain with 6 ousen, are the right and property of the Admiral, who is at this time the same noble lord who is, moreover, chamberlain of these isles." "And I tell you, Mr. Triptolemus Yellowly," said the U-dollar, "as I would tell your master if he were here, that every man who risks his life to bring that fish ashore shall have an equal share and partition, according to our ancient and lovable Norse custom and wont. Nay, if there is so much as a woman looking on that will but touch the cable, she will be partner with us. Ay, and more than all that, if she will but say there is a reason for it, we will assign a portion to the babe that is unborn." The strict principle of equity which dictated this last arrangement occasioned laughter among the men and some slight confusion among the women. The factor, however, thought it shame to be so easily daunted. Suum cuique tribuito, said he, I will stand for my lord's right and my own. Will you? Replied Magnus. Then by the martyr's bones you shall have no law of partition but that of God and Saint Olave, which we had before either factor or treasurer or chamberlain were heard of. All shall share that lend a hand, and never a one else. So you, master factor, shall be busy as well as other folk, and think yourself lucky to share like other folk. Jump into that boat, for the boats had by this time pulled round the headland, and you, my lads, make way for the factor in the stern sheets. He shall be the first man this blessed day that shall strike the fish. The loud authoritative voice and the habit of absolute command inferred in the Udaller's whole manner, together with the conscious want of favourers and backers amongst the rest of the company, rendered it difficult for Triptolemus to evade compliance, although he was thus about to be placed in a situation equally novel and perilous. He was still, however, hesitating and attempting an explanation, with a voice in which anger was qualified by fear, and both thinly disguised under an attempt to be jocular, and to represent the whole as a jest, when he heard the voice of Babbie maundering in his ear. Would he lose his share of the ulzie and the lang Shetland winter coming on, when the lightest day in December is not so clear as a moonless night in the Mearns? This domestic instigation, in addition to those of fear of the Udaller and shame to seem less courageous than others, so inflamed the agriculturalist's spirits that he shook his grab aloft and entered the boat with the air of Neptune himself, carrying on high his trident. The 3 boats destined for this perilous service now approached the dark mass, which lay like an isle in the deepest part of the Vaud, and suffered them to approach without showing any sign of animation. Silently, and with such precaution as the extreme delicacy of the operation required, the intrepid adventurers, after the failure of their first attempt, and the expenditure of considerable time, succeeded in casting a cable around the body of the torpid monster, and in carrying the ends of it ashore, when 100 hands were instantly employed in securing them. But ere this was accomplished, the tide began to make fast, and the Udaller informed his assistants that either the fish must be killed, or at least greatly wounded, ere the depth of water on the bar was sufficient to float him, or that he was not unlikely to escape from their joint prowess. Wherefore, said he, we must set to work, and the factor shall have the honour to make the first throw. The valiant Triptolemus caught the word, and it is necessary to say that the patience of the whale in suffering himself to be noosed without resistance had abated his terrors, and very much lowered the creature in his opinion. He protested the fish had no more wit, and scarcely more activity, than a black snail, and influenced by this undue contempt of the adversary, he waited neither for a further signal, nor a better weapon, nor a more suitable position, but rising in his energy, hurled his grape with all his force against the unfortunate monster. The boats had not yet retreated from him to the distance necessary to ensure safety, when this injudicious commencement of the war took place. Magnus Troil, who had only jested with the factor, and had reserved the launching the first spear against the whale to some much more skilful hand, had just time to exclaim, "Mind yourselves, lads, or we are all swamped," when the monster, roused at once from inactivity by the blow of the factor's missile, blew, with a noise resembling the explosion of a steam engine, a huge shower of water into the air, and at the same time began to lash the waves with his tail in every direction. The boat in which Magnus presided received the shower of brine which the animal spouted aloft, and the adventurous Triptolemus, who had a full share of the immersion, was so much astonished and terrified by the consequences of his own valorous deed, that he tumbled backwards amongst the feet of the people, who, too busy to attend to him, were actively engaged in getting the boat into shoal water out of the whale's reach. Here he lay for some minutes, trampled on by the feet of the boatmen, until they lay on their oars to bail, when the U-Dollar ordered them to pull to shore and land this spare hand, who had commenced the fishing so inauspiciously. While this was doing, the other boats had also pulled off to safer distance, and now, from these as well as from the shore, the unfortunate native of the deep was overwhelmed by all kinds of missiles. Harpoons and spears flew against him on all sides. Guns were fired, and each various means of annoyance plied which could excite him to exhaust his strength in useless rage. When the animal found that he was locked in by shallows on all sides, and became sensible at the same time of the strain of the cable on his body, the convulsive efforts which he made to escape, accompanied with sounds resembling deep and loud groans, would have moved the compassion of all but a practised whale fisher. The repeated showers which he spouted into the air began now to be mingled with blood, and the waves which surrounded him assumed the same crimson appearance. Meantime, the attempts of the assailants were redoubled, but Mordaunt, Mertown, and Cleveland in particular exerted themselves to the uttermost, contending who should display most courage in approaching the monster, so tremendous in its agonies, and should inflict the most deep and deadly wounds upon its huge bulk. The contest seemed at last pretty well over, for although the animal continued from time to time to make frantic exertions for liberty, yet its strength appeared so much exhausted that even with the assistance of the tide, which had now risen considerably, it was thought it could scarcely extricate itself. Magnus gave the signal to venture nearer to the whale, calling out at the same time, "Close in, lads. He is not half so mad now. The factor may look for a winter's oil for the 2 lamps at Harfra. Pull close in, lads." Ere his orders could be obeyed, the other 2 boats had anticipated his purpose, and Mordaunt Mertown, eager to distinguish himself above Cleveland, had, with all the whole strength he possessed, plunged a half-pike into the body of the animal. But the Leviathan, like a nation whose resources appeared totally exhausted by previous losses and calamities, collected his whole remaining force for an effort, which proved at once desperate and successful. The wound last received had probably reached through his external defences of blubber, and attained some very sensitive part of the system, for he roared aloud as he sent to the sky a mingled sheet of brine and blood, and snapping the strong cable like a twig, overset Mertown's boat with a blow of his tail, shot himself by a mighty effort over the bar, upon which the tide had now risen considerably, and made out to sea, carrying with him a whole grove of the implements which had been planted in his body, and leaving behind him on the waters a dark red trace of his course. "There goes to sea your cruse of oil, Master Yellowly," said Magnus, "and you must consume mutton suet, or go to bed in the dark." "Operam et oleum perdidi," muttered Triptolemus, "but if they catch me whale fishing again, I will consent that the fish shall swallow me as he did Jonah." "But where is Mordaunt Mertown all this while?" exclaimed Claude Halcrow; and it was instantly perceived that the youth, who had been stunned when his boat was stove, was unable to swim to shore as the other sailors did, and now floated senseless upon the waves. We have noticed the strange and inhuman prejudice which rendered the Zetlanders of that period unwilling to assist those whom they saw in the act of drowning, though that is the calamity to which the islanders are most frequently exposed. 3 men, however, soared above this superstition. The first was Claude Halcrow, who threw himself from a small rock headlong into the waves, forgetting, as he himself afterwards stated, that he could not swim, and if possessed of the harp of Arion, had no dolphins in attendance. The first plunge which the poet made in deep water reminding him of these deficiencies, he was fain to cling to the rock from which he had dived, and was at length glad to regain the shore at the expense of a ducking. Magnus Troil, whose honest heart forgot his late coolness towards Mordaunt, when he saw the youth's danger, would instantly have brought him more effectual aid, but Eric Scambester held him fast. "Hout, sir, hout!" exclaimed that faithful attendant. "Captain Cleveland has a grip of Mr. Mordaunt. Just let the twa strangers help ilk other, and stand by the upshot. The light of the country is not to be quenched for the like of them. Bide still, sir, I say. Bredness Voe is not a bowl of punch that a man can be fished out of like a toast with a long spoon." This sage remonstrance would have been altogether lost upon Magnus, had he not observed that Cleveland had in fact jumped out of the boat and swum to Mertown's assistance, and was keeping him afloat till the boat came to the aid of both. As soon as the immediate danger, which called so loudly for assistance, was thus ended, the honest Udaller's desire to render aid terminated also, and recollecting the cause of offence which he had, or thought he had, against Mordaunt Mertown, he shook off his butler's hold, and turning round scornfully from the beach, called Eric an old fool for supposing that he cared whether the young fellow sank or swam. Still, however, amid his assumed indifference, Magnus could not help peeping over the heads of the circle, which surrounding Mordaunt, as soon as he was brought on shore, were charitably employed in endeavouring to recall him to life, and he was not able to attain the appearance of absolute unconcern until the young man sat up on the beach, and showed plainly that the accident had been attended with no material consequences. It was then first that, cursing the assistants for not giving the lad a glass of brandy, he walked sullenly away, as if totally unconcerned in his fate. The women, always accurate in observing the tell-tale emotions of each other, failed not to remark that when the sisters of Bergwestra saw Mordaunt immersed in the waves, Minna grew as pale as death, while Brenda uttered successive shrieks of terror. But though there were some nods, winks, and hints that old acquaintance were not easily forgot, it was on the whole candidly admitted that less than such marks of interest would scarce have been expected, when they saw the companion of their early youth in the act of perishing before their eyes. Whatever interest Mordaunt's condition excited while it seemed perilous, began to abate as he recovered himself, and when his senses were fully restored, only Claude Halcrow, with 2 or 3 others, were standing by him. About 10 paces off stood Cleveland, his hair and clothes dropping water, and his features wearing so peculiar an expression as immediately to arrest the attention of Mordaunt. There was a suppressed smile on his cheek, and a look of pride in his eye that implied liberation from a painful restraint, and something resembling gratified scorn. Claude Halcrow hastened to intimate to Mordaunt that he owed his life to Cleveland, And the youth, rising from the ground, and losing all other feelings in those of gratitude, stepped forward with his hand stretched out, to offer his warmest thanks to his preserver. But he stopped short in surprise, as Cleveland, retreating a pace or two, folded his arms on his breast, and declined to accept his proffered hand. He drew back in turn, and gazed with astonishment at the ungracious manner and almost insulting look with which Cleveland, who had formerly rather expressed a frank cordiality, or at least openness of bearing, now, after having thus rendered him a most important service, chose to receive his thanks. "It is enough," said Cleveland, observing his surprise, "and it is unnecessary to say more about it. I have paid back my debt, and we are now equal." "You are more than equal with me, Captain Cleveland," answered Murtown, "because you endangered your life to do for me what I did for you without the slightest risk. Besides," he added, trying to give the discourse a more pleasant turn, "I have your rifle gun to boot." "Cowards only count danger for any point of the game," said Cleveland. "Danger has been my consort for life, and sailed with me on 1,000 worse voyages, and for rifles I have enough of my own, and you may see, when you will, which can use them best." There was something in the tone with which this was said that struck Mordaunt strongly. It was mitching mallecho, as Hamlet says, and meant mischief. Cleveland saw his surprise, came close up to him, and spoke in a low tone of voice. "Hark ye, my young brother, there is a custom among us gentlemen of fortune, that when we follow the same chase, and take the wind out of each other's sails, we think 60 yards of the sea beach and a brace of rifles are no bad way of making our odds even." "I do not understand you, Captain Cleveland," said Mordaunt. "I do not suppose you do. I did not suppose you would," said the captain, and turning on his heel with a smile that resembled a sneer, Mordaunt saw him mingle with the guests, and very soon beheld him at the side of Minna, who was talking to him with animated features that seemed to thank him for his gallant and generous conduct. "If it were not for Brenda," thought Mordaunt, "I almost wish he had left me in the Vaud, for no one seems to care whether I am alive or dead. 2 rifles and 60 yards of sea beach, is that what he points at? It may come, but not on the day he has saved my life with risk of his own." While he was thus musing, Eric Scambester was whispering to Halcrow, "If these 2 lads do not do each other a mischief, there is no faith in frights. Master Mordaunt saves Cleveland. Well, Cleveland in requital has turned all the sunshine of Bergwestra to his own side of the house. And think what it is to lose favour in such a house as this, where the punch kettle is never allowed to cool. Well, now that Cleveland in his turn has been such a fool as to fish Mordaunt out of the Vaud, see if he does not give him sour sillocks for stockfish." "Pshaw, pshaw," replied the poet, "that is all old women's fancies, my friend Eric, for what says glorious Dryden, sainted John? The yellow gall that in your bosom floats engenders all these melancholy thoughts." "St. John, or St. James either, may be mistaken in the matter," said Eric, "for I think neither of them lived in Zetland. I only say that if there is faith in old saws, these 2 lads will do each other a mischief, and if they do, I trust it will light on Mordaunt Murtown." "And why, Eric Scambester," said Halcrow, hastily and angrily, "should you wish ill to that poor young man, that is worth 50 of the other?" "Let every one roose the ford as he finds it," replied Eric. "Master Mordaunt is all for wan water, like his old dogfish of a father. Now Captain Cleveland, do you see, takes his glass like an honest fellow and a gentleman." "Rightly reasoned, and in thine own division," said Halcrow, and breaking off their conversation, took his way back to Berg Westra, to which the guests of Magnus were now returning, discussing as they went, with much animation, the various incidents of their attack upon the whale, and not a little scandalized that it should have baffled all their exertions. "I hope Captain Donderdrecht of the Entracht of Rotterdam will never hear of it," said Magnus. "He would swear, Donner and Blitzen, we were only fit to fish flounders." Chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. "And helter-skelter have I rode to thee, and tidings do I bring, and lucky joys, and golden times, and happy news of price." Ancient Pistol. Fortune, who seems at times to bear a conscience, owed the hospitable $1 some amends, and accordingly repaid to Berg Westra the disappointment occasioned by the unsuccessful whale fishing, by sending thither, on the evening of the day in which that incident happened, no less a person than the Jagger, or travelling merchant, as he styled himself, Bryce Snailsfoot, who arrived in great pomp, himself on one pony, and his pack of goods, swelled to nearly double its usual size, forming the burden of another, which was led by a bare-headed, bare-legged boy. As Bryce announced himself the bearer of important news, he was introduced to the dining apartment, where, for that primitive age was no respecter of persons, he was permitted to sit down at a side table and amply supplied with provisions and good liquor, while the attentive hospitality of Magnus permitted no questions to be put to him until his hunger and thirst appeased. He announced, with the sense of importance attached to distant travels, that he had just yesterday arrived at Lerwick from Kirkwall, the capital of Orkney, and would have been here yesterday, but it blew hard off the fitful head. "We had no wind here," said Magnus. "There is somebody has not been sleeping then," said the pedlar, "and her name begins with N, but heaven is above all. But the news from Orkney, Bryce, instead of croaking about a capful of wind?" "Such news," replied Bryce, "as has not been heard this 30 years, not since Cromwell's time." "There is not another revolution, is there?" said Halcrow. "King James has not come back, as blithe as King Charlie did, has he?" "It's news," replied the pedlar, "that are worth 20 kings, and kingdoms to boot of them, for what good did the evolutions ever do us? And I dare say we have seen a dozen, great and small." "Are any India men come north about?" said Magnus Troil. "Ye are nearer the mark, Fowd," said the Jagger, "but it is no India man, but a gallant armed vessel, choke full of merchandise, that they part with so easy that a decent man like myself can afford to give the country the best pennyworths you ever saw, and that you will say when I open that pack, for I count to carry it back another sort lighter than when I brought it here." "Ay, ay, Bryce," said the $1, "you must have had good bargains if you sell cheap. But what ship was it?" "Cannot justly say. I spoke to nobody but the captain, who was a discreet man, But she had been down on the Spanish Main, for she has silks and satins and tobacco, I warrant you, and wine and no lack of sugar, and bonny wallies both of silver and gold, and a bonny dredging of gold dust into the bargain. What like was she? Said Cleveland, who seemed to give much attention. A stout ship, said the itinerant merchant, schooner rigged, sails like a dolphin, they say, carries 12 guns, and is pierced for 20. Did you hear the captain's name? Said Cleveland, speaking rather lower than his usual tone. I just called him the captain, replied Bryce Snelsfoot, for I make it a rule never to ask questions of them I deal with in the way of trade, for there is many an honest captain, begging your pardon, Captain Cleveland, that does not care to have his name tacked to his title, and as long as we ken what bargains we are making, what signifies it who we are making them with, ye ken? Bryce Snelsfoot is a cautious man, said the U-Dollar, laughing. He knows a fool may ask more questions than a wise man cares to answer. I have dealt with the fair traders in my day, replied Snelsfoot, and I can no use in blurting braid out with a man's name at every moment. But I will uphold this gentleman to be a gallant commander, ay, and a kind one too, for every one of his crew is as brave in apparel as himself nearly. The very foremast men have their silken scarves, and I have seen many a lady wear a worse, and think herself no small drink, and for siller buttons and buckles, and the love of sick vanities, there is no end of them. Idiots, muttered Cleveland between his teeth, and then added, I suppose they are often ashore to show all their bravery to the lasses of Kirkwall. Never a bit of that are they. The captain will scarce let them stir ashore without the boatswain go in the boat, as rough a tarpaulin as ever swabbed a deck, and you may as well catch a cat without her claws, as him without his cutlass and his double brace of pistols about him. Every man stands as much in awe of him as of the commander himself. That must be Hawkins or the devil, said Cleveland. A well, captain, replied the Jagger, be he the tane or the tither, or a wee bit of both, mind it is you that give him these names, and not I. Why, Captain Cleveland, said the U-Dollar, this may prove the very consort you spoke of. They must have had some good luck then, said Cleveland, to put them in better plight than when I left them. Did they speak of having lost their consort, Pedlar? In troth they did, said Bryce. That is, they said something about a partner that had gone down to Davy Jones in these seas. And did you tell them that you knew of her? Said the U-Dollar. And what the devil would have been the fool then, said the pedlar, that I should say so? When they kenned what came of the ship, the next question would have been about the cargo, and ye would not have had me bring down an armed vessel on the coast to harry the poor folk about a wheen rags of duds that the sea flung upon their shores. Besides, what might have been found in your own pack, you scoundrel, said Magnus Troil, an observation which produced a loud laugh. The U-Dollar could not help joining in the hilarity which applauded his jest, but instantly composing his countenance, he said in an unusually grave tone, You may laugh, my friends, but this is a matter which brings both a curse and a shame on the country, until we learn to regard the rights of them that suffer by the winds and waves, we shall deserve to be oppressed and hag-ridden, as we have been and are, by the superior strength of the strangers who rule us. The company hung their heads at the rebuke of Magnus Troil, Perhaps some, even of the better class, might be conscience-struck on their own account, and all of them were sensible that the appetite for plunder on the part of the tenants and inferiors was not at all times restrained with sufficient strictness. But Cleveland made answer gaily, "If these honest fellows be my comrades, I will answer for them that they will never trouble the country about a parcel of chests, hammocks, and such trumpery, that the roost may have washed ashore out of my poor sloop. What signifies to them whether the trash went to Bryce Snailsfoot, or to the bottom, or to the devil? So unbuckle thy pack, Bryce, and show the ladies thy cargo, and perhaps we may see something that will please them." "It cannot be his consort," said Brenda in a whisper to her sister. "He would have shown more joy at her appearance." "It must be the vessel," answered Minna. "I saw his eye glisten at the thought of again being united to the partner of his dangers." "Perhaps it glistened," said her sister, still apart, "at the thought of leaving Zetland. It is difficult to guess the thought of the heart from the glance of the eye." "Judge not, at least, unkindly of a friend's thought," said Minna. "And then, Brenda, if you are mistaken, the fault rests not with you." During this dialogue, Bryce Snailsfoot was busied in uncoiling the carefully arranged cordage of his pack, which amounted to 6 good yards of dressed sealskin, curiously complicated and secured by all manner of knots and buckles. He was considerably interrupted in the task by the Udollar and others, who pressed him with questions respecting the stranger vessel. Were the officers often ashore, and how were they received by the people of Kirkwall? said Magnus Troil. "Excellently well," answered Bryce Snailsfoot, "and the captain and 1 or 2 of his men had been at some of the vanities and dances which went forward in the town, but there had been some word about customs or king's duties or the like, and some of the higher folk that took upon them as magistrates or the like had had words with the captain, and he refused to satisfy them. And then it is like he was more coldly looked on, and he spoke of carrying the ship round to Stromness or the Langhope, for she lay under the guns of the battery at Kirkwall. But he, Bryce, thought she would bide at Kirkwall till the summer fair was over, for all that. The Orkney gentry, said Magnus Troil, are always in a hurry to draw the Scotch collar tighter round their own necks. Is it not enough that we must pay scat and wattle, which were all the public dues under our old Norse government, but must they come over us with king's dues and customs besides? It is the part of an honest man to resist these things. I have done so all my life, and will do so to the end of it." There was a loud jubilee and shout of applause among the guests, who were, some of them at least, better pleased with Magnus Troil's latitudinarian principles with respect to the public revenue, which were extremely natural to those living in so secluded a situation and subjected to many additional exactions, than they had been with the rigour of his judgment on the subject of wrecked goods. But Minna's inexperienced feelings carried her farther than her father, while she whispered to Brenda, not unheard by Cleveland, that the tame spirit of the Orcadians had missed every chance which late incidents had given them to emancipate these islands from the Scottish yoke. "Why," she said, "should we not, under so many changes as late times have introduced, have seized the opportunity to shake off an allegiance which is not justly due from us, and to return to the protection of Denmark, our parent country? Why should we yet hesitate to do this, but that the gentry of Orkney have mixed families, and friendship so much with our invaders, that they have become dead to the throb of the heroic Norse blood, which they derived from their ancestors. The latter part of this patriotic speech happened to reach the astonished ears of our friend Triptolemus, who, having a sincere devotion for the Protestant succession and the Revolution as established, was surprised into the ejaculation, "As the old cock crows, the young cock learns." Hen, I should say, mistress, and I crave your pardon if I say anything amiss in either gender, but it is a happy country where the father declares against the king's customs, and the daughter against the king's crown, and in my judgment it can end in nothing but trees and toes. "Trees are scarce among us," said Magnus, "and for ropes we need them for our rigging, and cannot spare them to be shirt collars." "And whoever," said the captain, "takes umbrage at what this young lady says, had better keep his ears and tongue for a safer employment than such an adventure." "Ay, ay," said Triptolemus, "it helps the matter much to speak truths, whilk are as unwelcome to a proud stomach as wet clover to a cow's, in a land where lads are ready to draw the whittle if a lassie but looks awry. But what manners are to be expected in a country where folk call a plough-sock a markle?" "Hark ye, Master Yellowly," said the captain, smiling, "I hope my manners are not among those abuses which you come hither to reform. Any experiment on them may be dangerous." "As well as difficult," said Triptolemus dryly. "But fear nothing, Captain Cleveland, from my remonstrances. My labours regard the men and things of the earth, and not the men and things of the sea. You are not of my element." "Let us be friends then, old clod compeller," said the captain. "Clod compeller," said the agriculturalist, bethinking himself of the lore of his earlier days. "Clod compeller pro cloud compeller nefeli diretta Zeus. Graecum est. In which voyage came you by that phrase?" "I have travelled books as well as seas in my day," said the captain, "but my last voyages have been of a sort to make me forget my early cruises through classic knowledge. But come here, Bryce, hast cast off the lashing? Come, all hands, and let us see if he has aught in his cargo that is worth looking upon." With a proud, and at the same time a wily smile, did the crafty pedlar display a collection of wares far superior to those which usually filled his packages, and in particular some stuffs and embroideries of such beauty and curiosity, fringed, flowered, and worked, with such art and magnificence upon foreign and arabesque patterns, that the sight might have dazzled a far more brilliant company than the simple race of Thule. All beheld and admired, while Mistress Babby Yellowly, holding up her hands, protested it was a sin even to look upon such extravagance, and worse than murder, so much as to ask the price of them. Others, however, were more courageous, and the prices demanded by the merchant, if they were not, as he himself declared, something just more than nothing, short only of an absolute free gift of his wares, were nevertheless so moderate as to show that he himself must have made an easy acquisition of the goods, judging by the rate at which he offered to part with them. Accordingly, the cheapness of the articles created a rapid sale, for in Shetland, as well as elsewhere, wise folk buy more from the prudential desire to secure a good bargain than from any real occasion for the purchase. The Lady Glororum bought 7 petticoats and 12 stomachers on this sole principle, and other matrons present rivaled her in this sagacious species of economy. The U-dollar was also a considerable purchaser, but the principal customer for whatever could please the eye of beauty was the gallant Captain Cleveland, who rummaged the Jaggers' stores in selecting presents for the ladies of the party, in which Minna and Brenda Troyle were especially remembered. "I fear," said Magnus Troyle, "that the young women are to consider these pretty presents as keepsakes, and that all this liberality is only a sure sign we are sure to lose you." This question seemed to embarrass him to whom it was put. "I scarce know," he said with some hesitation, "whether this vessel is my consort or no. I must take a trip to Kirkwall to make sure of that matter, and then I hope to return to Dunrossness to bid you all farewell." "In that case," said the U-dollar, after a moment's pause, "I think I may carry you thither. I should be at the Kirkwall fair to settle with the merchants I have consigned my fish to, and I have often promised Minna and Brenda that they should see the fair. Perhaps also your consort, or these strangers, whoever they be, may have some merchandise that will suit me. I love to see my rigging loft well stocked with goods, almost as much as to see it full of dancers. We will go to Orkney in my own brig, and I can offer you a hammock if you will." The offer seemed so acceptable to Cleveland that after pouring himself forth in thanks, he seemed determined to mark his joy by exhausting Bryce Snelsfoot's treasures in liberality to the company. The contents of a purse of gold were transferred to the Jagger with a facility and indifference on the part of its former owner, which argued either the greatest profusion or consciousness of superior and inexhaustible wealth, so that Babby whispered to her brother that, if he could afford to fling away money at this rate, the lad had made a better voyage in a broken ship than all the skippers of Dundee had made in their whole ones for a 12-month past. But the angry feeling in which she made this remark was much mollified when Cleveland, whose object it seemed that evening to be to buy golden opinions of all sorts of men, approached her with a garment somewhat resembling in shape the Scottish plaid, but woven of a sort of wool so soft that it felt to the touch as if it were composed of eider down. This, he said, was a part of a Spanish lady's dress called a mantilla, as it would exactly fit the size of Mrs. Babby Yellowly, and was very well suited for the fogs of the climate of Shetland. He entreated her to wear it for his sake. The lady, with as much condescending sweetness as her countenance was able to express, not only consented to receive this mark of gallantry, but permitted the donor to arrange the mantilla upon her projecting and bony shoulder blades, where, said Claude Halcrow, it hung for all the world as if it had been stretched betwixt a couple of cloak-pins. While the captain was performing this piece of courtesy, much to the entertainment of the company, which, it may be presumed, was his principal object from the beginning, Mordaunt Murtown made purchase of a small golden chaplet, with the private intention of presenting it to Brenda when he should find an opportunity. The price was fixed, and the article laid aside. Claude Halcrow also showed some desire of possessing a silver box of antique shape for depositing tobacco, which he was in the habit of using in considerable quantity, but the bard seldom had current coin in promptitude, and indeed, in his wandering way of life, had little occasion for any, and Bryce, on the other hand, his having been hitherto a ready money trade, protested that his very moderate profits upon such rare and choice articles would not allow of his affording credit to the purchaser. Mordaunt gathered the import of this conversation from the mode in which they whispered together, while the bard seemed to advance a wishful finger towards the box in question, and the cautious pedlar detained it with the weight of his whole hand, as if he had been afraid it would literally make itself wings and fly into Claude Halcrow's pocket. Mordaunt Murtown, at this moment, desirous to gratify an old acquaintance, laid the price of the box on the table, and said he would not permit Master Halcrow to purchase that box, as he had settled in his own mind to make him a present of it. "I cannot think of robbing you, my dear young friend," said the poet, "but the truth is, that that same box does remind me strangely of glorious John's, out of which I had the honour to take a pinch at the Wit's Coffee House, for which I think more highly of my right hand finger and thumb than any other part of my body, only you must allow me to pay you back the price when my Ercaster stockfish come to market." "Settle that as you like betwixt you," said the Jagger, taking up Mordaunt's money. "The box is bought and sold." "And how dare you sell over again," said Captain Cleveland, suddenly interfering, "what you have already sold to me?" All were surprised at this interjection, which was hastily made, as Cleveland, having turned from Mistress Babby, had become suddenly, and as it seemed, not without emotion, aware what articles Bryce Snoutsfoot was now disposing of. To this short and fierce question, the Jagger, afraid to contradict a customer of his description, answered only by stammering that the Lord knew he meant no offence. "How, sir, no offence?" said the seaman, "and dispose of my property?" extending his hand at the same time to the box and chaplet. "Restore the young gentleman's money, and learn to keep your course on the meridian of honesty." The Jagger, confused and reluctant, pulled out his leathern pouch to repay to Mordaunt the money he had just deposited in it. But the youth was not to be so satisfied. "The articles," he said, "were bought and sold. These were your own words, Bryce Snelsfoot, in Master Halcrow's hearing, and I will suffer neither you nor any other to deprive me of my property." "Your property, young man," said Cleveland. "It is mine. I spoke to Bryce respecting them an instant before I turned from the table." I had not heard distinctly," said Bryce, evidently unwilling to offend either party. "Come, come," said the U-Dollar, "we will have no quarrelling about baubles. We shall be summoned presently to the rigging loft," so he used to call the apartment used as a ballroom, "and we must all go in good humour. The things shall remain with Bryce for to-night, and to-morrow I will myself settle whom they shall belong to." The laws of the U-Dollar in his own house were absolute as those of the Medes. The two young men, regarding each other with looks of sullen displeasure, drew off in different directions. It is seldom that the second day of a prolonged festival equals the first. The spirits as well as the limbs are jaded and unequal to the renewed expenditure of animation and exertion, and the dance at Berg Westra was sustained with much less mirth than on the preceding evening. It was yet an hour from midnight, even when the reluctant Magnus Troil, after regretting the degeneracy of the times, and wishing he could transfuse into the modern Highlanders some of the vigour which still animated his own frame, found himself compelled to give the signal for general retreat. Just as this took place, Halcrow, leading Mordaunt Murtown a little aside, said he had a message to him from Captain Cleveland. "A message?" said Mordaunt, his heart beating somewhat thick as he spoke. "A challenge, I suppose." "A challenge," repeated Halcrow. Who ever heard of a challenge in our quiet islands? Do you think that I look like a carrier of challenges? And to you, of all men living, I am none of those fighting fools, as Glorious John calls them, and it was not quite a message I had to deliver, only thus far, this Captain Cleveland, I find, hath set his heart upon having these articles you looked at. He shall not have them, I swear to you, replied Mordaunt Murtown. Nay, but hear me, said Halcrow, it seems that, by the marks or arms that are upon them, he knows that they were formerly his property. Now were you to give me the box, as you promised, I fairly tell you I should give the man back his own. And Brenda might do the like, thought Mordaunt to himself, and instantly replied aloud, I have thought better of it, my friend. Captain Cleveland shall have the toys he sets such store by, but it is on one sole condition. Nay, you will spoil all with your conditions, said Halcrow, for as Glorious John says, conditions are but— Hear me, I say, with patience. My condition is that he keeps the toys in exchange for the rifle gun I accepted from him, which will leave no obligation between us on either side. I see where you would be. This is Sebastian and Dorax all over. Well, you may let the Jagger know he is to deliver the things to Cleveland. I think he is mad to have them, and I will let Cleveland know the conditions annexed. Otherwise honest Bryce might come by 2 payments instead of 1, and I believe his conscience would not choke upon it. With these words, Halcrow went to seek out Cleveland, while Mordaunt, observing Snellsfoot, who, as a sort of privileged person, had thrust himself into the crowd at the bottom of the dancing-room, went up to him and gave him directions to deliver the disputed articles to Cleveland as soon as he had an opportunity. Ye are in the right, Master Mordaunt, said the Jagger. Ye are a prudent and a sensible lad. A calm answer turneth away wrath, and myself I shall be willing to please you in any trifling matters in my small way, for between the U-dollar of Berg-Westra and Captain Cleveland, a man is, as it were, atween the devil and the deep sea, and it was like that the U-dollar in the end would have taken your part in the dispute, for he is a man that loves justice, which apparently you care very little about, Master Snellsfoot, said Mordaunt. Otherwise there could have been no dispute whatever, the right being so clearly on my side, if you had pleased to bear witness according to the dictates of truth. Master Mordaunt, said the Jagger, I must own there was, as it were, a colouring or shadow of justice on your side, but then the justice that I meddle with is only the justice in the way of trade, to have an ellwand of due length, if it be not something worn out with leaning on it in my long and painful journeys, and to buy and sell by just weight and measure, 24 merks to the lispand. But I have nothing to do justice betwixt man and man, like a fowd or a law-right man at a lawting lang syne. No one asked you to do so, but only to give evidence according to your conscience, replied Mordaunt, not greatly pleased either with the part the Jagger had acted during the dispute, or the construction which he seemed to put on his own motives for yielding up the point. But Bryce Snellsfoot wanted not his answer. My conscience, he said, Master Mordaunt, is as tender as any man's in my degree, but she is something of a timorsome nature, cannot abide angry folk, and can never speak above her breath when there is aught of a fray going forward. Indeed, she hath at all times a small and low voice, which you are not much in the habit of listening to, said Mordaunt. There is that on your own breast that proves the contrary. said Bryce resolutely. "In my breast," said Mordaunt, somewhat angrily. "What know I of you?" "I said on your breast, Master Mordaunt, and not in it. I am sure no eye that looks on that waistcoat upon your own gallant brisket, but will say that the merchant who sold such a piece for $4 had justice and conscience, and a kind heart to a customer to the boot of all that. So ye shouldna be so thrawart with me for having spared the breath of my mouth in a fool's quarrel." "I thrawart!" said Mordaunt. "Pooh, you silly man, I have no quarrel with you." "I am glad of it," said the travelling merchant. "I will quarrel with no man with my will, least of all with an old customer. And if you will walk by my advice, you will quarrel none with Captain Cleveland. He is like one of yon cutters and slashers that have come into Kirkwall, that think as little of slicing a man as we do of flinching a whale. It's their trade to fight, and they live by it, and they have the advantage of the like of you that only take it up at your own hand and in the way of pastime, when you have nothing better to do." The company had now almost all dispersed, and Mordaunt, laughing at the Jagger's caution, bade him good night, and went to his own place of repose, which had been assigned to him by Eric Scambester, who acted the part of chamberlain as well as butler, in a small room, or rather closet, in one of the outhouses, furnished for the occasion with the hammock of a sailor. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I pass like night from land to land. I have strange power of speech. So soon as ever his face I see, I know the man that must hear me. To him my tale I teach. Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner. The daughters of Magnus Troil shared the same bed, in a chamber which had been that of their parents before the death of their mother. Magnus, who suffered grievously under that dispensation of Providence, had become disgusted with the apartment. The nuptial chamber was abandoned to the pledges of his bereaved affection, of whom the eldest was at that period only 4 years old, or thereabouts, and having been their nursery in infancy, continued, though now tricked and adorned according to the best fashion of the islands, and the taste of the lovely sisters themselves, to be their sleeping room, or in the old Norse dialect, their bower. It had been for many years the scene of the most intimate confidence, if that could be called confidence, where, in truth, there was nothing to be confided, where neither sister had a secret, and where every thought that had birth in the bosom of the one was, without either hesitation or doubt, confided to the other as spontaneously as it had arisen. But since Cleveland abode in the mansion of Berg Westra, each of the lovely sisters had entertained thoughts which are not lightly or easily communicated, unless she who listens to them has previously assured herself that the confidence will be kindly received. Minna had noticed what other and less interested observers had been unable to perceive, that Cleveland, namely, held a lower rank in Brenda's opinion than in her own, and Brenda, on her side, thought that Minna had hastily and unjustly joined in the prejudices which had been excited against Mordaunt Mertown in the mind of their father. Each was sensible that she was no longer the same to her sister, and this conviction was a painful addition to other painful apprehensions which they supposed they had to struggle with. Their manner towards each other was, in outward appearances, and in all the little cares by which affection can be expressed, even more assiduously kind than before, as if both, conscious that their internal reserve was a breach of their sisterly union, strove to atone for it by double assiduity in those external marks of affection which at other times, when there was nothing to hide, might be omitted without inferring any consequences. On the night referred to in particular, the sisters felt more especially the decay of the confidence which used to exist betwixt them. The proposed voyage to Kirkwall, and that at the time of the fair, when persons of every degree in these islands repair thither, either for business or amusement, was likely to be an important incident in lives usually so simple and uniform as theirs, and a few months ago Minna and Brenda would have been awake half the night, anticipating, in their talk with each other, all that was likely to happen on so momentous an occasion. But now the subject was just mentioned and suffered to drop, as if the topic was likely to produce a difference betwixt them, or to call forth a more open display of their several opinions than either was willing to make to the other. Yet such was their natural openness and gentleness of disposition, that each sister imputed to herself the fault that there was aught like estrangement existing between them, and when, having finished their devotions, and betaken themselves to their common couch, they folded each other in their arms, and exchanged a sisterly kiss and a sisterly good night, they seemed mutually to ask pardon, and to exchange forgiveness, although neither said a word of offence, either offered or received, and both were soon plunged in that light and yet profound repose, which is only enjoyed when sleep sinks down on the eyes of youth and innocence. On the night to which this story relates, both sisters were visited by dreams, which, though varied by the moods and habits of the sleepers, bore yet a strange general resemblance to each other. Minna dreamed that she was in one of the most lonely recesses of the beach, called Swartaster, where the incessant operation of the waves, indenting a calcareous rock, has formed a deep hallier, which in the language of the island means a subterranean cavern, into which the tide ebbs and flows. Many of these run to an extraordinary and unascertained depth underground, and are the secure retreat of cormorants and seals, which it is neither easy nor safe to pursue to their extreme recesses. Amongst these, this hallier of Swartester was accounted peculiarly inaccessible, and shunned both by fowlers and by seamen, on account of sharp angles and turnings in the cave itself, as well as the sunken rocks, which rendered it very dangerous for skiffs or boats to advance far into it, especially if there was the usual swell of an island tide. From the dark-browed mouth of this cavern it seemed to Minna, in her dream, that she beheld a mermaid issue, not in the classical dress of a Nereid, as in Claude Halcrow's masque of the preceding evening, but with comb and glass in hand, according to popular belief, and lashing the waves with that long scaly train, which in the traditions of the country forms so frightful a contrast with the fair face, long tresses, and displayed bosom of a human and earthly female of surpassing beauty. She seemed to beckon to Minna, while her wild notes rang sadly in her ear, and denounced, in prophetic sounds, calamity and woe. The vision of Brenda was of a different description, yet equally melancholy. She sat, as she thought, in her favourite bower, surrounded by her father and a party of his most beloved friends, amongst whom Mordaunt Murtown was not forgotten. She was required to sing, and she strove to entertain them with a lively ditty, in which she was accounted eminently successful, and which she sung with such simple yet natural humour as seldom failed to produce shouts of laughter and applause, while all who could or who would not sing were irresistibly compelled to lend their voices to the chorus. But on this occasion it seemed as if her own voice refused all its usual duty, and as if, while she felt herself unable to express the words of the well-known air, it assumed, in her own despite, the deep tones and wild and melancholy notes of Norna of Fitful Head, for the purpose of chanting some wild runic rhyme, resembling those sung by the heathen priests of old, when the victim, too often human, was bound to the fatal altar of Odin or of Thor. At length the two sisters at once started from sleep, and uttering a low scream of fear, clasped themselves in each other's arms, for their fancy had not altogether played them false. The sounds which had suggested their dreams were real, and sung within their apartment. They knew the voice well indeed, and yet, knowing to whom it belonged, their surprise and fear were scarce the less when they saw the well-known Norna of Fitful Head seated by the chimney of the apartment, which during the summer season contained an iron lamp well trimmed, and in winter a fire of wood or of turf. She was wrapped in her long and ample garment of wadmal, and moved her body slowly to and fro over the pale flame of the lamp, as she sung lines to the following purport in a slow, sad, and almost an unearthly accent. 4 leagues along the watery way, through gulf and stream my course has been. The billows know my runic lay, and smooth their crests to silent green. The billows know my runic lay, the gulf grows smooth, the stream is still, but human hearts, more wild than they, know but the rule of wayward will. 1 hour is mine in all the year to tell my woes, and one alone. When gleams this magic lamp, 'tis here. When dies the mystic light, 'tis gone. Daughters of northern Magnus, hail! The lamp is lit, the flame is clear. To you I come to tell my tale. Awake, arise, my tale to hear. Norna was well known to the daughters of Troil, but it was not without emotion, although varied by their respective dispositions, that they beheld her so unexpectedly, and at such an hour. Their opinions with respect to the supernatural attributes to which she pretended were extremely different. Minna, with an unusual intensity of imagination, although superior in talent to her sister, was more apt to listen to and delight in every tale of wonder, and was at all times more willing to admit impressions which gave her fancy scope and exercise without minutely examining their reality. Brenda, on the other hand, had in her gaiety a slight propensity to satire, and was often tempted to laugh at the very circumstances upon which Minna founded her imaginative dreams. And, like all who love the ludicrous, she did not readily suffer herself to be imposed upon or overawed by pompous pretensions of any kind whatever. But as her nerves were weaker and more irritable than those of her sister, she often paid involuntary homage by her fears to ideas which her reason disowned, and hence Claude Halcrow used to say, in reference to many of the traditionary superstitions around Berg-Westra, that Minna believed them without trembling, and that Brenda trembled without believing them. In our own more enlightened days, there are few whose undoubting mind and native courage have not felt Minna's high-wrought tone of enthusiasm, and perhaps still fewer who have not, at one time or other, felt, like Brenda, their nerves confess the influence of terrors which their reason disowned and despised. Under the power of such different feelings, Minna, when the first moment of surprise was over, prepared to spring from her bed and go to greet Norna, who, she doubted not, had come on some errand fraught with fate, while Brenda, who only beheld in her a woman partially deranged in her understanding, and who yet, from the extravagance of her claims, regarded her as an undefined object of awe, or rather terror, detained her sister by an eager and terrified grasp, while she whispered in her ear an anxious entreaty that she would call for assistance. But the soul of Minna was too highly wrought up by the crisis at which her fate seemed to have arrived, to permit her to follow the dictates of her sister's fears, and extricating herself from Brenda's hold, she hastily threw on a loose nightgown, and stepping boldly across the apartment, while her heart throbbed rather with high excitement than with fear, she thus addressed her singular visitor: "Norna, if your mission regards us, as your words seem to express, there is one of us at least who will receive its import with reverence, but without fear." "Norna, dear Norna," said the tremulous voice of Brenda, who, feeling no safety in the bed after Minna quitted it, had followed her, as fugitives crowd into the rear of an advancing army, because they dare not remain behind, and who now stood half concealed by her sister, and holding fast by the skirts of her gown. "Norna, dear Norna," said she, "whatever you are to say, let it be to-morrow. I will call Euphony Fay, the housekeeper, and she will find you a bed for the night." "No bed for me," said their nocturnal visitor, "no closing of the eyes for me. They have watched as shelf and stack appeared and disappeared betwixt Bergwestra and Orkney. They have seen the Man of Hoy sink into the sea, and the peak of Hencliff arise from it, and yet they have not tasted of slumber, nor must they slumber now till my task is ended. Sit down then, Minna, and thou, silly trembler, sit down, while I trim my lamp. Don your clothes, for the tale is long, and ere 'tis done ye will shiver with worse than cold." "For heaven's sake, then, put it off till daylight, dear Norna," said Brenda. "The dawn cannot be far distant, and if you are to tell us of any thing frightful, let it be by daylight, and not by the dim glimmer of that blue lamp." "Patience, fool," said their uninvited guest. Not by daylight should Norna tell a tale that might blot the sun out of heaven, and blight the hopes of the 100 boats that will leave this shore ere noon to commence their deep-sea fishing, ay, and of the 100 families that will await their return. The demon, whom the sounds will not fail to awaken, must shake his dark wings over a shipless and a boatless sea, as he rushes from his mountain to drink the accents of horror he loves so well to listen to. "Have pity on Brenda's fears, good Norna," said the elder sister, "and at least postpone this frightful communication to another place and hour." "Maiden, no," replied Norna sternly. "It must be told while that lamp yet burns. Mine is no daylight tale. By that lamp it must be told, which is framed out of the gibbet irons of the cruel Lord of Wodensvoe, who murdered his brother, and has for its nourishment but be that nameless, enough that its food never came either from the fish or from the fruit. See, it waxes dim and dimmer, nor must my tale last longer than its flame endureth. Sit ye down there, while I sit here opposite to you, and place the lamp betwixt us, for within the sphere of its light the demon dares not venture. The sisters obeyed, Minna casting a slow, awestruck, yet determined look all around, as if to see the being, who, according to the doubtful words of Norna, hovered in their neighbourhood, while Brenda's fears were mingled with some share both of anger and of impatience. Norna paid no attention to either, but began her story in the following words. Ye know, my daughters, that your blood is allied to mine, but in what degree ye know not, for there was early hostility betwixt your grandsire and him who had the misfortune to call me daughter. Let me term him by his Christian name of Erland, for that which marks our relation I dare not bestow. Your grandsire Olaf was the brother of Erland, but when the wide Udal possessions of their father Rolf Troil, the most rich and wealth as stated of any who descended from the old Norse stock, were divided betwixt the brothers, the Faud gave to Erland his father's lands in Orkney, and reserved for Olav those of Shetland. Discord arose between the brethren, for Erland held that he was wronged, and when the lotting with the Radmen and Lawrite men confirmed the division, he went in wrath to Orkney, cursing Shetland and its inhabitants, cursing his brother and his blood. But the love of the rock and of the mountain still wrought on Erland's mind, and he fixed his dwelling not on the soft hills of Ophir or the green plains of Gramercy, but in the wild and mountainous isle of Hoy, whose summit rises to the sky like the cliffs of Fula and of Faroe. He knew that unhappy Erland, whatever of legendary lore, skald and bard had left behind them, and to teach me that knowledge, which was to cost us both so dear, was the chief occupation of his old age. I learned to visit each lonely barrow, each lofty cairn, to tell its appropriate tale, and to soothe with rhymes in his praise the spirit of the stern warrior who dwelt within. I knew where the sacrifices were made of yore to Thor and to Odin, on what stones the blood of the victims flowed, where stood the dark-browed priest, where the crested chiefs who consulted the will of the idol, where the more distant crowd of inferior worshippers who looked on in awe or in terror. The places most shunned by the timid peasants had no terrors for me. I dared walk in the fairy circle and sleep by the magic spring. But for my misfortune I was chiefly fond to linger about the dwarfy stone, as it is called, a relic of antiquity, which strangers look on with curiosity and the natives with awe. It is a huge fragment of rock which lies in a broken and rude valley full of stones and precipices in the recesses of the ward hill of Hoy. The inside of the rock has 2 couches, hewn by no earthly hand, and having a small passage between them. The doorway is now open to the weather, but beside it lies a large stone, which, adapted to grooves still visible in the entrance, once had served to open and to close this extraordinary dwelling, which Trold, a dwarf famous in the northern sagas, is said to have framed for his own favourite residence. The lonely shepherd avoids the place, for at sunrise, high noon, or sunset, the misshapen form of the necromantic owner may sometimes still be seen sitting by the dwarfy stone. I feared not the apparition, for Minna, My heart was as bold, and my hand was as innocent as yours. In my childish courage I was even but too presumptuous, and the thirst after things unattainable led me, like our primitive mother, to desire increase of knowledge, even by prohibited means. I longed to possess the power of the Voluspae and divining women of our ancient race, to wield, like them, command over the elements, and to summon the ghosts of deceased heroes from their caverns, that they might recite their daring deeds, and impart to me their hidden treasures. Often when watching by the dwarfy stone, with mine eyes fixed on the ward-hill, which rises above that gloomy valley, I have distinguished among the dark rocks that wonderful carbuncle, which gleams ruddy as a furnace to them who view it from beneath, but has ever become invisible to him whose daring foot has scaled the precipices from which it darts its splendor. My vain and youthful bosom burned to investigate these and an hundred other mysteries, which the sagas that I perused or learned from Erland rather indicated than explained, and in my daring mood I called on the Lord of the dwarfy stone to aid me in attaining knowledge inaccessible to mere mortals. "And the evil spirit heard your summons?" said Minna, her blood curdling as she listened. "Hush!" said Norna, lowering her voice. "Vex him not with reproach. He is with us. He hears us even now." Brenda started from her seat. "I will to Euphony Fay's chamber," she said, "and leave you, Minna and Norna, to finish your stories of hobgoblins and of dwarfs at your own leisure. I care not for them at any time, but I will not endure them at midnight, and by this pale lamplight." She was accordingly in the act of leaving the room when her sister detained her. "Is this the courage," she said, "of her that disbelieves whatever the history of our fathers tells us of supernatural prodigy? What Norna has to tell concerns the fate, perhaps, of our father and his house. If I can listen to it, trusting that God and my innocence will protect me from all that is malignant, you, Brenda, who believe not in such influence, have surely no cause to tremble. Credit me that for the guiltless there is no fear." "There may be no danger," said Brenda, unable to suppress her natural turn for humour, "but as the old jest book says, there is much fear. However, Minna, I will stay with you. The rather," she added in a whisper, "that I am loath to leave you alone with this frightful woman, and that I have a dark staircase and long passage betwixt and Euphony Fay, else I would have her here ere I were 5 minutes older." "Call no one hither, maiden, upon peril of thy life," said Norna, "and interrupt not my tale again, for it cannot and must not be told after that charmed light has ceased to burn." "And I thank heaven," said Brenda to herself, "that the oil burns low in the cruse. I am sorely tempted to lend it a puff, but then Norna would be alone with us in the dark, and that would be worse." So saying, she submitted to her fate, and sat down, determined to listen with all the equanimity which she could command to the remaining part of Norna's tale, which went on as follows. "It happened on a hot summer day, and just about the hour of noon," continued Norna, "as I sat by the dwarfy stone, with my eyes fixed on the ward-hill, whence the mysterious and ever-burning carbuncle shed its rays more brightly than usual, and repined in my heart at the restricted bounds of human knowledge, that at length I could not help exclaiming, in the words of an ancient saga, 'Dwellers of the mountain, rise! Trow the powerful, Hames the wise, ye who taught weak woman's tongue words that sway the wise and strong, ye who taught weak woman's hand how to wield the magic wand, and wake the gales on Thula's steep, or lull wild Sumburg's waves to sleep. Still are ye yet? Not yours the power ye knew in Odin's mightier hour. What are ye now but empty names, powerful trolled, sagacious Hames, that, lightly spoken, lightly heard, float on the air like thistle's beard? I had scarce uttered these words, proceeded Norna, ere the sky, which had been till then unusually clear, grew so suddenly dark around me that it seemed more like midnight than noon. A single flash of lightning showed me at once the desolate landscape of heath, morass, mountain, and precipice which lay around. A single clap of thunder wakened all the echoes of the Wardhill, which continued so long to repeat the sound that it seemed some rock rent by the thunderbolt from the summit was rolling over cliff and precipice into the valley. Immediately after fell a burst of rain so violent that I was fain to shun its pelting by creeping into the interior of the mysterious stone. I seated myself on the larger stone couch, which is cut at the farther end of the cavity, and with my eyes fixed on the smaller bed, wearied myself with conjectures respecting the origin and purpose of my singular place of refuge. Had it been really the work of that powerful Trold, to whom the poetry of the Skalds referred it? Or was it the tomb of some Scandinavian chief, interred with his arms and his wealth, perhaps also with his immolated wife, that what he loved best in life might not in death be divided from him? Or was it the abode of penance, chosen by some devoted anchorite of later days? Or the idle work of some wandering mechanic, whom chance and whim and leisure had thrust upon such an undertaking? I tell you the thoughts that then floated through my brain, that ye may know that what ensued was not the vision of a prejudiced or prepossessed imagination, but an apparition, as certain as it was awful. Sleep had gradually crept on me amidst my lucubrations, and I was startled from my slumbers by a second clap of thunder, and when I awoke I saw, through the dim light which the upper aperture admitted, the unshapely and indistinct form of Trold the dwarf, seated opposite to me on the lesser couch, which his square and misshapen bulk seemed absolutely to fill up. I was startled, but not affrighted, for the blood of the ancient race of Lachlan was warm in my veins. He spoke, and his words were of Norse, so old that few save my father or I myself could have comprehended their import. Such language as was spoken in these islands ere Olaf planted the cross on the ruins of heathenism. His meaning was dark also and obscure, like that which the pagan priests were wont to deliver in the name of their idols to the tribes that assembled at the Helgefells. This was the import: 1,000 winters dark have flown since over the threshold of my stone a votaress passed my power to own. Visitor bold of the mansion of Trold, maiden haughty of heart, who hast hither presumed, ungifted, undoomed, thou shalt not depart. The power thou dost covet over tempest and wave shall be thine, thou proud maiden, by beach and by cave, by stag and by skerry, by Knoop and by Voe, by Ayr and by Wick, and by Hellier and Geo, and by every wild shore which the northern winds know, and the northern tides lave. But though this shall be given thee, thou desperately brave, I doom thee that never the gift thou shalt have, till thou reave thy life's giver of the gift which he gave. I answered him in nearly the same strain, for the spirit of the ancient skalds of our race was upon me, and far from fearing the phantom with whom I sat cooped within so narrow a space, I felt the impulse of that high courage which thrust the ancient champions and druidesses upon contests with the invisible world, when they thought that the earth no longer contained enemies worthy to be subdued by them. Therefore did I answer him thus: "Dark are thy words and severe, thou dweller in the stone, but trembling and fear to her are unknown, who hath sought thee here in thy dwelling lone. Come what come soever, the worst I can endure. Life is but a short fever, and death is the cure." The demon scowled at me, as if at once incensed and overawed, and then coiling himself up in a thick and sulphurous vapour, he disappeared from his place. I did not, till that moment, feel the influence of fright, but then it seized me. I rushed into the open air, where the tempest had passed away and all was pure and serene. After a moment's breathless pause, I hasted home, musing by the way on the words of the phantom, which I could not, as often happens, recall so distinctly to memory at the time as I have been able to do since. It may seem strange that such an apparition should, in time, have glided from my mind like a vision of the night, but so it was. I brought myself to believe it the work of fancy. I thought I had lived too much in solitude, and had given way too much to the feelings inspired by my favourite studies. I abandoned them for a time, and I mixed with the youth of my age. I was upon a visit at Kirkwall when I learned to know your father, whom business had brought thither. He easily found access to the relation with whom I lived, who was anxious to compose, if possible, the feud which divided our families. Your father, maidens, has been rather hardened than changed by years. He had the same manly form, the same old Norse frankness of manner and of heart, the same upright courage and honesty of disposition, with more of the gentle ingenuousness of youth, an eager desire to please, a willingness to be pleased, and a vivacity of spirits which survives not our early years. But though he was thus worthy of love, and though Erland wrote to me authorizing his attachment, there was another, a stranger, Minna, a fatal stranger, full of arts unknown to us, and graces which to the plain manners of your father were unknown. Yes, he walked indeed among us like a being of another and of a superior race. Ye look on me as if it were strange that I should have attractions for such a lover, but I present nothing that can remind you that Norna of the fitful head was once admired and loved as Ulla Troil. The change betwixt the animated body and the corpse after disease is scarce more awful and absolute than I have sustained, while I yet linger on earth. Look on me, maidens, look on me by this glimmering light. Can ye believe that these haggard and weather-wasted features, these eyes which have been almost converted to stone by looking upon sights of terror, these locks that mingled with grey now stream out, the shattered pennons of a sinking vessel, that these, and she to whom they belong, could once be the objects of fond affection? But the waning lamp sinks fast, and let it sink while I tell my infamy. We loved in secret, we met in secret, till I gave the last proof of fatal and of guilty passion. And now beam out, thou magic glimmer, shine out a little space, thou flame so powerful even in thy feebleness. Bid him who hovers near us keep his dark pinions aloof from the circle thou dost illuminate. Live but a little, till the worst be told, and then sink when thou wilt into darkness, as black as my guilt and sorrow." While she spoke thus, she drew together the remaining nutriment of the lamp, and trimmed its decaying flame. Then again, with a hollow voice, and in broken sentences, pursued her narrative. "I must waste little time in words. My love was discovered, but not my guilt. Erland came to Pomona in anger, and transported me to our solitary dwelling in Hoy. He commanded me to see my lover no more, and to receive Magnus, in whom he was willing to forgive the offences of his father, as my future husband. Alas, I no longer deserved his attachment. My only wish was to escape from my father's dwelling, to conceal my shame in my lover's arms. Let me do him justice. He was faithful, too faithful. His perfidy would have bereft me of my senses, but the fatal consequences of his fidelity have done me a tenfold injury." She paused, and then resumed, with the wild tone of insanity. "It has made me the powerful and the despairing sovereign of the seas and winds." She paused a second time after this wild exclamation, and resumed her narrative in a more composed manner. "My lover came in secret to Hoy to concert measures for my flight, and I agreed to meet him that we might fix the time when his vessel should come into the Sound. I left the house at midnight." Here she appeared to gasp with agony, and went on with her tale by broken and interrupted sentences. "I left the house at midnight. I had to pass my father's door, and I perceived it was open. I thought he watched us, and that the sound of my steps might not break his slumbers, I closed the fatal door, a light and trivial action, but God in heaven, what were the consequences? At morn the room was full of suffocating vapor. My father was dead, dead through my act, dead through my disobedience, dead through my infamy. All that follows is mist and darkness, a choking, suffocating, stifling mist envelops all that I said and did, all that was said and done, until I became assured that my doom was accomplished, and walked forth the calm and terrible being you now behold me, the queen of the elements, the sharer in the power of those beings to whom man and his passions give such sport as the tortures of the dogfish afford the fisherman, when he pierces his eyes with thorns and turns him once more into his native element, to traverse the waves in blindness and agony. No, maidens, she whom you see before you is impassive to the follies of which your minds are the sport. I am she that have made the offering. I am she that bereaved the giver of the gift of life which he gave me. The dark saying has been interpreted by my deed, and I am taken from humanity to be something preeminently powerful, preeminently wretched. As she spoke thus, the light, which had been long quivering, leaped high for an instant, and seemed about to expire, when Norna, interrupting herself, said hastily, "No more now, he comes. Enough that ye know me, and the right I have to advise and command you. Approach now, proud spirit, if thou wilt." So saying, she extinguished the lamp, and passed out of the apartment with her usual loftiness of step, as Minna could observe from its measured cadence. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Is all the counsel that we two have shared, the sisters' vows, the hours that we have spent when we have chid the hasty-footed time for parting us? Oh, and is all forgot. Midsummer Night's Dream. The attention of Minna was powerfully arrested by this tale of terror, which accorded with and explained many broken hints respecting Norna, which she had heard from her father and other near relations, and she was for a time so lost in surprise, not unmingled with horror, that she did not even attempt to speak to her sister Brenda. When at length she called her by her name, she received no answer, and on touching her hand she found it cold as ice. Alarmed to the uttermost, she threw open the lattice and the window shutters, and admitted at once the free air and the pale glimmer of the Hyperborean summer night. She then became sensible that her sister was in a swoon. All thoughts concerning Norna, her frightful tale, and her mysterious connection with the invisible world, at once vanished from Minna's thoughts, and she hastily ran to the apartment of the old housekeeper to summon her aid, without reflecting for a moment what sights she might encounter in the long dark passages which she had to traverse. The old woman hastened to Brenda's assistance, and instantly applied such remedies as her experience suggested, but the poor girl's nervous system had been so much agitated by the horrible tale she had just heard, that, when recovered from her swoon, her utmost endeavours to compose her mind could not prevent her falling into a hysterical fit of some duration. This also was subdued by the experience of old Euphenie Fay, who was well versed in all the simple pharmacy used by the natives of Shetland, and who, after administering a composing draught, distilled from simples and wild flowers, at length saw her patient resigned to sleep. Minna stretched herself beside her sister, kissed her cheek, and courted slumber in her turn, but the more she invoked it, the farther it seemed to fly from her eyelids, and if at times she was disposed to sink into repose, the voice of the involuntary parricide seemed again to sound in her ears, and startled her into consciousness. The early morning hour at which they were accustomed to rise found the state of the sisters different from what might have been expected. A sound sleep had restored the spirit of Brenda's lightsome eye and the rose on her laughing cheek, the transient indisposition of the preceding night having left as little trouble on her look as the fantastic terrors of Norna's tale had been able to impress on her imagination. The looks of Minna, on the contrary, were melancholy, downcast, and apparently exhausted by watching and anxiety. They said at first little to each other, as if afraid of touching a subject so fraught with emotion as the scene of the preceding night. It was not until they had performed together their devotions, as usual, that Brenda, while lacing Minna's bodice, for they rendered the services of the toilet to each other reciprocally, became aware of the paleness of her sister's looks, and having ascertained, by a glance at the mirror, that her own did not wear the same dejection, she kissed Minna's cheek, and said affectionately, "Claude Halcrow was right, my dearest sister, when his poetical folly gave us these names of night and day." "And wherefore should you say so now?" said Minna. "Because we each are bravest in the season that we take our name from. I was frightened well nigh to death by hearing those things last night, which you endured with courageous firmness, and now, when it is broad light, I can think of them with composure, while you look as pale as a spirit who is surprised by sunrise." "You are lucky, Brenda," said her sister gravely. "Who can so soon forget such a tale of wonder and horror?" The horror, said Brenda, is never to be forgotten, unless one could hope that the unfortunate woman's excited imagination, which shows itself so active in conjuring up apparitions, may have fixed on her an imaginary crime. You believe nothing, then, said Minna, of her interview at the Dwarfy Stone, that wondrous place, of which so many tales are told, and which, for so many centuries, has been reverenced as the work of a demon, and as his abode? I believe, said Brenda, that our unhappy relative is no impostor, and therefore I believe that she was at the Dwarfy Stone during a thunderstorm, that she sought to shelter in it, and that during a swoon, or during sleep perhaps, some dream visited her, concerned with the popular traditions with which she was so conversant. But I cannot easily believe more. And yet the event, said Minna, corresponded to the dark intimations of the vision. Pardon me, said Brenda, I rather think the dream would never have been put into shape, or perhaps remembered at all, but for the event. She told us herself she had nearly forgot the vision till after her father's dreadful death, and who shall warrant how much of what she then supposed herself to remember was not the creation of her own fancy, disordered as it naturally was by the horrid accident. Had she really seen and conversed with a necromantic dwarf, she was likely to remember the conversation long enough. At least I am sure I should. Brenda, replied Minna, you have heard the good minister of the Cross Kirk say that human wisdom was worse than folly, when it was applied to mysteries beyond its comprehension, and that if we believed no more than we could understand, we should resist the evidence of our senses, which presented us at every turn circumstances as certain as they were unintelligible. You are too learned yourself, sister, answered Brenda, to need the assistance of the good minister of Cross Kirk. But I think his doctrine only related to the mysteries of our religion, which it is our duty to receive without investigation or doubt, but in things occurring in common life, as God has bestowed reason upon us, we cannot act wrongly in employing it. But you, my dear Minna, have a warmer fancy than mine, and are willing to receive all those wonderful stories for truth, because you love to think of sorcerers and dwarfs and water spirits, and would like much to have a little trow, or fairy, as the Scotch call them, with a green coat and a pair of wings as brilliant as the hues of the starling's neck, specially to attend on you. It would spare you at least the trouble of lacing my bodice, said Minna, and of lacing it wrong too, for in the heat of your argument you have missed 2 eyelet holes. That error shall be presently mended, said Brenda, and then, as one of our friends might say, I will haul tight and belay. But you draw your breath so deeply that it will be a difficult matter. I only sighed, said Minna, in some confusion, to think how soon you can trifle with and ridicule the misfortunes of this extraordinary woman. I do not ridicule them, God knows, replied Brenda, somewhat angrily. It is you, Minna, who turn all I say in truth and kindness to something harsh or wicked. I look on Norna as a woman of very extraordinary abilities, which are very often united with a strong cast of insanity, and I consider her as better skilled in the signs of the weather than any woman in Shetland. But that she has any power over the elements I no more believe than I do in the nursery stories of King Eric, who could make the wind blow from the point he set his cap to. Minna, somewhat nettled with the obstinate incredulity of her sister, replied sharply, And yet, Brenda, this woman half-mad woman, and the veriest impostor is the person by whom you choose to be advised in the matter next your own heart at this moment?" "I do not know what you mean," said Brenda, coloring deeply, and shifting to get away from her sister. But as she was now undergoing the ceremony of being laced in her turn, her sister had the means of holding her fast by the silken string with which she was fastening the bodice, and tapping her on the neck, which expressed, by its sudden writhe and sudden change to a scarlet hue, as much pettish confusion as she had desired to provoke. She added more mildly, "Is it not strange, Brenda, that, used as we have been by the stranger Mordaunt Mertown, whose assurance has brought him uninvited to a house where his presence is so unacceptable, you should still look or think of him with favour? Surely that you do so should be a proof to you that there are such things as spells in the country, and that you yourself labour under them. It is not for naught that Mordaunt wears a chain of elfin gold. Look to it, Brenda, and be wise in time." "I have nothing to do with Mordaunt Mertown," answered Brenda hastily, "nor do I know or care what he or any other young man wears about his neck. I could see all the gold chains of all the bailies of Edinburgh, that Lady Glororem speaks so much of, without falling in fancy with any of the wearers." And having thus complied with the female rule of pleading not guilty in general to such an indictment, she immediately resumed, in a different tone, "But to say the truth, Minna, I think you and all of you have judged far too hastily about this young friend of ours, who has been so long our most intimate companion. Mind, Mordaunt Mertown is no more to me than he is to you, who best know how little difference he made betwixt us, and that, chain or no chain, he lived with us like a brother with two sisters, and yet you can turn him off at once, because a wandering seaman, of whom we know nothing, and a peddling jagger, whom we do know to be a thief, a cheat, and a liar, speak words and carry tales in his disfavour. I do not believe he ever said he could have his choice of either of us, and only waited to see which was to have Burg Westra and Bredna's foe. I do not believe he ever spoke such a word, or harboured such a thought, as that of making a choice between us." "Perhaps," said Minna coldly, "you may have had reason to know that his choice was already determined." "I will not endure this," said Brenda, giving way to her natural vivacity, and springing from between her sister's hands. Then turning round and facing her, while her glowing cheek was rivalled in the deepness of its crimson by as much of her neck and bosom as the upper part of the half-laced bodice permitted to be visible. "Even from you, Minna," she said, "I will not endure this. You know that all my life I have spoken the truth, and that I love the truth, and I tell you that Mordaunt Mertown never in his life made distinction betwixt you and me until—" Here some feeling of consciousness stopped her short, and her sister replied, with a smile, "Until when, Brenda? Methinks your love of truth seems choked with the sentence you were bringing out." "Until you cease to do him the justice he deserves," said Brenda firmly, "since I must speak out. I have little doubt that he will not long throw away his friendship on you, who hold it so lightly." "Be it so," said Minna. "You are secure from my rivalry, either in his friendship or love. But bethink you better, Brenda, this is no scandal of Cleveland's. Cleveland is incapable of slander. No falsehood of Bryce Snailsfoot. not one of our friends or acquaintance but says it has been the common talk of the island that the daughters of Magnus Troil were patiently awaiting the choice of the nameless and birthless stranger, Mordaunt Murtown. Is it fitting that this should be said of us, the descendants of a Norwegian Jarl, and the daughters of the first Udallar in Zetland? Or would it be modest or maidenly to submit to it unresented, were we the meanest lasses that ever lifted a milk pail? The tongues of fools are no reproach, replied Brenda warmly. I will never quit my own thoughts of an innocent friend for the gossip of the island, which can put the worst meaning on the most innocent actions. Hear but what our friends say, repeated Minna. Hear but the Lady Glowrorum. Hear but Maddie and Clara Groatsetter. If I were to hear Lady Glowrorum, said Brenda steadily, I should listen to the worst tongue in Zetland. And as for Maddie and Clara Groatsetter, they were both blithe enough to get Mordaunt to sit betwixt them at dinner the day before yesterday, as you might have observed yourself, but that your ear was better engaged. Your eyes, at least, have been but indifferently engaged, Brenda, retorted the elder sister, since they were fixed on a young man whom all the world but yourself believes to have talked of us with the most insolent presumption, and even if he be innocently charged, Lady Glowrorum says it is unmaidenly and bold of you even to look in the direction where he sits, knowing it must confirm such reports. I will look which way I please, said Brenda, growing still warmer. Lady Glowrorum shall neither rule my thoughts, nor my words, nor my eyes. I hold Mordaunt Murtown to be innocent. I will look at him as such. I will speak of him as such, and if I did not speak to him also, and behave to him as usual, it is in obedience to my father, and not for what Lady Glowrorum and all her nieces, had she 20 instead of 2, could think, wink, nod, or tattle about the matter that concerns them not. Alas, Brenda, answered Minna, with calmness, this vivacity is more than is required for the defence of the character of a mere friend. Beware, he who ruined Norna's peace for ever was a stranger, admitted to her affections against the will of her family. He was a stranger, replied Brenda with emphasis, not only in birth, but in manners. She had not been bred up with him from her youth. She had not known the gentleness, the frankness of his disposition by an intimacy of many years. He was indeed a stranger in character, temper, birth, manners, and morals. Some wandering adventurer, perhaps, whom chance or tempest had thrown upon the islands, and who knew how to mask a false heart with a frank brow. My good sister, take home your own warning. There are other strangers at Berg Westra besides this poor Mordaunt Murtown. Minna seemed for a moment overwhelmed with the rapidity with which her sister retorted her suspicion and her caution, but her natural loftiness of disposition enabled her to reply with assumed composure. Were I to treat you, Brenda, with the want of confidence you show towards me, I might reply that Cleveland is no more to me than Mordaunt was, or than young Swartuster, or Lawrence Ericsson, or any other favourite guest of my father's now is, but I scorn to deceive you, or to disguise my thoughts. I love Clement Cleveland. Do not say so, my dearest sister, said Brenda, abandoning at once the air of acrimony with which the conversation had been latterly conducted, and throwing her arms around her sister's neck with looks and with a tone of the most earnest affection. Do not say so, I implore you. I will renounce Mordaunt Murtown. I will swear never to speak to him again, but do not repeat that you love this Cleveland." "And why should I not repeat," said Minna, disengaging herself gently from her sister's grasp, "a sentiment in which I glory? The boldness, the strength and energy of his character, to which command is natural and fear unknown, these very properties which alarm you for my happiness, are the qualities which ensure it. Remember, Brenda, that when your foot loved the calm, smooth sea beach of the summer sea, mine ever delighted in the summit of the precipice when the waves are in fury." "And is it even that which I dread?" said Brenda. "It is even that adventurous disposition which now is urging you to the brink of a precipice more dangerous than ever was washed by a spring tide. This man, do not frown, I will say no slander of him, but is he not, even in your own partial judgment, stern and overbearing, accustomed, as you say, to command, but for that very reason commanding where he has no right to do so, and leading whom it would most become him to follow, rushing on danger rather for its own sake than for any other object? And can you think of being yoked with a spirit so unsettled and stormy, whose life has hitherto been led in scenes of death and peril, and who, even while sitting by your side, cannot disguise his impatience again to engage in them? A lover, methinks, should love his mistress better than his own life, but yours, my dear Minna, loves her less than the pleasure of inflicting death on others." "And it is even for that I love him," said Minna. "I am a daughter of the old dames of Norway, who could send their lovers to battle with a smile, and slay them with their own hands, if they returned with dishonor. My lover must scorn the mockeries by which our degraded race strive for distinction, or must practice them only in sport, and in earnest of nobler dangers. No whale-striking, bird-nesting favourite for me. My lover must be a sea-king, or what else modern times may give that draws near to that lofty character." "Alas, my sister," said Brenda, "it is now that I must in earnest begin to believe the force of spells and of charms. You remember the Spanish story which you took from me long since, because I said, in your admiration of the chivalry of the olden times of Scandinavia, you rivalled the extravagance of the hero. Ah, Minna, your colour shows that your conscience checks you, and reminds you of the book I mean. Is it more wise, think you, to mistake a windmill for a giant, or the commander of a paltry corsair for a Ceamp or a Viking?" Minna did indeed colour with anger at this insinuation, of which perhaps she felt in some degree the truth. "You have a right," she said, "to insult me, because you are possessed of my secret." Brenda's soft heart could not resist this charge of unkindness. She adjured her sister to pardon her, and the natural gentleness of Minna's feelings could not resist her entreaties. "We are unhappy," she said, as she dried her sister's tears, "that we cannot see with the same eyes. Let us not make each other more so by mutual insult and unkindness. You have my secret. It will not perhaps long be one, for my father shall have the confidence to which he is entitled, so soon as certain circumstances will permit me to offer it. Meantime, I repeat, you have my secret, and I more than suspect that I have yours in exchange, though you refuse to own it." "How, Minna," said Brenda, "would you have me acknowledge for any one such feelings as you allude to, ere he has said the least word that could justify such a confession?" Surely not, but a hidden fire may be distinguished by heat as well as flame. You understand these signs, Minna, said Brenda, hanging down her head, and in vain endeavouring to suppress the temptation to repartee which her sister's remark offered. But I can only say that if ever I loved at all, it shall not be until I have been asked to do so once or twice at least, which has not yet chanced to me. But do not let us renew our quarrel, and rather let us think why Norna should have told us that horrible tale, and to what she expects it should lead. It must have been as a caution, replied Minna, a caution which our situation, and I will not deny it, which mine in particular, might seem to her to call for. But I am alike strong in my own innocence and in the honour of Cleveland. Brenda would fain have replied that she did not confide so absolutely in the latter security as in the first, but she was prudent, and forbearing to awake the former painful discussion, only replied, "It is strange that Norna should have said nothing more of her lover. Surely he could not desert her in the extremity of misery to which he had reduced her." "There may be agonies of distress," said Minna, after a pause, "in which the mind is so much jarred that it ceases to be responsive even to the feelings which have most engrossed it. Her sorrow for her lover may have been swallowed up in horror and despair, or he might have fled from the islands in fear of our father's vengeance," replied Brenda. "If for fear or faintness of heart," said Minna, looking upwards, "he was capable of flying from the ruin which he had occasioned, I trust he has long ere this sustained the punishment which Heaven reserves for the most base and dastardly of traitors and of cowards. Come, sister, we are ere this expected at the breakfast board." And they went thither arm in arm, with much more of confidence than had lately subsisted between them, the little quarrel which had taken place having served the purpose of a borrasque, or sudden squall, which dispels mists and vapours, and leaves fair weather behind it. On their way to the breakfast apartment, they agreed that it was unnecessary, and might be imprudent, to communicate to their father the circumstance of the nocturnal visit, or to let him observe that they now knew more than formerly of the melancholy history of Norna. End of chapter 20. Book 2, Chapter 1 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. But lost to me, forever lost, those joys which reason scatters, and which time destroys. No more the midnight fairy train I view, all in the merry moonlight tippling dew. Even the last lingering fiction of the brain, the churchyard ghost, is now at rest again. The Library. The moral bard, from whom we borrow the motto of this chapter, has touched a theme with which most readers have some feelings that vibrate unconsciously. Superstition, when not arrayed in her full horrors, but laying a gentle hand only on her suppliant's head, had charms which we fail not to regret, even in those stages of society from which her influence is well nigh banished by the light of reason and general education. At least, in more ignorant periods, her system of ideal terrors had something in them interesting to minds which had few means of excitement. This is more especially true of those lighter modifications of superstitious feelings and practices which mingle in the amusements of the ruder ages, and are, like the auguries of Halloween in Scotland, considered partly as matter of merriment, partly as sad and prophetic earnest, and with similar feelings people even of tolerable education have, in our times, sought the cell of a fortune-teller upon a frolic, as it is termed, and yet not always in a disposition absolutely skeptical towards the responses they receive. When the sisters of Bergwestra arrived in the apartment destined for a breakfast, as ample as that which we have described on the preceding morning, and had undergone a jocular rebuke from the Udollar for their late attendance, they found the company, most of whom had already breakfasted, engaged in an ancient Norwegian custom of the character which we have just described. It seems to have been borrowed from those poems of the Skalds, in which champions and heroines are so often represented as seeking to know their destiny from some sorceress or prophetess, who, as in the legend called by Gray the descent of Odin, awakens by the force of runic rhyme the unwilling revealer of the doom of fate, and compels from her answers, often of dubious import, but which were then believed to express some shadow of the events of futurity. An old sibyl, Euphanie Fay, the housekeeper we have already mentioned, was installed in the recess of a large window, studiously darkened by bearskins and other miscellaneous drapery, so as to give it something the appearance of a Laplander's hut, and accommodated like a confessional chair with an aperture which permitted the person within to hear with ease whatever question should be put, though not to see the querist. Here seated, the Voluspa or Sibyl was to listen to the rhythmical enquiries which should be made to her, and return an extemporaneous answer. The drapery was supposed to prevent her from seeing by what individual she was consulted, and the intended or accidental reference which the answer given under such circumstances bore to the situation of the person by whom the question was asked, often furnished food for laughter, and sometimes, as it happened, for more serious reflection. The Sibyl was usually chosen from her possessing the talent of improvisation in the Norse poetry, no unusual accomplishment where the minds of many were stored with old verses, and where the rules of metrical composition are uncommonly simple. The questions were also put in verse, but as this power of extemporaneous composition, though common, could not be supposed universal, the mediums of an interpreter might be used by any querist, which interpreter, holding the consulter of the oracle by the hand, and standing by the place from which the oracles were issued, had the task of rendering into verse the subject of enquiry. On the present occasion, Claude Halcrow was summoned by the universal voice to perform the part of interpreter, and after shaking his head and muttering some apology for decay of memory and poetical powers, contradicted at once by his own conscious smile of confidence and by the general shout of the company, the light-hearted old man came forward to play his part in the proposed entertainment. But just as it was about to commence, the arrangement of parts was singularly altered. Norna, of the fitful head, whom every one, excepting the two sisters, believed to be at the distance of many miles, suddenly, and without greeting, entered the apartment, walked majestically up to the bearskin tabernacle, and signed to the female who was there seated to abdicate her sanctuary. The old woman came forth, shaking her head, and looking like one overwhelmed with fear, nor indeed were there many in the company who saw with absolute composure the sudden appearance of a person so well known and so generally dreaded as Norna. She paused a moment at the entrance of the tent, and as she raised the skin which formed the entrance, she looked up to the north, as if imploring from that quarter a strain of inspiration. Then, signing to the surprised guests that they might approach in succession the shrine in which she was about to install herself, she entered the tent and was shrouded from their sight. But this was a different sport from what the company had meditated, and to most of them seemed to present so much more of earnest than of game, that there was no alacrity shown to consult the oracle. The character and pretensions of Norna seemed, to almost all present, too serious for the part which she had assumed. The men whispered to each other, and the women, according to Claude Halcrow, realized the description of glorious John Dryden. With horror shuddering, in a heap they ran. The pause was interrupted by the loud, manly voice of the Udollar. "Why does the game stand still, my masters? Are you afraid because my kinswoman is to play our Völuspa? Is it kindly done in her to do for us what none in the Isles can do so well, and will we not balk our sport for it, but rather go on the merrier?" There was still a pause in the company, and Magnus Troil added, "It shall never be said that my kinswoman sat in her bower unhalsed, as if she were some of the old mountain giantesses, and all from faint heart. I will speak first myself, but the rhyme comes worse from my tongue than when I was a score of years younger. Claude Halcrow, you must stand by me." Hand in hand they approached the shrine of the supposed Sibyl, and after a moment's consultation together, Halcrow thus expressed the query of his friend and patron. Now the Udollar, like many persons of consequence in Shetland, who, as Sir Robert Sibbald has testified for them, had begun thus early to apply both to commerce and navigation, was concerned to some extent in the whale fishery of the season, and the bard had been directed to put into his halting verse an enquiry concerning its success. Claude Halcrow. "Mother darksome, mother dread, dweller on the fitful head, thou canst see what deeds are done under the never-setting sun. Look through sleet and look through frost, look to Greenland's caves and coast. By the iceberg is a sail chasing of the swarthy whale. Mother doubtful, mother dread, tell us, has the good ship sped?" The jest seemed to turn to earnest, as all, bending their heads around, listened to the voice of Norna, who, without a moment's hesitation, answered from the recesses of the tent in which she was enclosed. Norna. "The thought of the aged is ever on gear, on his fishing, his furrow, his flock, and his steer. But thrive may his fishing, flock, furrow, and herd, while the aged for anguish shall tear his grey beard." There was a momentary pause, during which Triptolemus had time to whisper, "If 10 witches and as many warlocks were to swear it, I will never believe that a decent man will either fash his beard or himself about anything, so long as stock and crop goes as it should do." But the voice from within the tent resumed its low monotonous tone of recitation, and interrupting farther commentary, proceeded as follows. Norna. "The ship, well laden as bark need be, lies deep in the furrow of the Iceland sea. The breeze for Zetland blows fair and soft, and gaily the garland is fluttering aloft. 7 good fishes have spouted their last, and their jawbones are hanging to yard and mast. 2 are for Lerwick, and 2 for Kirkwall, and 3 for Bergwestra, the choicest of all." "Now the powers above look down and protect us," said Bryce Snelsfoot, "for it is more than woman's wit that has spade out that furley. I saw them at North Ronaldshaw that had seen the good bark, the Olive of Lerwick, that our worthy patron has such a great share in, that she may be called his own in a manner, and they had broomed the ship, and as sure as there are stars in heaven, she answered them for 7 fish, exact as Norna has telled us in her rhyme. Humph! 7 fish exactly, and you heard it at North Ronaldshaw, said Captain Cleveland, and I suppose told it as a good piece of news when you came hither. It never crossed my tongue, Captain, answered the pedlar. I have kenned many chapmen, travelling merchants, and such like, neglect their goods to carry clashes and clavers up and down from one countryside to another, but that is no traffic of mine. I dinna believe I have mentioned the Olive's having made up her cargo to 3 folks since I crossed to Dunrossness. But if one of those 3 had spoken the news over again, and it is 2 to 1 that such a thing happened, the old lady prophesies upon velvet. Such was the speech of Cleveland, addressed to Magnus Troil, and heard without any applause. The Udaller's respect for his country extended to its superstitions, and so did the interest which he took in his unfortunate kinswoman. If he never rendered a precise assent to her high supernatural pretensions, he was not at least desirous of hearing them disputed by others. Norna, he said, his cousin, an emphasis on the word, held no communication with Bryce Snailsfoot or his acquaintances. He did not pretend to explain how she came by her information, but he had always remarked that Scotsmen, and indeed strangers in general, when they came to Shetland, were ready to find reasons for things which remained sufficiently obscure to those whose ancestors had dwelt there for ages. Captain Cleveland took the hint, and bowed, without attempting to defend his own scepticism. "And now forward, my brave hearts," said the Udaller, "and may all have as good tidings as I have. 3 wells cannot but yield. Let me think how many hogsheads." There was an obvious reluctance on the part of the guests to be the next in consulting the oracle of the tent. "Good news are welcome to some folks, if they come from the devil himself," said the mistress Babby Yellowly, addressing the lady Glororum, for a similarity of disposition in some respects had made a sort of intimacy betwixt them. "But I think, my lady, that this has over mickle of rank witchcraft in it, to have the countenance of douce Christian folks, like you and me, my lady." "There may be something in what you say, my dame," replied the good lady Glororum, "but we Highlanders are no just like other folks, and this woman, if she be a witch, being the Foude's friend and near kinswoman, it will be ill taken if we havena our fortunes spade like all the rest of them. And so my nieces may even step forward in their turn, and no harm done. They will have time to repent, ye can, in the course of nature, if there be anything wrong in it, Mistress Yellowly." While others remained under similar uncertainty and apprehension, Halcrow, who saw by the knitting of the old Udaller's brows, and by a certain impatient shuffle of his right foot, like the motion of a man who with difficulty refrains from stamping, that his patience began to wax rather thin, gallantly declared that he himself would, in his own person, and not as a procurator for others, put the next query to the Pythoness. He paused a minute, collected his rhymes, and thus addressed her: Claude Halcrow. "Mother doubtful, mother dread, dweller of the fitful head, thou hast conned full many a rhyme that lives upon the surge of time. Tell me, shall my lays be sung like Hakon's of the golden tongue, long after Halcrow's dead and gone? Or shall Highland's minstrel own one note to rival glorious John? The voice of the Sibyl immediately replied from her sanctuary, Norna, the infant loves the rattle's noise. Age, double childhood, hath its toys, but different far the descant rings, as strikes a different hand the strings. The eagle mounts the polar sky, the ember goose, unskilled to fly, must be content to glide along where seal and sea-dog list his song. Halcrow bit his lip, shrugged his shoulders, and then instantly recovering his good humour, and the ready, though slovenly power of extemporaneous composition with which long habit had invested him, he gallantly rejoined, Claude Halcrow, be mine the ember goose to play, and haunt lone cave and silent bay. The archer's aim so shall I shun, so shall I scape the levelled gun, content my verses' tuneless jingle with Tull's sounding tides to mingle, while to the ear of wandering wight upon the distant headland's height, softened by murmur of the sea, the rude sounds seem like harmony. As the little bard stepped back with an alert gait and satisfied air, general applause followed the spirited manner in which he had acquiesced in the doom which levelled him with an ember goose. But his resigned and courageous submission did not even yet encourage any other person to consult the redoubted Norna. The coward fools, said the Udollar, are you too afraid, Captain Cleveland, to speak to an old woman? Ask her anything. Ask her whether the 12-gun sloop at Kirkwall be your consort or no. Cleveland looked at Minna, and probably conceiving that she watched with anxiety his answer to her father's question, he collected himself after a moment's hesitation. I never was afraid of man or woman, Master Halcrow. You have heard the question which our host desires me to ask. Put it in my name, and in your own way. I pretend to as little skill in poetry as I do in witchcraft. Halcrow did not wait to be invited twice, but grasping Captain Cleveland's hand in his, according to the form which the game prescribed, he put the query which the Udollar had dictated to the stranger in the following words. Claude Halcrow, mother doubtful, mother dread, dweller of the fitful head, a gallant bark from far abroad, St. Magnus hath her in his road, with guns and firelocks not a few, a silken and a scarlet crew, deep stored with precious merchandise, of gold and goods of rare device. What interest hath our comrade bold in bark and crew, in goods and gold? There was a pause of unusual duration ere the oracle would return any answer, and when she replied, it was in a lower, though an equally decided tone, with that which she had hitherto employed. Norna, gold is ruddy, fair, and free, blood is crimson, and dark to see. I looked out on St. Magnus Bay, and I saw a falcon that struck her prey. A gobbet of flesh in her beak she bore, and talons and singles are dripping with gore. Let him that asks after them look on his hand, and if there is blood on it, he's one of their band. Cleveland smiled scornfully, and held out his hand. Few men have been on the Spanish Main as often as I have, without having had to do with the Guarda Costas once and again, but there never was aught like a stain on my hand that a wet towel would not wipe away. The Udollar added his voice potential. There is never peace with Spaniards beyond the line. I have heard Captain Tragandeck and honest old Commodore Bromelayer say so 100 times, and they have both been down in the Bay of Honduras and all thereabouts. I hate all Spaniards, since they came here and reft the Fair Isle men of their vivers in 1558. I have heard my grandfather speak of it, and there is an old Dutch history somewhere about the house, that shows what work they made in the Low Countries long since. There is neither mercy nor faith in them." "True, true, my old friend," said Cleveland. "They are as jealous of their Indian possessions as an old man of his young bride, and if they can catch you at disadvantage, the mines for your life is the word, and we fight them with our colors nailed to the mast." "That is the way," shouted the U-Dollar. "The old British Jack should never down. When I think of the wooden walls, I almost think myself an Englishman, only it would be becoming too like my Scottish neighbours. But come, no offence to any here, gentlemen. All are friends, and all are welcome. Come, Brenda, go on with the play. Do you speak next? You have Norse rhymes enough, we all know." "But none that suit the game we play at, father," said Brenda, drawing back. "Nonsense," said her father, pushing her onward, while Halcrow seized on her reluctant hand. "Never let mistimed modesty mar honest mirth. Speak for Brenda, Halcrow. It is your trade to interpret maidens' thoughts." The poet bowed to the beautiful young woman with the devotion of a poet and the gallantry of a traveller, and having, in a whisper, reminded her that she was in no way responsible for the nonsense he was about to speak, he paused, looked upward, simpered as if he had caught a sudden idea, and at length set off in the following verses. Claude Halcrow. "Mother doubtful, mother dread, dweller of the fitful head, well thou knowest it is thy task to tell what beauty will not ask. Then steep thy words in wine and milk, and weave a doom of gold and silk. For we would know, shall Brenda prove in love, and happy in her love?" The prophetess replied almost immediately from behind her curtain. Norna. "Untouched by love the maiden's breast is like the snow on Rona's crest, high seated in the middle sky, in bright and barren purity, but by the sunbeam gently kissed, scarce by the gazing eye 'tis missed, ere down the lonely valley stealing, fresh grass and growth its course revealing, it cheers the flock, revives the flower, and decks some happy shepherd's bower." "A comfortable doctrine, and most justly spoken," said the U-Dollar, seizing the blushing Brenda as she was endeavouring to escape. "Never think shame for the matter, my girl. To be the mistress of some honest man's house, and the means of maintaining some old Norse name, making neighbours happy, the poor easy, and relieving strangers, is the most creditable lot a young woman can look to, and I heartily wish it to all here. Come, who speaks next? Good husbands are going. Matty Groatsetter, my pretty Clara, come and have your share." The Lady Glororum shook her head, and could not, she said, altogether approve. Enough said," replied Magnus. "No compulsion, but the play shall go on till we are tired of it. Here, Minna, I have got you at command. Stand forth, my girl. There are plenty of things to be ashamed of besides old-fashioned and innocent pleasantry. Come, I will speak for you myself, though I am not sure I can remember rhyme enough for it." There was a slight colour which passed rapidly over Minna's face, but she instantly regained her composure, and stood erect by her father, as one superior to any little jest to which her situation might give rise. Her father, after some rubbing of his brow and other mechanical efforts to assist his memory, at length recovered verse sufficient to put the following query, though in less gallant strains than those of Halcrow. Magnus Troil. "Mother, speak, and do not tarry. Here's a maiden fain would marry. Shall she marry, ay or not? If she marry, what's her lot?" A deep sigh was uttered within the tabernacle of the soothsayer, as if she compassionated the subject of the doom which she was obliged to pronounce. She then, as usual, returned her response. Norna. Untouched by love, the maiden's breast is like the snow on Rona's crest, so pure, so free from earthly dye, it seems, whilst leaning on the sky, part of the heaven to which 'tis nigh. But passion, like the wild March rain, may soil the wreath with many a stain. We gaze, the lovely vision's gone, a torrent fills the bed of stone, that hurrying to destruction's shock, leaps headlong from the lofty rock. The Udollar heard this reply with high resentment. By the bones of the martyr, he said, his bold visage becoming suddenly ruddy, this is an abuse of courtesy, and were it any but yourself that had classed my daughter's name and the word destruction together, they had better have left the word unspoken. But come forth of the tent, thou old gall-dragon, he said with a smile. I should have known that thou canst not long joy in anything that smacks of mirth. God help thee. His summons received no answer, and after waiting a moment, he again addressed her. Nay, never be sullen with me, kinswoman, though I did speak a hasty word. Thou knowest I bear malice to no one, least of all to thee. So come forth and let us shake hands. Thou mightst have foretold the wreck of my ship and boats, or a bad herring fishery, and I should have said never a word. But Minna or Brenda, you know, are things which touch me nearer. But come out, shake hands, and let there be an end on it. Norna returned no answer whatever to his repeated invocations, and the company began to look upon each other with some surprise, when the Udollar, raising the skin which covered the entrance of the tent, discovered that the interior was empty. The wonder was now general, and not unmixed with fear, for it seemed impossible that Norna could have in any manner escaped from the tabernacle in which she was enclosed, without having been discovered by the company. Gone, however, she was, and the Udollar, after a moment's consideration, dropped the skin curtain again over the entrance of the tent. My friends, he said with a cheerful countenance, we have long known my kinswoman, and that her ways are not like those of the ordinary folks of this world. But she means well by Shetland, and hath the love of a sister for me and for my house, and no guest of mine needs either to fear evil or to take offence at her hand. I have little doubt she will be with us at dinner time. Now, heaven forbid, said Mrs. Babby yellowly, for my good lady Glororum, to tell your ladyship the truth, I likena comers that can come and go like a glance of the sun or the whisk of a whirlwind. Speak lower, said the lady Glororum, and be thankful that yon Carlin hasn't taken the house side away with her. The like of her have played worse pranks, and so has she herself, unless she is the sorer light on. Similar murmurs ran through the rest of the company, until the Udollar uplifted his stentorian and imperative voice to put them to silence, and invited, or rather commanded, the attendants of his guests to behold the boats set off for the Hoff, or deep-sea fishing. The wind has been high since sunrise, he said, and had kept the boats in the bay, but now it was favourable, and they would sail immediately. This sudden alteration of the weather occasioned sundry nods and winks amongst the guests, who were not indisposed to connect it with Norna's sudden disappearance, but without giving vent to observations which could not but be disagreeable to their host, they followed his stately step to the shore, as the herd of deer follows the leading stag, with all manner of respectful observance. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. There was a laughing devil in his sneer that raised emotions both of rage and fear, and where his frown of hatred darkly fell, hope withering fled, and mercy sighed farewell. The Corsair, Canto 1. The ling, or white fishery, is the principal employment of the natives of Shetland, and was formerly that upon which the gentry chiefly depended for their income, and the poor for their subsistence. The fishing season is therefore, like the harvest of an agricultural country, the busiest and most important, as well as the most animating period of the year. The fishermen of each district assemble at particular stations with their boats and crews, and erect upon the shore small huts, composed of shingle and covered with turf, for their temporary lodging, and skios, or drying houses, for the fish, so that the lonely beach at once assumes the appearance of an Indian town. The banks to which they repair for the half-fishing are often many miles distant from the station where the fish is dried, so that they are always 20 or 30 hours absent, frequently longer, and under unfavorable circumstances of wind and tide they remain at sea with a very small stock of provisions, and in a boat of a construction which seems extremely slender, for 2 or 3 days, and are sometimes heard of no more. The departure of the fishers, therefore, on this occupation, has in it a character of danger and of suffering, which renders it dignified, and the anxiety of the females who remain on the beach, watching the departure of the lessening boat, or anxiously looking out for its return, gives pathos to the scene. The scene, therefore, was in busy and anxious animation when the U-Dollar and his friends appeared on the beach. The various crews of about 30 boats, amounting each to from 3 to 5 or 6 men, were taking leave of their wives and female relatives, and jumping on board their long Norway skiffs, where their lines and tackle lay ready stowed. Magnus was not an idle spectator of the scene. He went from one place to another, inquiring into the state of their provisions for the voyage, and their preparations for the fishing, now and then, with a rough Dutch or Norse oath, abusing them for blockheads, or going to sea with their boats indifferently found, but always ending by ordering from his own stores a gallon of gin, a lispand of meal, or some similar essential addition to their sea stores. The hardy sailors, on receiving such favors, expressed their thanks in the brief, gruff manner which their landlord best approved, but the women were more clamorous in their gratitude, which Magnus was often obliged to silence by cursing all female tongues from eaves downwards. At length all were on board and ready, the sails were hoisted, the signal for departure given, the rowers began to pull, and all started from the shore in strong emulation to get first to the fishing ground, and to have their lines set before the rest, an exploit to which no little consequence was attached by the boat's crew, who should be happy enough to perform it. While they were yet within hearing of the shore, they chanted an ancient Norse ditty, appropriate to the occasion, of which Claude Halcrow had executed the following literal translation: "Farewell, merry maidens, to song and to laugh, for the brave lads of Westra are bound to the Hoff, and we must have labour and hunger and pain ere we dance with the maids of Dunrossness again. For now in our trim boats of Norway deal, we must dance on the waves with the porpoise and seal. The breeze it shall pipe, so it pipe not too high, and the gull be our songstress whenever she flits by. Sing on, my brave bird, while we follow like thee by bank, shoal, and quicksand, the swarms of the sea. And when 20 score fishes are straining our line, sing louder, brave bird, for their spoils shall be thine. We'll sing while we bait, and we'll sing when we haul, for the deeps of the Haff have enough for us all. There is Torsk for the gentle, and Skate for the carle, and there's wealth for bold Magnus, the son of the Earl. Huzza, my brave comrades, give way for the Haff. We shall sooner come back to the dance and the laugh, for life without mirth is a lamp without oil, than mirth and long life to the bold Magnus Troil. The rude words of the song were soon drowned in the ripple of the waves, but the tune continued long to mingle with the sound of wind and sea, and the boats were like so many black specks on the surface of the ocean, diminishing by degrees as they bore far and farther seaward, while the ear could distinguish touches of the human voice, almost drowned amid that of the elements. The fishermen's wives looked their last after the parting sails, and were now departing slowly, with downcast and anxious looks, towards the huts in which they were to make arrangements for preparing and drying the fish, with which they hoped to see their husbands and friends return deeply laden. Here and there an old sibyl displayed the superior importance of her experience by predicting, from the appearance of the atmosphere, that the wind would be fair or foul, while others recommended a vow to the Kirk of St. Ninians for the safety of their men and boats, an ancient Catholic superstition not yet wholly abolished, and others, but in a low and timorous tone, regretted to their companions that Norna of Fitful Head had been suffered to depart in discontent that morning from Bergwestra, and of all days in the year that they should have contrived to give her displeasure on the first day of the white fishing. The gentry, guests of Magnus Troil, having whiled away as much time as could be so disposed of, in viewing the little armament set sail, and in conversing with the poor women who had seen their friends embark in it, began now to separate into various groups and parties, which strolled in different directions as fancy led them, to enjoy what may be called the clair obscure of a Zetland summer day, which, though without the brilliant sunshine that cheers other countries during the fine season, has a mild and pleasing character of its own, that softens while it saddens landscapes, which in their own lonely, bare, and monotonous tone have something in them stern as well as barren. In one of the loneliest recesses of the coast, where a deep indenture of the rocks gave the tide access to the cavern, or as it is called, the Hellier of Swartaster, Minna Troil was walking with Captain Cleveland. They had probably chosen that walk as being little liable to interruption from others, for as the force of the tide rendered the place unfit either for fishing or sailing, so it was not the ordinary resort of walkers, on account of its being the supposed habitation of a mermaid, a race which Norwegian superstition invests with magical as well as mischievous qualities. Here, therefore, Minna wandered with her lover. A small spot of milk-white sand that stretched beneath one of the precipices which walled in the creek on either side afforded them space for a dry, firm, and pleasant walk of about 100 yards, terminated at one extremity by a dark stretch of the bay, which, scarce touched by the wind, seemed almost as smooth as glass, and which was seen from between two lofty rocks, the jaws of the creek, or indenture, that approached each other above, as if they wished to meet over the dark tide that separated them. The other end of their promenade was closed by a lofty and almost unscalable precipice, the abode of hundreds of sea-fowl of different kinds, in the bottom of which the huge helier or sea-cave itself yawned, as if for the purpose of swallowing up the advancing tide, which it seemed to receive into an abyss of immeasurable depth and extent. The entrance to this dismal cavern consisted not in a single arch, as usual, but was divided into two by a huge pillar of natural rock, which, rising out of the sea and extending to the top of the cavern, seemed to lend its support to the roof, and thus formed a double portal to the helier, on which the fishermen and peasants had bestowed the rude name of the Devil's Nostrils. In this wild scene, lonely and undisturbed but by the clang of the sea-fowl, Cleveland had already met with Minna Troyle more than once, for with her it was a favorite walk, as the objects which it presented agreed peculiarly with the love of the wild, the melancholy, and the wonderful. But now the conversation in which she was earnestly engaged was such as entirely to withdraw her attention, as well as that of her companion, from the scenery around them. "You cannot deny it," she said. "You have given way to feelings respecting this young man, which indicate prejudice and violence, the prejudice unmerited, as far as you are concerned at least, and the violence equally imprudent and unjustifiable." "I should have thought," replied Cleveland, "that the service I rendered him yesterday might have freed me from such a charge. I do not talk of my own risk, for I have lived in danger, and love it. It is not every one, however, would have ventured so near the furious animal to save one with whom they had no connection." "It is not every one, indeed, who could have saved him," answered Minna gravely, "but every one who has courage and generosity would have attempted it. The giddy-brained Claude Halcrow would have done as much as you, had his strength been equal to his courage. My father would have done as much, though having such just cause of resentment against the young man for his vain and braggart abuse of our hospitality. Do not, therefore, boast of your exploit too much, my good friend, lest you should make me think that it required too great an effort. I know you love not Mordaunt Murtown, though you exposed your own life to save his." "Will you allow nothing, then," said Cleveland, "for the long misery I was made to endure from the common and prevailing report, that this beardless bird-hunter stood betwixt me and what I on earth coveted most, the affections of Minna Troyle?" He spoke in a tone at once impassioned and insinuating, and his whole language and manner seemed to express a grace and elegance which formed the most striking contrast with the speech and gesture of the unpolished seaman, which he usually affected or exhibited. But his apology was unsatisfactory to Minna. "You have known," she said, "perhaps too soon and too well, how little you had to fear, if you indeed feared, that Murtown or any other had interest with Minna Troyle. Nay, truce to thanks and protestations. I would accept it as the best proof of gratitude that you would be reconciled with this youth, or at least avoid every quarrel with him." "That we should be friends, Minna, is impossible," replied Cleveland. "Even the love I bear you, the most powerful emotion that my heart ever knew, cannot work that miracle." "And why, I pray you?" said Minna. "There have been no evil offences between you, but rather an exchange of mutual services. Why can you not be friends? I have many reasons to wish it." "And can you, then, forget the slights which he has cast upon Brenda, and on yourself, and on your father's house." "I can forgive them all," said Minna. "Can you not say so much, who have in truth received no offence?" Cleveland looked down and paused for an instant, then raised his head and replied, "I might easily deceive you, Minna, and promise you what my soul tells me is an impossibility, but I am forced to use too much deceit with others, and with you I will use none. I cannot be friend to this young man. There is a natural dislike, an instinctive aversion, something like a principle of repulsion in our mutual nature, which makes us odious to each other. Ask himself, he will tell you he has the same antipathy against me. The obligation he conferred on me was a bridle to my resentment, but I was so galled by the restraint that I could have gnawed the curb till my lips were bloody. You have worn what you are wont to call your iron mask so long that your features," replied Minna, "retain the impression of its rigidity even when it is removed." "You do me injustice, Minna," replied her lover, "and you are angry with me because I deal with you plainly and honestly. Plainly and honestly, however, will I say that I cannot be Murtown's friend, but it shall be his own fault, not mine, if I am ever his enemy. I seek not to injure him, but do not ask me to love him. And of this remain satisfied, that it would be vain even if I could do so, for as sure as I attempted any advances towards his confidence, so sure would I be to awaken his disgust and suspicion. Leave us to the exercise of our natural feelings, which, as they will unquestionably keep us as far separate as possible, are most likely to prevent any possible interference with each other. Does this satisfy you?" "It must," said Minna, "since you tell me there is no remedy. And now tell me why you looked so grave when you heard of your consort's arrival, for that it is her I have no doubt in the port of Kirkwall." "I fear," replied Cleveland, "the consequences of that vessel's arrival with her crew, as comprehending the ruin of my fondest hopes. I had made some progress in your father's favour, and with time might have made more, when hither come Hawkins and the rest to blight my prospects for ever. I told you on what terms we parted. I then commanded a vessel braver and better found than their own, with a crew who, at my slightest nod, would have faced fiends armed with their own fiery element. But I now stand alone, a single man, destitute of all means to overawe or to restrain them, and they will soon show so plainly the ungovernable license of their habits and dispositions, that ruin to themselves and to me will in all probability be the consequence." "Do not fear it," said Minna. "My father can never be so unjust as to hold you liable for the offences of others." "But what will Magnus Troil say to my own demerits, fair Minna?" said Cleveland, smiling. "My father is a Zetlander, or rather a Norwegian," said Minna, "one of an oppressed race, who will not care whether you fought against the Spaniards, who are the tyrants of the New World, or against the Dutch and English, who have succeeded to their usurped dominions. His own ancestors supported and exercised the freedom of the seas in those gallant barks, whose pennons were the dread of all Europe." "I fear, nevertheless," said Cleveland, "that the descendant of an ancient sea-king will scarce acknowledge a fitting acquaintance in a modern rover. I have not disguised from you that I have reason to dread the English laws, and Magnus, though a great enemy to taxes, imposts, scat, wattle, and so forth, has no idea of latitude upon points of a more general character. he would willingly reeve a rope to the yard-arm for the benefit of an unfortunate buccaneer. "Do not suppose so," said Minna. "He himself suffers too much oppression from the tyrannical laws of our proud neighbours of Scotland. I trust he will soon be able to rise in resistance against them. The enemy, such I will call them, are now divided amongst themselves, and every vessel from their coast brings intelligence of fresh commotions. The Highlands against the Lowlands, the Williamites against the Jacobites, the Whigs against the Tories, and to sum the whole, the kingdom of England against that of Scotland. What is there, as Claude Halcrow well hinted, to prevent our availing ourselves of the quarrels of these robbers, to assert the independence of which we are deprived?" "To hoist the Raven standard on the castle of Scalloway," said Cleveland, in imitation of her tone and manner, "and proclaim your father Earl Magnus the First." "Earl Magnus the Seventh, if it please you," answered Minna, "for 6 of his ancestors have worn, or were entitled to wear, the coronet before him. You laugh at my ardour, but what is there to prevent all this?" "Nothing will prevent it," replied Cleveland, "because it will never be attempted. Anything might prevent it that is equal in strength to the long boat of a British man-of-war." "You treat us with scorn, sir," said Minna, "yet yourself should know what a few resolved men may perform." "But they must be armed, Minna," replied Cleveland, "and willing to place their lives upon each desperate adventure. Think not of such visions. Denmark has been cut down into a second-rate kingdom, incapable of exchanging a single broadside with England. Norway is a starving wilderness, and in these islands the love of independence has been suppressed by a long term of subjection, or shows itself but in a few muttered growls over the bowl and bottle. And were your men as willing warriors as their ancestors, what could the unarmed crews of a few fishing boats do against the British navy? Think no more of it, sweet Minna. It is a dream, and I must term it so, though it makes your eyes so bright, and your step so noble." "It is indeed a dream," said Minna, looking down, "and it ill becomes a daughter of Shetland to look or to move like a free woman. Our eye should be on the ground, and our step slow and reluctant, as that of one who obeys a taskmaster." "There are lands," said Cleveland, "in which the eye may look bright upon groves of the palm and the cocoa, and where the foot may move light as a galley under sail, over fields carpeted with flowers, and savannas surrounded by aromatic thickets, and where subjection is unknown, except that of the brave to the bravest, and of all to the most beautiful." Minna paused a moment ere she spoke, and then answered, "No, Cleveland, my own rude country has charms for me even desolate as you think it, and depressed as it surely is, which no other land on earth can offer to me. I endeavour in vain to represent to myself those visions of trees and of groves which my eye never saw, but my imagination can conceive no sight in nature more sublime than these waves, when agitated by a storm, or more beautiful than when they come, as they now do, rolling in calm tranquillity to the shore. Not the fairest scene in a foreign land, not the brightest sunbeam that ever shone upon the richest landscape, would win my thoughts for a moment from that lofty rock, misty hill, and wide-rolling ocean. Shetland is the land of my deceased ancestors and of my living father, and in Shetland will I live and die." "Then in Shetland," answered Cleveland, "will I too live and die. I will not go to Kirkwall. I will not make my existence known to my comrades, from whom it were else hard for me to escape. Your father loves me, Minna. Who knows whether long attention, anxious care, might not bring him to receive me into his family? Who would regard the length of a voyage that was certain to terminate in happiness? Dream not of such an issue, said Minna. It is impossible. While you live in my father's house, while you receive his assistance and share his table, you will find him the generous friend and the hearty host. But touch him on what concerns his name and family, and the frank-hearted Eudaler will start up before you the haughty and proud descendant of a Norwegian Jarl. See you, a moment's suspicion has fallen on Mordaunt Murtown, and he has banished from his favour the youth whom he so lately loved as a son. No one must ally with his house that is not of untainted northern descent. And mine may be so, for aught that is known to me upon the subject, said Cleveland. How, said Minna, have you any reason to believe yourself of Norse descent? I have told you before, replied Cleveland, that my family is totally unknown to me. I spent my earliest days upon a solitary plantation in the little island of Tortuga, under the charge of my father, then a different person from what he afterwards became. We were plundered by the Spaniards, and reduced to such extremity of poverty that my father, in desperation and in thirst of revenge, took up arms, and having become chief of a little band, who were in the same circumstances, became a buccaneer, as it is called, and cruised against Spain with various vicissitudes of good and bad fortune, until, while he interfered to check some violence of his companions, he fell by their hands. No uncommon fate among the captains of these rovers. But whence my father came, or what was the place of his birth, I know not, fair Minna, nor have I ever had a curious thought on the subject. He was a Briton, at least, your unfortunate father, said Minna. I have no doubts of it, said Cleveland. His name, which I have rendered too formidable to be openly spoken, is an English one, and his acquaintance with the English language, and even with English literature, together with the pains which he took, in better days, to teach me both, plainly spoke him to be an Englishman. If the rude bearing which I display towards others is not the genuine character of my mind and manners, it is to my father, Minna, that I owe any share of better thoughts and principles, which may render me worthy, in some small degree, of your notice and approbation. And yet it sometimes seems to me that I have two different characters, for I cannot bring myself to believe that I, who now walk this lone beach with the lovely Minna Troyle, and am permitted to speak to her of the passion which I have cherished, have ever been the daring leader of the bold band whose name was as terrible as a tornado. You had not been permitted, said Minna, to use that bold language towards the daughter of Magnus Troyle, had you not been the brave and undaunted leader, who, with so small means, has made his name so formidable. My heart is like that of a maiden of the ancient days, and is to be won, not by fair words, but by gallant deeds. Alas, that heart, said Cleveland, and what is it that I may do? What is it that man can do to win in it the interest which I desire? Rejoin your friends, pursue your fortunes, leave the rest to destiny, said Minna. Should you return, the leader of a gallant fleet, who can tell what may befall? And what shall assure me that, when I return, if return I ever shall, I may not find Minna Troyle a bride or a spouse? No, Minna, I will not trust to destiny the only object worth attaining which my stormy voyage in life has yet offered me." "Hear me," said Minna. "I will bind myself to you, if you dare accept such an engagement, by the promise of Odin, the most sacred of our northern rites which are yet practised among us, that I will never favour another until you resign the pretensions which I have given to you. Will that satisfy you? For more I cannot, more I will not give." "Then, with that," said Cleveland, after a moment's pause, "I must perforce be satisfied. But remember, it is yourself that throw me back upon a mode of life which the laws of Britain denounce as criminal, and which the violent passions of the daring men by whom it is pursued have rendered infamous." "But I," said Minna, "am superior to such prejudices. In warring with England, I see their laws in no other light than as if you were engaged with an enemy, who in fullness of pride and power has declared he will give his antagonist no quarter. A brave man will not fight the worse for this, and for the manners of your comrades, so that they do not infect your own. Why should their evil report attach to you?" Cleveland gazed at her as she spoke, with a degree of wondering admiration, in which at the same time there lurked a smile at her simplicity. "I could not," he said, "have believed that such high courage could have been found united with such ignorance of the world as the world is now wielded. For my manners, they who best know me will readily allow that I have done my best, at the risk of my popularity and of my life itself, to mitigate the ferocity of my mates. But how can you teach humanity to men burning with vengeance against the world by whom they are proscribed, or teach them temperance and moderation in enjoying the pleasures which chance throws in their way, to vary a life which would be otherwise one constant scene of peril and hardship? But this promise, Minna, this promise, which is all I am to receive in guerdon for my faithful attachment, let me at least lose no time in claiming that. It must not be rendered here, but in Kirkwall. We must invoke, to witness the engagement, the spirit which presides over the ancient circle of Stennis. But perhaps you fear to name the ancient father of the slain too, the severe, the terrible." Cleveland smiled. "To me the justice to think, lovely Minna, that I am little subject to fear real causes of terror, and for those which are visionary I have no sympathy whatever." "You believe not in them, then," said Minna, "and are so far better suited to be Brenda's lover than mine." "I will believe," replied Cleveland, "in whatever you believe. The whole inhabitants of that Valhalla about which you converse so much with that fiddling rhyming fool Claude Halcrow, all these shall become living and existing things to my credulity. But, Minna, do not ask me to fear any of them." "Fear? No, not to fear them, surely," replied the maiden, "for not before Thor or Odin, when they approached in the fullness of their terrors, did the heroes of my dauntless race yield 1 foot in retreat. Nor do I own them as deities. A better faith prevents so foul an error. But in our own conception they are powerful spirits for good or evil, and when you boast not to fear them, bethink you that you defy an enemy of a kind you have never yet encountered." "Not in these northern latitudes," said the lover with a smile, "where hitherto I have seen but angels. But I have faced, in my time, the demons of the equinoctial line, which we rovers suppose to be as powerful and as malignant as those of the north. "Have you then witnessed those wonders which are beyond the visible world?" said Minna, with some degree of awe. Cleveland composed his countenance, and replied, "A short while before my father's death I came, though then very young, into the command of a sloop, manned with 30 as desperate fellows as ever handled a musket. We cruised for a long while with bad success, taking nothing but wretched small craft, which were destined to catch turtle, or otherwise loaded with coarse and worthless trumpery. I had much ado to prevent my comrades from avenging upon the crews of those bobbling shallops the disappointment which they had occasioned to us. At length we grew desperate, and made a descent on a village, where we were told we should intercept the mules of a certain Spanish governor, laden with treasure. We succeeded in carrying the place, but while I endeavoured to save the inhabitants from the fury of my followers, the muleteers, with their precious cargo, escaped into the neighbouring woods. This filled up the measure of my unpopularity. My people, who had been long discontented, became openly mutinous. I was deposed from my command in solemn council, and condemned as having too little luck and too much humanity for the profession I had undertaken, to be marooned, as the phrase goes, on one of those little sandy bushy islets, which are called, in the West Indies, Keys, and which are frequented only by turtle and by sea-fowl. Many of them are supposed to be haunted, some by the demons worshipped by the old inhabitants, some by caciques and others, whom the Spaniards had put to death by torture, to compel them to discover their hidden treasures, and others by the various spectres in which sailors of all nations have implicit faith. My place of banishment, called Coffin Key, about 2 leagues and a half to the southeast of Bermudas, was so infamous as the resort of these supernatural inhabitants, that I believe the wealth of Mexico would not have persuaded the bravest of the scoundrels who put me ashore there to have spent an hour on the islet alone, even in broad daylight, and when they rowed off they pulled for the sloop like men that dared not cast their eyes behind them, and there they left me to subsist as I might on a speck of unproductive sand, surrounded by the boundless Atlantic, and haunted, as they supposed, by malignant demons. "And what was the consequence?" said Minna eagerly. "I supported life," said the adventurer, "at the expense of such sea-fowl, aptly called boobies, as were silly enough to let me approach so near as to knock them down with a stick, and by means of turtle eggs, when these complacent birds became better acquainted with the mischievous disposition of the human species, and more shy, of course, of my advances." "And the demons of whom you spoke," continued Minna. "I had my secret apprehensions upon their account," said Cleveland. "In open daylight, or in absolute darkness, I did not greatly apprehend their approach, but in the misty dawn of the morning, or when evening was about to fall, I saw, for the first week of my abode on the quay, many a dim and undefined spectre, now resembling a Spaniard, with his capa wrapped around him, and his huge sombrero, as large as an umbrella, upon his head; now a Dutch sailor, with his rough cap and trunk hose, and now an Indian cacique, with his feathery crown and long lance of cane." "Did you not approach and address them?" said Minna. "I always approached them," replied the seaman, "but I grieve to disappoint your expectations, my fair friend. Whenever I drew near them, the phantom changed into a bush, or a piece of driftwood, or a wreath of mist, or some such cause of deception, until at last I was taught by experience to cheat myself no longer with such visions, and continued a solitary inhabitant of Coffin Key, as little alarmed by visionary terrors as I ever was in the great cabin of a stout vessel, with a score of companions around me. "You have cheated me into listening to a tale of nothing," said Minna. "But how long did you continue on the island?" 4 weeks of wretched existence," said Cleveland, "when I was relieved by the crew of a vessel which came thither a-turtling. Yet my miserable seclusion was not entirely useless to me, for on that spot of barren sand I found, or rather forged, the iron mask, which has since been my chief security against treason or mutiny of my followers. It was there I formed the resolution to seem no softer hearted, nor better instructed, no more humane, and no more scrupulous, than those with whom fortune had leagued me. I thought over my former story, and saw that seeming more brave, skilful, and enterprising than others had gained me command and respect, and that seeming more gently nurtured and more civilized than they had made them envy and hate me as a being of another species. I bargained with myself then that since I could not lay aside my superiority of intellect and education, I would do my best to disguise, and to sink in the rude seaman, all appearance of better feeling and better accomplishments. I foresaw then, what has since happened, that under the appearance of daring obduracy, I should acquire such a habitual command over my followers, that I might use it for the insurance of discipline, and for relieving the distresses of the wretches who fell under our power. I saw, in short, that to attain authority I must assume the external semblance, at least, of those over whom it was to be exercised. The tidings of my father's fate, while it excited me to wrath and to revenge, confirmed the resolution I had adopted. He also had fallen a victim to his superiority of mind, morals, and manners, above those whom he commanded. They were wont to call him the gentleman, and unquestionably they thought he waited some favorable opportunity to reconcile himself, perhaps at their expense, to those existing forms of society his habits seemed best to suit with, and even therefore they murdered him. Nature and justice alike called on me for revenge. I was soon at the head of a new body of the adventurers, who are so numerous in those islands. I sought not after those by whom I had been myself marooned, but after the wretches who had betrayed my father, and on them I took a revenge so severe that it was of itself sufficient to stamp me with the character of that inexorable ferocity which I was desirous to be thought to possess, and which, perhaps, was gradually creeping on my natural disposition in actual earnest. My manner, speech, and conduct seemed so totally changed that those who formerly knew me were disposed to ascribe the alteration to my intercourse with the demons who haunted the sands of Coffin Key. Nay, there were some superstitious enough to believe that I had actually formed a league with them. "I tremble to hear the rest," said Minna. "Did you not become the monster of courage and cruelty whose character you assumed?" "If I have escaped being so, it is to you, Minna," replied Cleveland, "that the wonder must be ascribed. It is true, I have always endeavored to distinguish myself rather by acts of adventurous valor than by schemes of revenge or of plunder, and that at length I could save lives by a rude jest, and sometimes by the excess of the measures which I myself proposed, could induce those under me to intercede in favor of prisoners, so that the seeming severity of my character has better served the cause of humanity than had I appeared directly devoted to it." He ceased, and as Minna replied not a word, both remained silent for a little space, when Cleveland again resumed the discourse. "You are silent," he said, "Miss Troyle, and I have injured myself in your opinion by the frankness with which I have laid my character before you. I may truly say that my natural disposition has been controlled, but not altered, by the untoward circumstances in which I am placed." "I am uncertain," said Minna, after a moment's consideration, "whether you had been thus candid had you not known I should soon see your comrades, and discover, from their conversation and their manners, what you would otherwise gladly have concealed." "You do me injustice, Minna, cruel injustice. From the instant that you knew me to be a sailor of fortune, an adventurer, a buccaneer, or if you will have the broad word, a pirate, what had you to expect less than what I have told you?" "You speak too truly," said Minna. "All this I might have anticipated, and I know not how I should have expected it otherwise. But it seemed to me that a war on the cruel and superstitious Spaniards had in it something ennobling, something that refined the fierce employment to which you have just now given its true and dreaded name. I thought that the independent warriors of the Western Ocean, raised up, as it were, to punish the wrongs of so many murdered and plundered tribes, must have had something of gallant elevation, like that of the sons of the North, whose long galleys avenged on so many coasts the oppressions of degenerate Rome. This I thought, and this I dreamed. I grieved that I am awakened and undeceived. Yet I blame you not for the erring of my own fancy. Farewell, we must now part." "Say at least," said Cleveland, "that you do not hold me in horror for having told you the truth." "I must have time for reflection," said Minna, "time to weigh what you have said ere I can fully understand my own feelings. This much, however, I can say even now, that he who pursues the wicked purpose of plunder by means of blood and cruelty, and who must veil his remains of natural remorse under an affectation of superior profligacy, is not and cannot be the lover whom Minna Troyle expected to find in Cleveland. And if she still love him, it must be as a penitent, and not as a hero." So saying, she extricated herself from his grasp, for he still endeavored to detain her, making an imperative sign to him to forbear from following her. "She is gone," said Cleveland, looking after her. "Wild and fanciful as she is, I expected not this. She startled not at the name of my perilous course of life, yet seems totally unprepared for the evil which must necessarily attend it. And so all the merit I have gained by my resemblance to a Norse champion, or king of the sea, is to be lost at once, because a gang of pirates do not prove to be a choir of saints. I would that Rackham, Hawkins, and the rest had been at the bottom of the race of Portland. I would the Pentland Frith had swept them to hell rather than to Orkney. I will not, however, quit the chase of this angel for all that these fiends can do. I must to Orkney before the U-dollar makes his voyage thither. Our meeting might alarm even his blunt understanding, although, thank heaven, in this wild country men know the nature of our trade only by hearsay, through our honest friends the Dutch, who take care never to speak very ill of those they make money by. Well, if fortune would but stand my friend with this beautiful enthusiast, I would pursue her wheel no farther at sea, but set myself down amongst these rocks, as happy as if they were so many groves of bananas and palmettos. With these and such thoughts, half rolling in his bosom, half expressed in indistinct hints and murmurs, the pirate Cleveland returned to the mansion of Berg Westra. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. There was shaking of hands and sorrow of heart, for the hour was approaching when merry folks must part. So we called for our horses and asked for our way, while the jolly old landlord said, "Nothing's to pay." Lilliput, a poem. We do not dwell upon the festivities of the day, which had nothing in them to interest the reader particularly. The table groaned under the usual plenty, which was disposed of by the guests with the usual appetite. The bowl of punch was filled and emptied with the same celerity as usual. The men quaffed, and the women laughed. Claude Hallcrow rhymed, punned, and praised John Dryden. The U-Dollar bumpered and sung choruses, and the evening concluded, as usual, in the rigging loft, as it was Magnus Troil's pleasure to term the dancing apartment. It was then and there that Cleveland, approaching Magnus, where he sat betwixt his two daughters, intimated his intention of going to Kirkwall in a small brig, which Bryce Snelsfoot, who had disposed of his goods with unprecedented celerity, had freighted thither to procure a supply. Magnus heard this sudden proposal of his guest with surprise, not unmingled with displeasure, and demanded sharply of Cleveland how long it was since he had learned to prefer Bryce Snelsfoot's company to his own. Cleveland answered with his usual bluntness of manner that time and tide tarried for no one, and that he had his own particular reasons for making his trip to Kirkwall sooner than the U-Dollar proposed to set sail, that he hoped to meet with him and his daughters at the great fair, which was now closely approaching, and might perhaps find it possible to return to Shetland along with them. While he spoke thus, Brenda kept her eye as much upon her sister as it was possible to do, without exciting general observation. She remarked that Minna's pale cheek became yet paler while Cleveland spoke, and that she seemed, by compressing her lips and slightly knitting her brows, to be in the act of repressing the effects of strong interior emotion. But she spoke not, and when Cleveland, having bidden adieu to the U-Dollar, approached to salute her, as was then the custom, she received his farewell without trusting herself to attempt a reply. Brenda had her own trial approaching, for Mordaunt Murtown, once so much loved by her father, was now in the act of making his cold parting from him, without receiving a single look of friendly regard. There was, indeed, sarcasm in the tone with which Magnus wished the youth a good journey, and recommended to him, if he met a bonny lass by the way, not to dream that she was in love, because she chanced to jest with him. Murtown coloured at what he felt as an insult, although it was but half intelligible to him. But he remembered Brenda, and suppressed every feeling of resentment. He proceeded to take his leave of the sisters. Minna, whose heart was considerably softened towards him, received his farewell with some degree of interest. But Brenda's grief was so visible in the kindness of her manner, and the moisture which gathered in her eye, that it was noticed even by the U-Dollar, who exclaimed, half angrily, "Why, ay, lass, that may be right enough, for he was an old acquaintance. But mind, I have no will that he remain one." Murtown, who was slowly leaving the apartment, half overheard this disparaging observation, and half turned round to resent it. But his purpose failed him when he saw that Brenda had been obliged to have recourse to her handkerchief to hide her emotion, and the sense that it was excited by his departure obliterated every thought of her father's unkindness. He retired. The other guests followed his example, and many of them, like Cleveland and himself, took their leave overnight with the intention of commencing their homeward journey on the succeeding morning. That night the mutual sorrow of Minna and Brenda, if it could not wholly remove the reserve which had estranged the sisters from each other, at least melted all its frozen and unkindly symptoms. They wept in each other's arms, and though neither spoke, yet each became dearer to the other, because they felt that the grief which called forth these drops had a source common to them both. It is probable that though Brenda's tears were most abundant, the grief of Minna was most deeply seated, for long after the younger had sobbed herself asleep like a child upon her sister's bosom, Minna lay awake, watching the dubious twilight, while tear after tear slowly gathered in her eye and found a current down her cheek, as soon as it became too heavy to be supported by her long black silken eyelashes. As she lay, bewildered among the sorrowful thoughts which supplied these tears, she was surprised to distinguish, beneath the window, the sounds of music. At first she supposed it was some freak of Claude Halcrow, whose fantastic humour sometimes indulged itself in such serenades. But it was not the goo of the old minstrel, but the guitar that she heard, an instrument which none in the island knew how to touch except Cleveland, who had learned, in his intercourse with the South American Spaniards, to play on it with superior execution. Perhaps it was in those climates also that he had learned the song, which, though he now sung it under the window of a maiden of Thule, had certainly never been composed for the native of a climate so northerly and so severe, since it spoke of productions of the earth and skies which are there unknown. 1. Love wakes and weeps while beauty sleeps. Oh, for music's softest numbers, to prompt a theme for beauty's dream, soft as the pillow of her slumbers. 2. Through groves of palm sigh gales of balm, fireflies on the air are wheeling, while through the gloom comes soft perfume, the distant beds of flowers revealing. 3. O wake and live, no dream can give a shadowed bliss, the real excelling. No longer sleep, from lattice peep, and list the tale that love is telling. The voice of Cleveland was deep, rich, and manly, and accorded well with the Spanish air, to which the words, probably a translation from the same language, had been adapted. His invocation would not probably have been fruitless could Minna have arisen without awaking her sister, but that was impossible, for Brenda, who, as we have already mentioned, had wept bitterly before she sunk into repose, now lay with her face on her sister's neck, and one arm stretched around her in the attitude of a child which has cried itself asleep in the arms of its nurse. It was impossible for Minna to extricate herself from her grasp without awaking her, and she could not, therefore, execute her hasty purpose of donning her gown and approaching the window to speak with Cleveland, who, she had no doubt, had resorted to this contrivance to procure an interview. The restraint was sufficiently provoking, for it was more than probable that her lover came to take his last farewell. But that Brenda, inimical as she seemed to be of late towards Cleveland, should awake and witness it, was a thought not to be endured. There was a short pause, in which Minna endeavoured more than once, with as much gentleness as possible, to unclasp Brenda's arm from her neck, but whenever she attempted it, the slumberer muttered some little pettish sound, like a child disturbed in its sleep, which sufficiently showed that perseverance in the attempt would awaken her fully. To her great vexation, therefore, Minna was compelled to remain still and silent, when her lover, as if determined upon gaining her ear by music of another strain, sung the following fragment of a sea ditty: "Farewell, farewell, the voice you hear has left its last soft tone with you. Its next must join the seaward cheer and shout among the shouting crew. The accents which I scarce could form beneath your frown's controlling check must give the word above the storm to cut the mast and clear the wreck. The timid eye I dared not raise, the hand that shook when pressed to thine, must point the guns upon the chase, must bid the deadly cutlass shine. To all I love, or hope, or fear, honour, or own, a long adieu. To all that life has soft and dear, farewell, save memory of you." He was again silent, and again she, to whom the serenade was addressed, strove in vain to arise without rousing her sister. It was impossible, and she had nothing before her but the unhappy thought that Cleveland was taking leave in his desolation, without a single glance or a single word. He too, whose temper was so fiery, yet who subjected his violent mood with such sedulous attention to her will, could she but have stolen a moment to say adieu, to caution him against new quarrels with Mertown, to implore him to detach himself from such comrades as he had described. Could she but have done this, who could say what effect such parting admonitions might have had upon his character, nay, upon the future events of his life? Tantalized by such thoughts, Minna was about to make another and decisive effort, when she heard voices beneath the window, and thought she could distinguish that they were those of Cleveland and Mertown, speaking in a sharp tone, which at the same time seemed cautiously suppressed, as if the speakers feared being overheard. Alarm now mingled with her former desire to rise from bed, and she accomplished at once the purpose which she had so often attempted in vain. Brenda's arm was unloosed from her sister's neck, without the sleeper receiving more alarm than provoked 2 or 3 unintelligible murmurs, while with equal speed and silence Minna put on some part of her dress, with the intention to steal to the window. But ere she could accomplish this, the sound of the voices without was exchanged for that of blows and struggling, which terminated suddenly by a deep groan. Terrified at this last signal of mischief, Minna sprung to the window, and endeavoured to open it, for the persons were so close under the walls of the house that she could not see them, save by putting her head out of the casement. The iron hasp was stiff and rusted, and, as generally happens, the haste with which she laboured to undo it only rendered the task more difficult. When it was accomplished, and Minna had eagerly thrust her body half out at the casement, those who had created the sounds which alarmed her were become invisible, excepting that she saw a shadow cross the moonlight, the substance of which must have been in the act of turning a corner which concealed it from her sight. The shadow moved slowly, and seemed that of a man who supported another upon his shoulders, an indication which put the climax to Minna's agony of mind. The window was not above 8 feet from the ground, and she hesitated not to throw herself from it hastily, and to pursue the object which had excited her terror. But when she came to the corner of the buildings, from which the shadow seemed to have been projected, she discovered nothing which could point out the way that the figure had gone, and after a moment's consideration became sensible that all attempts at pursuit would be alike wild and fruitless. Besides all the projections and recesses of the many-angled mansion, and its numerous offices, besides the various cellars, storehouses, stables, and so forth, which defied her solitary search, there was a range of low rocks stretching down to the haven, and which were, in fact, a continuation of the ridge which formed its pier. These rocks had many indentures, hollows, and caverns, into any one of which the figure to which the shadow belonged might have retired with his fatal burden, for fatal she feared it was most likely to prove. A moment's reflection, as we have said, convinced Minna of the folly of further pursuit. Her next thought was to alarm the family, but what tale had she to tell, and of whom was that tale to be told? On the other hand, the wounded man, if indeed he were wounded, alas, if indeed he were not mortally wounded, might not be past the reach of assistance. And with this idea she was about to raise her voice, when she was interrupted by that of Claude Halcrow, who was returning apparently from the haven, and singing, in his manner, a scrap of an old Norse ditty, which might run thus in English: "And you shall deal the funeral dole, ay, deal it, mother mine, to weary body and to heavy soul, the white bread and the wine. And you shall deal my horses of pride, ay, deal them, mother mine, and you shall deal my lands so wide, and deal my castles 9. But deal not vengeance for the deed, and deal not for the crime, the body to its place, and the soul to heaven's grace, and the rest in God's own time." The singular adaptation of these rhymes to the situation in which she found herself seemed to Minna like a warning from heaven. We are speaking of a land of omens and superstitions, and perhaps will scarce be understood by those whose limited imagination cannot conceive how strongly these operate upon the human mind during a certain progress of society. A line of Virgil, turned up casually, was received in the 17th century, and in the court of England, as an intimation of future events, and no wonder that a maiden of the distant and wild isles of Shetland should have considered as an injunction from heaven verses which happen to convey a sense analogous to her present situation. "I will be silent," she muttered. "I will seal my lips. The body to its place, and the soul to heaven's grace, and the rest in God's own time." "Who speaks there?" said Claude Halcrow in some alarm, for he had not, in his travels in foreign parts, been able by any means to rid himself of his native superstitions. In the condition to which fear and horror had reduced her, Minna was at first unable to reply, and Halcrow, fixing his eyes upon the female white figure, which he saw indistinctly, for she stood in the shadow of the house, and the morning was thick and misty, began to conjure her in an ancient rhyme, which occurred to him as suited for the occasion, and which had in its gibberish a wild and unearthly sound, which may be lost in the ensuing translation: "Saint Magnus control thee, that martyr of treason, Saint Ronan rebuke thee with rhyme and with reason. By the mass of Saint Martin, the might of Saint Mary, be thou gone, or thy weird shall be worse if thou tarry. If of good, go hence and hallow thee. If of ill, let the earth swallow thee. If thou art of air, let the grey mist fold thee. If of earth, let the swart mine hold thee. If a pixie, seek thy ring. If a nixie, seek thy spring. If on middle earth thou'st been, slave of sorrow, shame, and sin, hast eat the bread of toil and strife, and dreed the lot which men call life, begone to thy stone, for thy coffin is scant of thee. The worm, thy playfellow, wails for the want of thee. Hence, houseless ghost, let the earth hide thee, till Michael shall blow the blast. See that there thou bide thee. Phantom, fly hence. Take the cross for a token. Hence pass till Hallowmass. My spell is spoken. It is I, Hallcrow, muttered Minna, in a tone so thin and low that it might have passed for the faint reply of the conjured phantom. You, said Hallcrow, his tone of alarm changing to one of extreme surprise. By this moonlight, which is waning, and so it is. Who could have thought to find you, my most lovely knight, wandering abroad in your own element? But you saw them, I reckon, as well as I. Bold enough in you to follow them, though. Saw whom? Follow whom? Said Minna, hoping to gain some information on the subject of her fears and anxiety. The corpse lights which danced at the haven, replied Hallcrow. They bode no good, I promise you. You wot well what the old rhyme says. Where corpse light dances bright, be it day or night, be it by light or dark, there shall corpse lie stiff and stark. I went half as far as the haven to look after them, but they had vanished. I think I saw a boat put off, however, some one bound for the Hoff, I suppose. I would we had good news of this fishing. There was Norna left us in anger, and then these corpse lights. Well, God help the while. I am an old man, and can but wish that all were well over. But how now, my pretty Minna? Tears in your eyes. And now that I see you in the fair moonlight, barefooted too, by St. Magnus, were there no stockings of Shetland wool soft enough for these pretty feet and ankles that glance so white in the moonbeam? What? Silent, angry perhaps, he added, in a more serious tone, at my nonsense. For shame, silly maiden! Remember, I am old enough to be your father, and have always loved you as my child. I am not angry, said Minna, constraining herself to speak, but heard you nothing, saw you nothing. They must have passed you. They, said Claude Hallcrow. What mean you by they? Is it the corpse lights? No, they did not pass by me, but I think they have passed by you, and blighted you with their influence, for you are as pale as a spectre. Come, come, Minna, he added, opening a side door of the dwelling. These moonlight walks are fitter for old poets than for young maidens, and so lightly clad as you are, maiden, you should take care how you give yourself to the breezes of a Shetland night, for they bring more sleet than odours upon their wings. But, maiden, go in, for as glorious John says, or as he does not say, for I cannot remember how his verse chimes, but as I say myself, in a pretty poem, written when my muse was in her teens, menseful maiden never should rise till the first beam tinge the skies, silk-fringed eyelids still should close till the sun has kissed the rose. Maiden's foot we should not view, marked with tiny print on dew, till the opening flowerets spread carpet meet for beauty's tread. Stay, what comes next? Let me see. When the spirit of recitation seized on Claude Halcrow, he forgot time and place, and might have kept his companion in the cold air for half an hour, giving poetical reasons why she ought to have been in bed. But she interrupted him by the question earnestly pronounced, yet in a voice which was scarcely articulate, holding Halcrow at the same time with a trembling and convulsive grasp, as if to support herself from falling. Saw you no one in the boat which put to sea but now? Nonsense, replied Halcrow. How could I see any one, when light and distance only enabled me to know that it was a boat, and not a grampus? But there must have been some one in the boat, repeated Minna, scarce conscious of what she said. Certainly, answered the poet. Boats seldom work to windward of their own accord. But come, this is all folly. And so, as the Queen says, in an old play, which was revived for the stage by rare Will Davenant, to bed, to bed, to bed. They separated, and Minna's limbs conveyed her with difficulty, through several devious passages, to her own chamber, where she stretched herself cautiously beside her still sleeping sister, with a mind harassed with the most agonizing apprehensions. That she had heard Cleveland, she was positive. The tenor of the songs left her no doubt on that subject. If not equally certain that she had heard young Murtown's voice in hot quarrel with her lover, the impression to that effect was strong on her mind. The groan with which the struggle seemed to terminate, the fearful indication from which it seemed that the conqueror had borne off the lifeless body of his victim, all tended to prove that some fatal event had concluded the contest, and which of the unhappy men had fallen, which had met a bloody death, which had achieved a fatal and a bloody victory. These were questions to which the still small voice of interior conviction answered, that her lover Cleveland, from character, temper, and habits, was most likely to have been the survivor of the fray. She received from the reflection an involuntary consolation which she almost detested herself for admitting, when she recollected that it was at once darkened with her lover's guilt, and embittered with the destruction of Brenda's happiness for ever. Innocent, unhappy sister, such were her reflections. Thou that art 10 times better than I, because so unpretending, so unassuming in thine excellence, how is it possible that I should cease to feel a pang which is only transferred from my bosom to thine? As these cruel thoughts crossed her mind, she could not refrain from straining her sister so close to her bosom, that after a heavy sigh Brenda awoke. "Sister," she said, "is it you? I dreamed I lay on one of those monuments which Claude Halcrow described to us, where the effigy of the inhabitant beneath lies carved in the stone upon the sepulchre. I dreamed such a marble form lay by my side, and that it suddenly acquired enough of life and animation to fold me to its cold, moist bosom. And it is yours, Minna, that is indeed so chilly. You are ill, my dearest Minna. For God's sake, let me rise and call you Fanny Fay. What ails you? Has Norna been here again?" "Call no one hither," said Minna, detaining her. "Nothing ails me for which any one has a remedy, nothing but apprehensions of evil worse than even Norna could prophesy. But God is above all, my dear Brenda, and let us pray to him to turn, as he only can, our evil into good." They did jointly repeat their usual prayer for strength and protection from on high, and again composed themselves to sleep, suffering no word save "God bless you" to pass betwixt them when their devotions were finished, thus scrupulously dedicating to heaven their last waking words, if human frailty prevented them from commanding their last waking thoughts. Brenda slept first, and Minna, strongly resisting the dark and evil presentiments which again began to crowd themselves upon her imagination, was at last so fortunate as to slumber also. The storm which Hallgrove had expected began about daybreak, a squall heavy with wind and rain, such as is often felt, even during the finest part of the season, in these latitudes. At the whistle of the wind and the clatter of the rain on the shingle roofing of the fishers' huts, many a poor woman was awakened, and called on her children to hold up their little hands and join in prayer for the safety of the dear husband and father, who was even then at the mercy of the disturbed elements. Around the house of Berg Westra chimneys howled and windows clashed. The props and rafters of the higher parts of the building, most of them formed out of wreck wood, groaned and quivered, as fearing to be again dispersed by the tempest. But the daughters of Magnus Troil continued to sleep as softly and as sweetly as if the hand of Chantry had formed them out of statuary marble. The squall had passed away, and the sunbeams, dispersing the clouds which drifted to leeward, shone full through the lattice, when Minna first started from the profound sleep into which fatigue and mental exhaustion had lulled her, and raising herself on her arm, began to recall events which, after this interval of profound repose, seemed almost to resemble the baseless visions of the night. She almost doubted if what she recalled of horror previous to her starting from her bed was not indeed the fiction of a dream, suggested perhaps by some external sounds. "I will see Claude Hallgrove instantly," she said. "He may know something of these strange noises, as he was stirring at the time." With that she sprung from bed, but hardly stood upright on the floor ere her sister exclaimed, "Gracious heaven! Minna, what ails your foot, your ankle?" She looked down, and saw with surprise, which amounted to agony, that both her feet, but particularly one of them, was stained with dark crimson, resembling the color of dried blood. Without attempting to answer Brenda, she rushed to the window, and cast a desperate look on the grass beneath, for there she knew she must have contracted the fatal stain. But the rain, which had fallen there in treble quantity, as well from the heavens as from the eaves of the house, had washed away that guilty witness, if indeed such had ever existed. All was fresh and fair, and the blades of grass, overcharged and bent with raindrops, glittered like diamonds in the bright morning sun. While Minna stared upon the spangled verdure with her full dark eyes fixed and enlarged to circles by the intensity of her terror, Brenda was hanging about her, and with many an eager enquiry pressed to know whether or how she had hurt herself. "A piece of glass cut through my shoe," said Minna, bethinking herself that some excuse was necessary to her sister. "I scarce felt it at the time." "And yet see how it has bled," said her sister. "Sweet Minna," she added, approaching her with a wetted towel, "let me wipe the blood off. The hurt may be worse than you think of." But as she approached, Minna, who saw no other way of preventing discovery that the blood with which she was stained had never flowed in her own veins, harshly and hastily repelled the proffered kindness. Poor Brenda, unconscious of any offence which she had given to her sister, drew back 2 or 3 paces on finding her service thus unkindly refused, and stood gazing at Minna with looks in which there was more of surprise and mortified affection than of resentment, but which had yet something also of natural displeasure. "Sister," said she, "I thought we had agreed but last night that, happen to us what might, we would at least love each other." "Much may happen betwixt night and morning," answered Minna, in words rather wrenched from her by her situation, than flowing forth the voluntary interpreters of her thoughts. "Much may indeed have happened in a night so stormy," answered Brenda, "for see where the very wall around Euphani's Plantacruve has been blown down, but neither wind nor rain nor aught else can cool our affection, Minna." "But that may chance," replied Minna, "which may convert it into—" The rest of the sentence she muttered in a tone so indistinct that it could not be apprehended, while at the same time she washed the blood-stains from her feet and left ankle. Brenda, who still remained looking on at some distance, endeavoured in vain to assume some tone which might re-establish kindness and confidence betwixt them. "You were right," she said, "Minna, to suffer no one to help you to dress so simple a scratch. Standing where I do, it is scarce visible." "The most cruel wounds," replied Minna, "are those which make no outward show. Are you sure you see it at all?" "Oh yes," replied Brenda, framing her answer as she thought would best please her sister, "I see a very slight scratch. Nay, now you draw on the stocking, I can see nothing." "You do indeed see nothing," answered Minna, somewhat wildly, "but the time will soon come that all, ay, all, will be seen and known." So saying, she hastily completed her dress, and led the way to breakfast, where she assumed her place amongst the guests, but with a countenance so pale and haggard, and manners and speech so altered and so bewildered, that it excited the attention of the whole company, and the utmost anxiety on the part of her father, Magnus Troil. Many and various were the conjectures of the guests concerning a distemperature which seemed rather mental than corporeal. Some hinted that the maiden had been struck with an evil eye, and something they muttered about Norna of the fitful head. Some talked of the departure of Captain Cleveland, and murmured, it was a shame for a young lady to take on so after a landlouper of whom no one knew anything. And this contemptuous epithet was in particular bestowed on the captain by Mistress Babby Yellowly, while she was in the act of wrapping round her old skinny neck the very handsome overlay, as she called it, wherewith the said captain had presented her. The old lady Gloriorum had a system of her own, which she hinted to Mistress Yellowly, after thanking God that her own connection with the Bergwestra family was by the lass's mother, who was a canny Scotswoman like herself. "For as to these Troils, you see, Dame Yellowly, for as high as they hold their heads, they say that can," winking sagaciously, "that there is a bee in their bonnet, that Norna, as they call her, for it's not her right name neither, is at whiles far beside her right mind, and they that ken the cause say the fowd was some gate or other linked in with it, for he will never hear an evil word of her. But I was in Scotland then, or I might have kenned the real cause as well as other folk. At any rate, there is a kind of wildness in the blood. Ye ken very well daft folk dinna bide to be contradicted. and I'll say that for the Foude. He likes to be contradicted as ill as any man in Shetland. But it shall never be said that I said any ill of the house that I am so nearly connected with. Only ye will mind, dame, it is through the Sinclairs that we are akin, not through the Troyles, and the Sinclairs are kenned far and wide for a wise generation, dame. But I see there is the stirrup cup coming round. I wonder, said Mistress Babby to her brother, as soon as the Lady Glororum turned from her, what gars that muckle wife, dame, that gate at me? She might ken the blood of the Clinkscales is as good as any Glororums among them. The guests, meanwhile, were fast taking their departure, scarcely noticed by Magnus, who was so much engrossed with Minna's indisposition, that, contrary to his hospitable wont, he suffered them to go away unsaluted, and thus concluded, amidst anxiety and illness, the festival of St. John, as celebrated on that season at the house of Berg-Westra, adding another caution to that of the Emperor of Ethiopia, with how little security man can reckon upon the days which he destines to happiness. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. But this sad evil which doth her infest doth course of natural cause far exceed, and housed is within her hollow breast, that either seems some cursed witch's deed, or evil sprite that in her doth such torment breed. Faerie Queene, Book 3, Canto 3. The term had now elapsed by several days, when Mordaunt Mertoun, as he had promised at his departure, should have returned to his father's abode at Jarlshof, but there were no tidings of his arrival. Such delay might, at another time, have excited little curiosity and no anxiety, for old Swertha, who took upon her the office of thinking and conjecturing for the little household, would have concluded that he had remained behind the other guests upon some party of sport or pleasure. But she knew that Mordaunt had not been lately in favour with Magnus Troyle. She knew that he proposed his stay at Berg-Westra should be a short one, upon account of his father's health, to whom, notwithstanding the little encouragement which his filial piety received, he paid uniform attention. Swertha knew all this, and she became anxious. She watched the looks of her master, the elder Mertoun, but wrapped in dark and stern uniformity of composure, his countenance, like the surface of a midnight lake, enabled no one to penetrate into what was beneath. His studies, his solitary meals, his lonely walks, succeeded each other in unvaried rotation, and seemed undisturbed by the least thought about Mordaunt's absence. At length such reports reached Swertha's ear from various quarters that she became totally unable to conceal her anxiety, and resolved, at the risk of provoking her master into fury, or perhaps that of losing her place in his household, to force upon his notice the doubts which afflicted her own mind. Mordaunt's good humour and goodly person must indeed have made no small impression on the withered and selfish heart of the poor old woman, to induce her to take a course so desperate, and from which her friend the Ranzelman endeavoured in vain to deter her. Still, however, conscious that a miscarriage in the matter would, like the loss of Trinculo's bottle in the horse-pool, be attended not only with dishonour, but with infinite loss, she determined to proceed on her high emprise with as much caution as was consistent with the attempt. We have already mentioned that it seemed a part of the very nature of this reserved and unsocial being, at least since his retreat into the utter solitude of Jarlshof, to endure no one to start a subject of conversation, or to put any question to him that did not arise out of urgent and pressing emergency. Swertha was sensible, therefore, that in order to open the discourse favourably which she proposed to hold with her master, she must contrive that it should originate with himself. To accomplish this purpose, while busied in preparing the table for Mr. Murtown's simple and solitary dinner meal, she formally adorned the table with 2 covers instead of 1, and made all her other preparations as if he was to have a guest or companion at dinner. The artifice succeeded, for Murtown, on coming from his study, no sooner saw the table thus arranged than he asked Swertha, who, waiting the effect of her stratagem as a fisher watches his ground baits, was fiddling up and down the room, whether Mordaunt was returned from Berg Westra. This question was the cue for Swertha, and she answered in a voice of sorrowful anxiety, half real, half affected, "Na, na, no sic divit had dunted at their door. It would be blithe news indeed to ken that young Master Mordaunt, poor dear bairn, were safe at home." "And if he be not at home, why should you lay a cover for him, you doting fool?" replied Murtown, in a tone well calculated to stop the old woman's proceedings. But she replied boldly, that indeed somebody should take thought about Master Mordaunt. All that she could do was to have seat and plate ready for him when he came. But she thought the dear bairn had been over long away, and if she maun speak out, she had her own fears when and whether he might ever come home. "Your fears," said Murtown, his eyes flashing as they usually did when his hour of ungovernable passion approached. "Do you speak of your idle fears to me, who know that all of your sex, that is not fickleness, and folly, and self-conceit, and self-will, is a bundle of idiotical fears, vapours, and tremors? What are your fears to me, you foolish old hag?" It is an admirable quality in womankind, that when a breach of the laws of natural affection comes under their observation, the whole sex is in arms. Let a rumour arise in the street of a parent that has misused a child, or a child that has insulted a parent. I say nothing of the case of husband and wife, where the interest may be accounted for in sympathy, and all the women within hearing will take animated and decided part with the sufferer. Swertha, notwithstanding her greed and avarice, had her share of the generous feeling which does so much honour to her sex, and was on this occasion so much carried on by its impulse, that she confronted her master and upbraided him with his hard-hearted indifference, with a boldness at which she herself was astonished. To be sure, it wasna her that should be fearing for her young master, Master Mordaunt, even though he was, as she might well say, the very sea-calf of her heart, but any other father but his honour himself would have had spearings made after the poor lad, and him gone this 8 days from Berg Westra, and nobody kenned when or where he had gone. There wasna a bairn in the houff but was maining for him, and he made all their bits of boats with his knife. There wouldna be a dry eye in the parish if aught worse than well should befall him. No, no one, unless it might be his honour's own." Murtown had been much struck, and even silenced, by the insolent volubility of his insurgent housekeeper. But at the last sarcasm he imposed on her silence in her turn with an audible voice, accompanied with one of the most terrific glances which his dark eye and stern features could express. But Swartha, who, as she afterwards acquainted the Ranselman, was wonderfully supported during the whole scene, would not be controlled by the loud voice and furious look of her master, but proceeded in the same tone as before. His honour, she said, had made an unco work because a wheen bits of kiss and duds that nobody had use for had been gathered on the beach by the poor bodies of the township, and here was the bravest lad in the country lost, and cast away, as it were, before his eyne, and no our asking what was come of him. "What should come of him but good, you old fool," answered Mr. Murtown, "as far, at least, as there can be good in any of the follies he spends his time in." This was spoken rather in a scornful than an angry tone, and Swartha, who had got into the spirit of the dialogue, was resolved not to let it drop, now that the fire of her opponent seemed to slacken. "Oh, ay, to be sure I am an old fool, but if Master Mordaunt should have settled down in the roost, as more than one boat had been lost in that wearyful squall the other morning, by good luck it was short as it was sharp, or nothing could have lived in it, or if he were drowned in a loch coming home on foot, or if he were killed by miss of footing on a craig, the whole island kenned how venturesome he was. Who," said Swartha, "will be the old fool then?" And she added a pathetic ejaculation that God would protect the poor motherless bairn, for if he had had a mother there would have been search made after him before now. This last sarcasm affected Murtown powerfully. His jaw quivered, his face grew pale, and he muttered to Swartha to go into his study, where she was scarcely ever permitted to enter, and fetch him a bottle which stood there. "Oh ho!" quoth Swartha to herself, as she hastened on the commission, "my master knows where to find a cup of comfort to qualify his water with upon fitting occasions." There was indeed a case of such bottles as were usually employed to hold strong waters, but the dust and cobwebs in which they were enveloped showed that they had not been touched for many years. With some difficulty Swartha extracted the cork of one of them by the help of a fork, for corkscrew was there none at Jarlshof, and having ascertained by smell, and in case of any mistake by a moderate mouthful, that it contained wholesome Barbadoes waters, she carried it into the room, where her master still continued to struggle with his faintness. She then began to pour a small quantity into the nearest cup that she could find, wisely judging that upon a person so much unacquainted to the use of spirituous liquors, a little might produce a strong effect. But the patient signed to her impatiently to fill the cup, which might hold more than the third of an English pint measure, up to the very brim, and swallowed it down without hesitation. "Now the saints above have a care on us," said Swartha. "He will be drunk as well as mad, and what is to guide him then, I wonder?" But Murtown's breath and colour returned without the slightest symptom of intoxication. On the contrary, Swartha afterwards reported that, Although she had always had a firm opinion in favor of a dram, yet she never saw one work such miracles. He spoke more like a man of the middle world than she had ever heard him since she had entered his service. "Swartha," he said, "you are right in this matter, and I was wrong. Go down to the Ranselman directly. Tell him to come and speak with me without an instant's delay, and bring me special word what boats and people he can command. I will employ them all in the search, and they shall be plentifully rewarded." Stimulated by the spur which maketh the old woman proverbially to trot, Swartha posted down to the hamlet with all the speed of 80, rejoicing that her sympathetic feelings were likely to achieve their own reward, having given rise to a quest which promised to be so lucrative, and in the profits thereof she was determined to have her share, shouting out as she went, and long before she got within hearing, the names of Neil Ronaldson, Sweyn Ericsson, and other friends and confederates who were interested in her mission. To say the truth, notwithstanding that the good dame really felt a deep interest in Mordaunt Mertown, and was mentally troubled on account of his absence, perhaps few things would have disappointed her more than if he had at this moment started up in her path safe and sound, and rendered unnecessary by his appearance the expense and the bustle of searching after him. Soon did Swartha accomplish her business in the village, and adjust with the senators of the township her own little share of percentage upon the profits likely to accrue on her mission, and speedily did she return to Jarlshof with Neil Ronaldson by her side, schooling him to the best of her skill in all the peculiarities of her master. "Aboon all things," she said, "never make him wait for an answer, and speak loud and distinct, as if you were hailing a boat, for he downa bide to say the same thing twice over, and if he asks about distance, ye may make leagues for miles, for he kens nothing about the face of the earth that he lives upon, and if he speak of siller, ye may ask dollars for shillings, for he minds them no more than sclat stones." Thus tutored, Neil Ronaldson was introduced into the presence of Mertown, but was utterly confounded to find that he could not act upon the system of deception which had been projected, when he attempted, by some exaggeration of distance and peril, to enhance the hire of the boats and of the men, for the search was to be by sea and land. He found himself at once cut short by Mertown, who showed not only the most perfect knowledge of the country, but of distances, tides, currents, and all belonging to the navigation of those seas, although these were topics with which he had hitherto appeared to be totally unacquainted. The Ranselmen, therefore, trembled when they came to speak of the recompense to be afforded for their exertions in the search, for it was not more unlikely that Mertown should be well informed of what was just and proper upon this head than upon others, and Neil remembered the storm of his fury when at an early period after he had settled at Jarlshof he drove Swartha and Sweyn Ericsson from his presence. As, however, he stood hesitating betwixt the opposite fears of asking too much or too little, Mertown stopped his mouth and ended his uncertainty by promising him a recompense beyond what he dared have ventured to ask, with an additional gratuity in case they returned with the pleasing intelligence that his son was safe. When this great point was settled, Neil Ronaldson, like a man of conscience, began to consider earnestly the various places where search should be made after the young man, and having undertaken faithfully that the enquiry should be prosecuted at all the houses of the gentry, both in this and the neighbouring islands, he added that, after all, if his honour would not be angry, there was one not far off, that if anybody dared speer her a question, and if she liked to answer it, could tell more about Master Mordaunt than anybody else could. Ye will ken what I mean, Swartha, her that was down at the Haven this morning. Thus he concluded, addressing himself with a mysterious look to the housekeeper, which she answered with a nod and a wink. "How mean you?" said Murtown. "Speak out, short and open. Whom do you speak of?" "It is Norna of the Fitful Head," said Swartha, "that the Ranzelman is thinking about, for she has gone up to St. Ringen's Kirk this morning on business of her own." "And what can this person know of my son?" said Murtown. "She is, I believe, a wandering madwoman or impostor." "If she wanders," said Swartha, "it is for no lack of means at home, and that is well known. Plenty of all thing has she of her own, forby that the Fount himself would let her want nothing." "But what is that to my son?" said Murtown impatiently. "I dinna ken. She took unco pleasure in Master Mordaunt from the time she first saw him, and many a braw thing she gave him at one time or another, forby the gold chain that hangs about his bonny craig. Folk say it is of fairy gold. I kenna what gold it is, but Bryce Snelsfoot says that the value will mount to £100 English, and that is no deaf nuts." "Go, Ronaldson," said Murtown, "or else send some one to seek this woman out, if you think there be a chance of her knowing anything of my son." "She kens all things that happen in these islands," said Neil Ronaldson, "muckle sooner than other folk, and that is heaven's truth. But as to going to the kirk or the kirkyard to speer after her, there is not a man in Zetland will do it, for mead or for money, and that's heaven's truth as well as the other." "Cowardly, superstitious fools," said Murtown. "But give me my cloak, Swartha. This woman has been at Bergwestra. She is related to Troil's family. She may know something of Mordaunt's absence, and its cause. I will seek her myself. She is at the Cross Kirk, you say?" "No, not at the Cross Kirk, but at the old kirk of St. Ringen's. It's a dowie bit, and far from being canny. And if your honour," added Swartha, "would walk by my rule, I would wait until she came back, and no trouble her when she may be more busied with the dead, for anything that we can, than she is with the living. The like of her care not to have other folks eyen on them when they are, good sain us, doing their own particular turns." Murtown made no answer, but throwing his cloak loosely around him, for the day was misty with passing showers, and leaving the decayed mansion of Jarlshof, he walked at a pace much faster than was usual with him, taking the direction of the ruinous church, which stood, as he well knew, within 3 or 4 miles of his dwelling. The Ranzelman and Swartha stood gazing after him in silence until he was fairly out of earshot, when, looking seriously on each other and shaking their sagacious heads in the same boding degree of vibration, they uttered their remarks in the same breath. "Fools are aye fleet and vain," said Swartha. "Fey folk run fast," added the Ranzelman, "and the thing that we are born to we cannot win by. I have known them that tried to stop folk that were fey. You have heard of Helen Embersome of Camsey, how she stopped all the bowls and windows about the house, that her good man might not see daylight, and rise to the hoff fishing, because she feared foul weather, and how the boat he should have sailed in was lost in the Roost, and how she came back, rejoicing in her good man's safety, but never made care, for there she found him drowned in his own masking fat within the ways of his own biggin, and moreover. But here Swerther reminded the Ranselman that he must go down to the haven to get off the fishing boats, for both that my heart is sore for the bonny lad, and that I am feared he cast up of his own accord before you are at sea. And as I have often told ye, my master may lead, but he winna drive, and if ye do not his bidding, and get out to sea, then never a bottle of boat hire will ye see. Well, well, good dame, said the Ranselman, we will launch as fast as we can, and by good luck neither Clausen's boat nor Peter Grot's is out to the half this morning, for a rabbit ran across the path as they were going on board, and they came back like wise men, kenning they would be called to other work this day. And a marvel it is to think, Swertha, how few real judicious men are left in this land. There is our great Udollar is well enough when he is fresh, but he makes over many voyages in his ship and his yawl to be long so. And now they say his daughter, Mistress Minna, is sore out of sorts. Then there is Norna, kens muckle more than other folk, but wise woman ye cannot call her. Our tacksman here, Master Murtown, his wit is sprung in the bowsprit, I doubt. His son is a daft gowk, and I ken few of consequence hereabouts, excepting always myself, and maybe you, Swertha, but what may, in some sense or other, be called fools. That may be, Neil Ronaldson, said the dame, but if you do not hasten the faster to the shore, you will lose tide, and as I said to my master some short time since, who will be the fool then? End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Pirate by Sir Walter Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Deon Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. I do love these ancient ruins. We never tread upon them, but we set our foot upon some reverend history. And questionless here in this open court, which now lies naked to the injuries of stormy weather, some men lie interred, loved the church so well and gave so largely to it, they thought it should have canopied their bones till doomsday. But all things have their end. Churches and cities which have diseases like to men must have like death which we have. Duchess of Malfrey. The ruinous church of St. Ninian had, in its time, enjoyed great celebrity, for that mighty system of Roman superstition, which spread its roots over all Europe, had not failed to extend them even to this remote archipelago, and Shetland had, in the Catholic times, her saints, her shrines, and her relics, which, though little known elsewhere, attracted the homage and commanded the observance of the simple inhabitants of Thule. Their devotion to this church of St. Ninian, or as he was provincially termed, St. Ringan, situated, as the edifice was, close to the sea-beach, and serving, in many points, as a landmark to their boats, was particularly obstinate, and was connected with so much superstitious ceremonial and credulity that the Reformed clergy thought it best, by the order of the church courts, to prohibit all spiritual service within its walls, as tending to foster the rooted faith of the simple and rude people around in saint worship and other erroneous doctrines of the Romish Church. After the church of St. Ninian had been thus denounced as a seat of idolatry, and desecrated, of course, the public worship was transferred to another church, and the roof, with its lead and its rafters, having been stripped from the little rude old Gothic building, it was left in the wilderness to the mercy of the elements, the fury of the uncontrolled winds, which howled along an exposed space resembling that which we have described at Jarlshof, very soon choked up nave and aisle, and on the northwest side, which was chiefly exposed to the wind, hid the outside walls more than half-way up with mounds of drifted sand, over which the gable ends of the building, with the little belfry, which was built upon its eastern angle, arose in ragged and shattered nakedness of ruin. Yet, deserted as it was, the kirk of St. Ringan still retained some semblance of the ancient homage formerly rendered there. The rude and ignorant fishermen of Dunrossness observed a practice of which they themselves had well nigh forgotten the origin, and from which the Protestant clergy in vain endeavoured to deter them. When their boats were in extreme peril, it was common amongst them to propose to vow an amas, as they termed it, that is, an alms, to St. Ringan, and when the danger was over, they never failed to absolve themselves of their vow by coming singly and secretly to the old church, and putting off their shoes and stockings at the entrance of the churchyard, walking thrice around the ruins, observing that they did so in the course of the sun. When the circuit was accomplished for the third time, the votary dropped his offering, usually a small silver coin, through the mullions of a lanceolated window, which opened into a side aisle, and then retired, avoiding carefully to look behind him till he was beyond the precincts which had once been hallowed ground, for it was believed that the skeleton of the saint received the offering in his bony hand, and showed his ghastly death's head at the window into which it was thrown. Indeed, the scene was rendered more appalling to weak and ignorant minds, because the same stormy and eddying winds which on the one side of the church threatened to bury the ruins with sand, and had in fact heaped it up in huge quantities, so as almost to hide the side wall with its buttresses, seemed in other places bent on uncovering the graves of those who had been laid to their long rest on the southeastern quarter, and after an unusually hard gale, the coffins, and sometimes the very corpses of those who had been interred without the usual cerements, were discovered in a ghastly manner to the eyes of the living. It was to this desolated place of worship that the elder Murtown now proceeded, though without any of those religious or superstitious purposes with which the church of St. Ringan was usually approached. He was totally without the superstitious fears of the country. Nay, from the sequestered and sullen manner in which he lived, withdrawing himself from human society, even when assembled for worship, it was the general opinion that he erred on the more fatal side, and believed rather too little than too much of that which the church receives and enjoins to Christians. As he entered the little bay on the shore, and almost on the beach of which the ruins are situated, he could not help pausing for an instant, and becoming sensible that the scene, as calculated to operate on human feelings, had been selected with much judgment as the site of a religious house. In front lay the sea, into which two headlands, which formed the extremities of the bay, projected their gigantic causeways of dark and sable rocks, on the ledges of which the gulls, scouries, and other sea-fowl appeared like flakes of snow, while upon the lower ranges of the cliff stood whole lines of cormorants, drawn up alongside of each other like soldiers in their battle array, and other living thing was there none to see. The sea, although not in a tempestuous state, was disturbed enough to rush on these capes with a sound like distant thunder, and the billows, which rose in sheets of foam halfway up these sable rocks, formed a contrast of colouring equally striking and awful. Betwixt the extremities or capes of these projecting headlands were rolled, on the day when Mertown visited the scene, a deep and dense aggregation of clouds, through which no human eye could penetrate, and which, bounding the vision, and excluding all view of the distant ocean, rendered it no unapt representation of the sea in the vision of Mirza, whose extent was concealed by vapours and clouds and storms. The ground rising steeply from the sea beach, permitting no view into the interior of the country, appeared a scene of irretrievable barrenness, where scrubby and stunted heath, intermixed with the long bent or coarse grass, which first covers sandy soils, were the only vegetables that could be seen. Upon a natural elevation, which rose above the beach in the very bottom of the bay, and receded a little from the sea, so as to be without reach of the waves, arose the half-buried ruin which we have already described, surrounded by a wasted, half-ruinous, and mouldering wall, which, breached in several places, served still to divide the precincts of the cemetery. The mariners who were driven by accident into this solitary bay pretended that the church was occasionally observed to be full of lights, and from that circumstance were used to prophesy shipwrecks and deaths by sea. As Mertown approached near to the chapel, he adopted, insensibly, and perhaps without much premeditation, measures to avoid being himself seen, until he came close under the walls of the burial ground, which he approached, as it chanced, on that side where the sand was blowing from the graves, in the manner we have described. Here, looking through one of the gaps in the wall which time had made, he beheld the person whom he sought, occupied in a manner which assorted well with the ideas popularly entertained of her character, but which was otherwise sufficiently extraordinary. She was employed beside a rude monument, on one side of which was represented the rough outline of a cavalier or knight on horseback, while on the other appeared a shield with the armorial bearings so defaced as not to be intelligible, which escutcheon was suspended by one angle, contrary to the modern custom, which usually places them straight and upright. At the foot of this pillar was believed to repose, as Mertown had formerly heard, the bones of Ribald Troil, one of the remote ancestors of Magnus, and a man renowned for deeds of valorous emprise in the 15th century. From the grave of this warrior, Norna of the Fitful Head seemed busied in shovelling the sand, an easy task where it was so light and loose, so that it seemed plain that she would shortly complete what the rude winds had begun, and make bare the bones which lay there interred. As she laboured, she muttered her magic song, for without the runic rhyme no form of northern superstition was ever performed. We have perhaps preserved too many examples of these incantations, but we cannot help attempting to translate that which follows. Champion, famed for warlike toil, art thou silent, Ribald Troil? Sand and dust and pebbly stones are leaving bare thy giant bones. Who dared touch the wild bear's skin ye slumbered on while life was in? A woman now, or babe, may come, and cast the covering from thy tomb. Yet be not wrathful, chief, nor blight mine eyes or ears with sound or sight. I come not with unhallowed tread to wake the slumbers of the dead, or lay thy giant relics bare, but what I seek thou well canst spare. Be it to my hand allowed to shear a merk's weight from thy shroud, yet leave thee sheeted lead enough to shield thy bones from weather rough. See, I draw my magic knife, never while thou wert in life laidest thou still for sloth or fear, when point and edge were glittering near. See, the cerements now I sever, waken now, or sleep for ever. Thou wilt not wake? The deed is done, the prize I sought is fairly won. Thanks, Ribald, thanks, for this the sea shall smooth its ruffled crest for thee, and while afar its billows foam, subside to peace near Ribald's tomb. Thanks, Ribald, thanks, for this the might of wild winds raging at their height, when to thy place of slumber nigh shall soften to a lullaby. She, the dame of doubt and dread, Norna of the fitful head, mighty in her own despite, miserable in her might, in despair and frenzy great, in her greatness desolate, wisest, wickedest, who lives, well can keep the word she gives. While Norna chanted the first part of this rhyme, she completed the task of laying bare a part of the leaden coffin of the ancient warrior, and severed from it, with much caution and apparent awe, a portion of the metal. She then reverentially threw back the sand upon the coffin, and by the time she had finished her song, no trace remained that the secrets of the sepulchre had been violated. Mertown remained gazing on her from behind the churchyard wall during the whole ceremony, not from any impression of veneration for her or her employment, but because he conceived that to interrupt a madwoman in her act of madness was not the best way to obtain from her such intelligence as she might have to impart. Meanwhile, he had full time to consider her figure. Although her face was obscured by her dishevelled hair and by the hood of her dark mantle, which permitted no more to be visible than a druidess would probably have exhibited at the celebration of her mystical rites. Mertown had often heard of Norna before. Nay, it is most probable that he might have seen her repeatedly, for she had been in the vicinity of Jarlshof more than once since his residence there. But the absurd stories which were in circulation respecting her prevented his paying any attention to a person whom he regarded as either an impostor or a madwoman, or a compound of both. Yet now that his attention was, by circumstances, involuntarily fixed upon her person and deportment, he could not help acknowledging to himself that she was either a complete enthusiast, or rehearsed her part so admirably that no Pythoness of ancient times could have excelled her. The dignity and solemnity of her gesture, the sonorous yet impressive tone of voice with which she addressed the departed spirit, whose mortal relics she ventured to disturb, were such as failed not to make an impression upon him, careless and indifferent as he generally appeared to all that went on around him. But no sooner was her singular occupation terminated than, entering the churchyard with some difficulty, by clambering over the disjointed ruins of the wall, he made Norna aware of his presence. Far from starting, or expressing the least surprise at his appearance in a place so solitary, she said, in a tone that seemed to intimate that he had been expected, "So you have sought me at last." "And found you," replied Mertown, judging he would best introduce the enquiries he had to make by assuming a tone which corresponded to her own. "Yes," she replied, "found me you have, and in the place where all men must meet, amid the tabernacles of the dead." "Here we must, indeed, meet at last," replied Murtown, glancing his eyes on the desolate scene around, where headstones have covered in sand, and others, from which the same wind had stripped the soil on which they rested, covered with inscriptions, and sculptured with the emblems of mortality, were the most conspicuous objects. Here, as in the house of death, all men must meet at length, and happy those that come soonest to the quiet haven. "He that dares desire this haven," said Norna, "must have steered a steady course in the voyage of life. I dare not hope for such quiet harbour. Darest thou expect it? Or has the course thou hast kept deserved it?" "It matters not to my present purpose," replied Murtown. "I have to ask you what tidings you know of my son, Mordaunt Murtown." "A father," replied the Sibyl, "asks of a stranger what tidings she has of his son? How should I know aught of him? The cormorant says not to the mallard, 'Where is my brood?'" "Lay aside this useless affectation of mystery," said Murtown, "with the vulgar and ignorant it has its effect, but upon me it is thrown away. The people of Jarlshof have told me that you do know, or may know, something of Mordaunt Murtown, who has not returned home after the festival of St. John's, held in the house of your relative Magnus Troil. Give me such information, if indeed ye have it to give, and it shall be recompensed, if the means of the recompense are in my power." "The wide round of earth," replied Norna, "holds nothing that I would call a recompense for the slightest word that I throw away upon a living ear. But for thy son, if thou wouldest see him in life, repair to the approaching fair of Kirkwall in Orkney." "And wherefore thither?" said Murtown. "I know he has no purpose in that direction." "We drive on the stream of fate," answered Norna, "without oar or rudder. You had no purpose this morning of visiting the kirk of St. Ringan, yet you are here. You had no purpose but a minute hence of being at Kirkwall, and yet you will go thither." "Not unless the cause is more distinctly explained to me. I am no believer, dame, in those who assert your supernatural powers." "You shall believe in them ere we part," said Norna. "As yet you know but little of me, nor shall you know more. But I know enough of you, and could convince you with one word that I do so." "Convince me then," said Murtown, "for unless I am so convinced, there is little chance of my following your counsel." "Mark then," said Norna, "what I have to say on your son's score, else what I shall say to you on your own will banish every other thought from your memory. You shall go to the approaching fair at Kirkwall, and on the 5th day of the fair you shall walk, at the hour of noon, in the outer aisle of the Cathedral of St. Magnus, and there you shall meet a person who will give you tidings of your son." "You must speak more distinctly, dame," returned Murtown scornfully, "if you hope that I should follow your counsel. I have been fooled in my time by women, but never so grossly as you seem willing to gull me." "Hearken then," said the old woman, "the word which I speak shall touch the nearest secret of thy life, and thrill thee through nerve and bone." So saying, she whispered a word into Murtown's ear, the effect of which seemed almost magical. He remained fixed and motionless with surprise, as waving her arm slowly aloft, with an air of superiority and triumph, Norna glided from him, turned round a corner of the ruins, and was soon out of sight. Murtown offered not to follow or to trace her. "We fly from our fate in vain," he said, as he began to recover himself, and turning, he left behind him the desolate ruins with their cemetery. As he looked back from the very last point at which the church was visible, he saw the figure of Norna, muffled in her mantle, standing on the very summit of the ruined tower, and stretching out in the sea breeze something which resembled a white pennon or flag. A feeling of horror, similar to that excited by her last words, again thrilled through his bosom, and he hastened onwards with unwonted speed until he had left the church of St. Ninian with its bay of sand far behind him. Upon his arrival at Jarlshof, the alteration in his countenance was so great that Swertha conjectured he was about to fall into one of those fits of deep melancholy which she termed his dark hour. And what better could be expected, thought Swertha, when he must needs go visit Norna of the Fitful Head, when she was in the haunted kirk of St. Ringens. But without testifying any other symptoms of an alienated mind than that of deep and sullen dejection, her master acquainted her with his intention to go to the fair of Kirkwall, a thing so contrary to his usual habits that the housekeeper well nigh refused to credit her ears. Shortly after, he heard, with apparent indifference, the accounts returned by the different persons who had been sent out in quest of Mordaunt by sea and land, who all of them returned without any tidings. The equanimity with which Mertown heard the report of their bad success convinced Swertha still more firmly that in his interview with Norna that issue had been predicted to him by the sibyl whom he had consulted. The township were yet more surprised when their tacksman, Mr. Mertown, as if on some sudden resolution, made preparations to visit Kirkwall during the fair, although he had hitherto avoided sedulously all such places of public resort. Swertha puzzled herself a good deal without being able to penetrate this mystery, and vexed herself still more concerning the fate of her young master, but her concern was much softened by the deposit of a sum of money, seeming, however moderate in itself, a treasure in her eyes, which her master put into her hands, acquainting her at the same time that he had taken his passage for Kirkwall in a small bark belonging to the proprietor of the island of Musa. End of chapter 5.